finish. Wait, let me finish. I'm almost done.
Yeah, finish. Yes. Stop, Viv. Stop, Viv. Stop it. Stop it.
If you say the N-word in private 3 times in a mirror, Destiny shows up.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Hey, you want the real hot take? And I'll debate anybody to the death on this. The N-word, it's either public property or it's nobody's property. Either everybody can say it or everyone needs to stop saying it, black people included.
Well,
because for any argument...
Okay.
I love your just exasperated sigh.
Oh, yeah. I do a lot of those. If you like those, then stick around. You'll hear a lot of those from me. So okay. Sorry, I just have to do this one thing. All right. Thank you so much for joining us once again, everyone. This was a lot of fun. So we had a big disagreement on the previous panel, which was our all trans everything panel, and now this is not all trans. So we're opening it up.
Yet.
Yeah, it's not yet. Yeah, that's right. So I wanted to again just take a quick moment to reintroduce everyone. For YouTube, right? Basically, because when I cut all this up. So we have Alice, right? Alice, hey, raise your hand. You're great. We got Alice. We got Riverboat Jack. Riverboat Jack, raise your hand. You're great. DemonMama, hooray. And then we have 2 people who are not currently here. Will be here soon. We have Samantha Banana in that corner, and then we have Red Charlotte down below. And last but not least, we have my favorite person in the world. We have Joe the Silly Serious. Joe, who had an issue with what was being said previously on the panel, and it was like fighting on the sidelines. I'm like,
I get read very aggressively in chat. Like when I'm typing, I'm smiling, I'm having a good time. So everyone's like, "What's the problem?" I'm like, "There is no problem. We're chatting."
Joe just escalates things very quickly. Just like pull a knife on you, okay?
No,
the Australian or the
yeah, it's an Australian survival mechanism.
Okay, don't believe her, YouTube audience, because if you've never been in my Twitch chat, I know Joe can be quite aggressive. No, Chat Joe is a different animal.
Chat Joe is not panel Joe.
No, very different person. Okay, I'm extremely happy that you've chosen to join us. So we were having, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I have the contours of this incorrect, but like, what sex and gender actually mean on both our language and within our society, whether those things are real things, either one of those things are real things or they're socially constructed. So yeah, that's what I thought I heard. Go ahead, Joe.
So like obviously for me it's very different the way that I come about this. So like I'm a philosophy PhD and I do gender theory as like a core component of my PhD. And like the number one foundational question in my PhD is, what is woman? Literally. So it's always interesting to me because I think, and so much of the conversation overlaps, and that's why it slips so quickly and it's hard to like lock down, right? So even the idea of like sex is something that is separate from gender because one is socially constructed and one is biological. Well, that is not necessarily true. It's just not, because the law and science has this really interesting way of putting gender before itself and trying to create these fictive foundations. So like science likes to tell you that gender exists. See, I even mix them up because to me they're not all that different. Sex is a natural thing that was simply observed, and there's nothing cultural or subjective about it. That is fact. It's firm fact. Now, I'm a critical realist, so I believe there are real things in the world. Like these are real bodies. Our bodies are very different from one another's, but I'm not sure that it fits neatly and cleanly into the binary the way that it was designated by an already gendered society and gendered scientists. Like the science that was come up with to designate these categories of gender is cultural, because there are certain people in charge and there are certain ideas that proliferate at the time. And the same thing happens with the law, right? We see this idea that women exist before the law and ask the law to represent them, but it's actually the judicial power system that produces what it claims to represent. these categories are produced by the world. So science produces sex as much as it does gender. And yet it is interesting how it's always sex, gender, desire. And there is this concrete order that these things have to follow. And so I don't necessarily, I didn't think anyone was wrong. I'm just like, I very much am interested in this conversation. And so are all feminists, because it's probably the fundamental, like feminism needs a subject, right? So discussing what the subject is an incredibly important and prevalent topic within feminism. It started as gender being something which we are. It turned into being gender is something which we learn, like Simone de Beauvoir, French existentialism. And then it got to Judith Butler in terms of gender being something which is performed. Performed meaning not a performance, but perform the same way you would perform a surgery or perform a task. Performance in terms of gender is something which we do. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I'm excited whenever people are interested in talking about this. Yeah.
Okay. And Alice, I guess you kind of helped kick off this whole conversation, so I would love to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of what Joe was talking about is kind of what I was talking about, but I think Joe takes a little bit more philosophical viewpoint than I do. I'm not able to match her there. I am not really a very smart person. I just read a lot. So Judith Butler and Firestone are some of the people that I'm reading, and some of the theories posited there are kind of how I look at these things. And the reason that I brought up sex and gender is that I agree that sex is essentially a social construct, and that it's something that was not objective, right? Sex is not necessarily pure objective. Like some people say, like, well, it's chromosomes, or it's not though. It roughly fits into a binary, but it's not really that either. It's something that we humans, science, whatever, we ascribe to these two categories, to male and female. And there are some people who are outside of those categories. There are people who are intersex, although they generally do fit pretty well into one of the two categories. So first off, I'm not going to include intersex people in a discussion about trans things. I'm not going to include them necessarily specifically in a conversation about sex versus gender, but that's purely because it just doesn't make sense to do so. It's not very polite to people who are intersex. So I'm not going to do that. The only thing that I was bringing up, the only thing I was mentioning is that basically that sex, which exists, whether it's objective or not, whether it's a social construct or not, there is sex. There are male and female people. There are people who are affected by testosterone and people affected by estrogen, and their bodies have a particular setup that's going to provide those hormones and the other things that are around that sex. And gender is a layer on top of that. Gender is another construct that layers on top of that. And gender means a lot of different things when we talk about gender. Like, we could be talking about gender and we could mean in the performative sense of performing performing being a woman, in society. And we could also be talking about what we feel, right? We could be talking about, what we want to be seen as. So there's lots of different layers to it, but they are all socially constructed, but they mesh together fundamentally. That's what my discussion was. They mesh fundamentally. It's hard to separate them because societally we don't have that built out yet. I want to separate them. I want to make it so we can ignore sex and we can ignore gender and we can just be people. But right now we don't have that.
But I would also, Alice, I would take it further and include desire as well in that enmeshment, because a lot of the time gender has historically been decided and had very strong connotations with who we desire and who we're allowed to desire.
Well,
I think that's
an
fair.
interesting layer.
The problem that I have is oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I would just argue that, like, I don't actually think that this meshing exists at all in the way that most people think about it. Like, when you're going about your day, when you're meeting people on the street, when you're talking with people and gendering them, it has nothing to do with their biological sex. Like, it has absolutely nothing to do with it. You're not going around like feeling up, and unless you're, and maybe somebody is going around feeling up somebody's crotch to see what their genitals are, or taking blood samples to run a DNA test before they'll gender somebody. I don't think that this is actually as meshed as a lot of people, at least in the gender critical movement, like to argue.
I just want to address that because I want to address two things at once. Vivian in chat saying very Western-centric view of gender. Agreed. Gender is societally defined, and I am speaking from a Western society perspective. It could be different in different societies, but it has a similar layer, right? Similar layer over some concept of sex. And the second thing is just Sorry, I wanted to address what you were what you were bringing up, Jack. Um, but I seem to have forgotten because I wanted to just address that Vivian is right in calling out this as Western centric.
What did you say exactly, Jack?
But
Wait, go ahead.
I just said that like sex and gender aren't as meshed as a lot of people
Oh,
argue it is, because like in a tangible way, when we're going about living our daily lives, we are not actually knowing what one another's sex is. We're instead going through and making a lot of assumptions based on how people
heuristics.
look, and
Yes,
how
So
people look is
heuristics.
not necessarily sex.
Let's
Accurate
respond, and then
heuristics.
we'll go to Joe, then Demon. Okay.
Those are heuristics. Those are the heuristics that we use to determine sex. And that's part of gender. So wearing a dress or something is part of gender. It's part of performing, right? Some people in some societies presume that someone who's wearing a dress is a woman, right? Even if they're wrong about that, that's one of the things that we associate. But one of the other things that we associate are sexual characteristics. Somebody who has breasts or something like that, somebody who has facial hair, somebody whose face is shaped a particular way, men and women's faces, or I should say that better. Male and female face shapes are very different. They're fundamentally built differently. We have different bone structures. There's lots of things that we use heuristically to determine what sex probably is. Now, I agree with you. You're not 100% right, right? You could be wrong sometimes, but most people think they're right.
Wrong.
No,
Yeah,
I don't think they are. Most people are right
think
because transgender people are a very small portion.
most people think they're right, but the reality for a lot of trans people is that cis people are wrong about a lot of things, and that's what I'm trying to make the point about, is that
But
you are making assumptions, and that
an,
assumption is socially constructed.
a 98% correct rate of identification is not a really something we can say is an assumption. It's a good heuristic.
Sorry, but you can't even cite a 98% correct rate because not that many people have even been tested for what their chromosomes or what their sex is, and you have to have a
Okay,
definition of sex in the first place. I'm sorry, but you're baking in a lot, and this was the thing that irritated me in the last conversations. You're baking in a lot of assumptions that favorably fit your argument, but those assumptions aren't necessarily true. So to state my opinion on this, if we're talking about the general populace of, say, America, which is what I know the most of, I think it is quite uncontroversial, and maybe I'm wrong with this, but I think it's quite uncontroversial to say that most people do not know what the words gender or sex actually mean. They don't know what they mean by those words. They understand the word in a general sense, that in a way that fits most of their functional use, but they don't have a definition. They've never looked into what it actually is. They just kind of have a vague thing. And if you ask, and I've done this experiment before, asking people, well, what do you think gender is? What do you think sex is? They will give you sometimes a different answer in the same conversation. They will define it differently in the same conversation because they are using a sort of contextual what's the word? I can't think of the word right now. Like deductive, not deductive. That's not the right word. They're using a like a contextual version of gender and sex, and they don't know what the differences are. That's functional, but that doesn't mean that we don't have useful and functional definitions of what these things are. Now, while it is true that probably at some point in history, sex and gender were perfectly interchangeable, which I don't even think that's the case, because if I recall correctly, the word gender comes from linguistics, referring to certain types of words in certain languages. And sex refers very specifically to, generally biology and the study of how you make reproduction happen. But those two things are actually not really similar. They're totally different things. Like somebody's gender is an identifier. It's something that we can either build a society where it's impressed upon them based on certain rules, or you can declare it for yourself, just like a name. I have argued this in the past before, that like a name is something that the law, we can make laws that force people to have a certain name, but we generally agree that you should be able to determine your own name, because it's an identifier. It's part of your identity. It's who you are. You can declare that. You can declare yourself having a nickname and nobody blinks twice. You can say, well, my name is anything. I mean, my name is DemonMama. That's what I go by. Nobody fucking bats an eye when I introduce myself as DemonMama. Nobody goes, oh, well, can I see your genetic code where it says the DemonMama name on there? No, it doesn't. It will not. It doesn't exist as that. Sex, as we understand it, is constantly evolving. We don't even have like a current like 100% solid model of sex. And in recent years, we've discovered that there are actually numerous points on the human genome that indicate and that are used to construct what we traditionally call sex, which is like your physical characteristics. So I just don't think that I think the enmeshing is largely a result of cultural forces in our society, and that in reality, if you actually look at the way that people interact, nobody uses sex for anything except for your doctor, maybe in very specific cases. Usually they use gender, and a very, very broad and flawed version of gender at that.
Let's go to Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, right? Because I think what I'm hearing, DemonMama, and it's just like, it sounds like you're saying sex and gender are very clearly different. People don't use them as if they're different. Sex means something very specific, gender means something very specific, but not like the meaning thing is what's getting lost on me, right? Because I think a lot of the issue comes back to what Jack was saying, right? There are two principles that exist within identity categories. You've got the sort of normative aspect, which is not what you were talking about, Jack, which is like the relationship between sex and gender, which means that I'm born a sex and then people start gendering me as that throughout my life based on what I'm born as, based on nothing else. And then there's the evaluative aspect of gender and sex, which is I'm looking at someone and I'm making a determination. And maybe the enmeshment isn't as strong there as it is in the normative sense of gender and sex, but the enmeshment isn't. Alice has been saying this over and over again in the chat, and I think she's saying it really well. Gender is built on top of sex. So it's not so much that the two ideas are enmeshed in a way that they constantly are cyclically relating to one another. It's that sex provides this pre-social scientific foundational grounding upon which gender is then built. And it is difficult again, because this is the thing, it's a thick concept. There are so many aspects to gender, because this doesn't necessarily make sense if you're talking about gender identity in terms of like, I feel a certain way. It's really talking about how gender sort of operates in a social setting. So my issue with sex is that ultimately, in trying to, when feminists tried to undercut the biologically deterministic ways of defining what it means to be a woman, they inadvertently created another socially constructed monolith that we now have to fight, that encapsulates this idea of shared femininity. So, and this actually, Prime, this is relates to the conversations about incrementalism and whether we should try for radical change, because when we do take those like mini steps, it's like you create new monsters which then you sort of have to battle. And I think accepting that sex is biologically sound and fact and objective and in some ways stronger than gender is a faux pas. That is not to say that sex isn't useful in a medical sense or in a descriptive sense. The use of something and the truth of something are two different things.
Sure.
Well, there's two problems that happen, which is that, and like, first of all, the first thing that happens is like we have this we have this idea that like sex provides the basis for gender, but that's like an incoherent, that doesn't actually play out in reality. We assign people a gender at birth, and then immediately the moment that any personality arrives, there's deviance instantly. No person lives up to, there isn't even one. We don't even have a good, there's nothing that ties those two things. So the problem that I see with this is that like while sure sex can be very, very useful if you're a doctor trying to determine like the risk of heart conditions for a person in front of you, what chromosomes they have can be very valuable, but we don't actually use sex for basically anything. And like and while there's probably some level of like genetic influence of your sex chromosomes, it seems to be that a lot more of the like mental and social aspects are the results of totally different biological processes that we don't even understand yet. And so I find it kind of like there's sort of a presumption of the basis of sex as like the foundation for gender, when in reality gender is kind of its own thing. And I think that we should be willing to separate those things. We should be willing to say, wait a second, we've been kind of doing this weird fucking shit where the second somebody's born, we start telling them things that they are going to have to do, and some of them they just fall into happening to like, and other things they don't.
So respond quickly,
Sorry, can I
Joe,
just
and then we'll go to
quickly respond
Alice,
to that?
and then
Yeah.
Red, and then Jack.
Because we're weirdly disagreeing and agreeing at the same time, right? Because I agree that sex means fucking nothing at all. Like, it means nothing. It doesn't, gender isn't based on sex in the way that sex is somehow determining what sort of gender will play out in the future. It has no causative effect on gender. It's not you're born female and then that has some causative effect on you being a woman. No, not at all. I'm saying that sex is formative fiction created by science to make us believe that there is some distinction that is clear and concrete and factually based between men and women. And it is that a priori sort of building up of this idea of sex upon then which gender is justified. Because if there is a biologically justified difference between females and males, that automatically creates a culture that defines gender as women and men. So it's not that it has a causative effect, it's that it almost has a justificatory effect on the social inculcation of like normative gender.
So let's
Can I just ask a question real quick for Joe?
Oh yeah, okay, sure.
When it comes to like other societies that didn't necessarily subscribe to like the scientific method as like a philosophy, what do you like, what is your analysis of like other societies that have come to have more than two genders? You know, we have examples of that all across the world, right?
This is the huge point, right? This is where this sort of gender nominalism sort of came to be, in that they were like, well, hang on, maybe sex isn't as factual and objective and concrete as we think it is, given that this comes from Western science and it's not true of all science and all cultures, right? So like maybe this is not as concrete as we think it is. So I would argue that the fact that there's been a proliferation of Western ideas of, I don't even like the term Western, but you know, for this conversation, Western ideas of gender is to do with supremacy, globalization, colonization. So of course, our ideas about gender are everywhere now. And of course, there were other ideas about sex and gender in other cultures, because science is culturally and socially constructed because it's discursive, it's based on language. And so, yeah, it is completely consistent.
So I'm gonna go to Alice. And Alice, so Alice, we'll go to you next. But Alice, do me a favor, like when you want me to like to know you want to talk, like can you like palms out? Because sometimes it looks like you're leaning on your head when you do this. So yeah, it's very helpful. But Alice.
You got it. Yeah, all I wanted to say is like, I guess the confusion for me is that claiming that there is not a basis on sex doesn't really explain why when I talk like this, it's a little bit of a different gendering in some situations. Then when I modify my voice to match better what there is, physiologically different between male and female voices. So there's little things that we use that are heuristics that we use to determine sex. Voice is an example of them. We're actually, so what we're doing when we're listening to somebody's voice and we're gendering it as male or female, or sexing it as male or female, what we're actually doing is we're listening and we're hearing components of voice that indicate the actual space that there is here, the pharyngeal space, the space here. That we're actually, we're listening and we're hearing the difference in resonance and voice that makes up those spaces. And yes, actually, I know this. Because this is one of the things that I studied. So I have studies on it if you want. Anyway, so just that's what confuses me, is that you're claiming that sex and gender don't have anything to do with each other, but there are things, heuristics, that we use all the time that we use to determine what we think someone is. This person is a man or this person is a woman. And I agree with you.
So,
Well, hold on. So I agree with you that we should stop this. This is bullshit. We shouldn't be assigned these things. I agree. The problem is that what I see happening instead is I see people saying, well, you can be whatever you want. But that doesn't actually work in society because we use these heuristics. So I think we need to do something else. So what Joe is suggesting is make this sex, this like difference in sexes just not as important. Make that not as important. Acknowledge that this is something that's constructed and break it down. That's what I want to see happen, and I'm not seeing that happen. I'm just seeing us say everything is valid, you can do whatever you want, and society is not adjusting yet. So
let's go to Red, and then Joe, you got demon. We'll go to demon. We'll go
Yeah,
red.
it's
Sorry, what?
I just want to clarify what I think might be a problem is that I think that DemonMama is talking about normative gender and Alice is talking about evaluative gender in terms of like sex has something really to do with it, like if you change your voice and stuff. But in terms of like sex having any influence on gender as something normative, which we train people into behaving in gendered ways and performing in gendered ways. No, sex isn't a predetermining causative force for why we make people perform gender. However, sex may have an influence on how we evaluate someone's gender.
Red and the demon.
So like the whole like the voice thing to like, oh, we use it as a way to signal our sex, right? So sure, in nature this could be like, and we do this in Western society, right? In most societies today because of just like history. But like to say that it's like there's like a causal relationship, right? That there is a like objective link between the two, that it signals like an objective fact, right? Is just not true. So long as it can't be universalized, it's not true. Like
It can be.
for example, from certain tribes I've talked to about like the two spirit stuff and like the history of gender in certain tribes. Not all tribes are the same, obviously, they're all different. But in a lot of them, gender wasn't like marked by your sex characteristics. It was marked by your role in the tribe. The thing you did determined your gender role, right? So like this is why like their third, fourth gender roles were characterized as embodying the roles of like a bunch of different groups of people because they didn't say you're a man because you have a penis. They say you're a man because you hunt. You're a man because you do certain things, right? All of these like different social roles. And like again, just because currently in society, when you have a certain voice, people make assumptions about that voice. People make those assumptions because they are like socially informed. This is how they've been like the structure of society. You growing up, you associate these things together. But if hypothetically we had a different society where people didn't make those assumptions, then like the link would be completely broken. Like they wouldn't be objectively linked together.
Let's go.
Right,
Sex
but we're
and
not
gender
in,
would not have no connection.
but
Let's
we're
go.
not in that society. We have a physiological link right now.
Let's
Male
go.
voices have more resonance and female voices, or lower resonance and female voices are higher.
But that's not
It's
even general. That's not
physiologically
even
linked.
always
That's
true,
not even
though.
true.
Can
It
I?
is, and I will
So
do
can I?
studies.
Demon.
Can I reframe the argument?
no,
real
no,
quick?
No,
let's
on
go.
no wait, on average, right? So you're talking about averages, right? No, there are XY is female, right? XY females, right, who have deeper resonances, deeper voices. What do you mean no? They literally
No.
exist. I've met them.
Okay, okay.
Like
a
it could be
literal,
it could
like
literally be
one-off,
one person. The
one-off
second
exceptions don't
it's
define a rule.
no, yes they do. When we're talking about objective links between two things, so long as this is why gender is a spectrum, because so long as there is one person on the planet who has ambiguous genitalia, ambiguous chromosomes, ambiguous gametes, right? The binary is shattered. There is no longer a binary. A binary isn't 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. No, binary is 1 2 to infinity. So long as there is one difference, one person who is not in that, the binary doesn't exist.
So let's go to DemonMama, Joe, and then yeah.
Yeah, I feel like what Alice is describing is like is sort of just like stating a phenomena that occurs, which is true. People do hear a deep voice and they assume this person is a male, regardless of whether that's actually true. And in fact, they might not even know that they're assuming that they're male. They don't have any concept of sex or gender, and they go, "That's the one I don't want to fuck," and or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, that's not how we're trying. I mean, I would hope that our general understanding of these things in the name of progress would move beyond something like that. The reality is that using the depth of your voice, like literally, I could go tomorrow and take my money. No, I refuse to give you time.
I'm
Sorry.
addressing you after you're done talking.
Yeah, go for it. The if you go and if I go tomorrow and I get laser voice shaving, tracheal shave, whatever, I can't remember the name of the surgery, there I will have a throat that resembles and creates the exact pitch as anybody else, but that would not make people assuming that I'm XX female correct. They would be wrong. They would be reading my gender expression and making wrong assumptions about biological sex that doesn't matter. This is why this becomes incoherent. This is why I'm saying it's an incoherent structure. So we should divorce these concepts. Why would we continue using a flawed system like that? We don't need to have these things together. If somebody, the way that I look at it is gender is a very, very complex, incredibly messy, historically varied way of identifying ourselves to others so that people can identify a part of who we are. Sex is not that, and really hasn't been, unless you go all the way back to like when humans like just evolved, and even then there's probably arguments against this.
So
we don't,
finish.
I mean, I don't even know if animals really use sex. They use like weird
Well,
signal.
they don't because they don't have language.
They don't know what it is. They can't even acknowledge it. It's not a concept.
Ants can vomit chemicals into each other's mouths.
Yeah, there you go.
So
But I'm just
romantic.
saying that, like, I think it's very silly to tie to like.
Just let me
You gonna
respond.
be okay over there? You gonna be
Just
okay?
let me. No, I'm gonna drop from this panel because I really don't want to play this game of one.
Okay, you
one
should drop from
person.
this panel because it seems like if you
Well-
can't handle like the conversation, then you should.
Okay,
roll
So
out.
what's-
so let me respond to you at least. So you're being prescriptive about this, and I'm being descriptive about it. You're saying what should be. I'm saying what is now. First off, the second thing is you're not listening to me when I'm talking about voice. So this is something that I have a lot of experience in, and I'm one of maybe 10 or 15 people that have my level of experience. So I'm going to show you something. Ready? We're going to play the game of voice and what their differences in voice are. So first we're going to drop my pitch. So I'm going to just drop my pitch, and I'm going to keep my pitch low, and I sound kind of weird now. Now I've just dropped my pitch, and my resonance is very, very high, very bright. I sound weird. And then I'm going to drop my resonance as well, and then I start sounding like this. And then I'm going to bring my resonance back up, and I'm going to leave my pitch the same.
We
and
know
I'm
the
gonna start
difference between
sounding very
resonance and
weird.
pitch.
No,
Yeah,
you
there's
don't,
like, what
because
is
no
this?
one
We're
in
all
here,
trans.
no
We
one-
know the difference
because,
between resonance
because
and
no,
pitch.
you don't. Because DemonMama
you
just called out a voice as being deeper, talking about pitch, but I'm talking about resonance. My voice is
It's
the same
it's
voice.
colloquial.
Oh boy,
It's
pedantry from
not.
the Calliopean
It needs
Club.
to be.
Here we go.
Yes, it needs to be. I need pedantry because you're making a claim
But it's
about
been
voices.
clarified.
You're making a claim
if-
about voice pitch being related, and I'm making a claim about voice resonance being related. Resonance
Okay,
is
so
the link,
tomorrow I
not
get
pitch.
both of them fixed. It doesn't
There
change the
are
argument. You're literally
female-
just
wait,
arguing about
wait.
a meaningless detail.
There
You're
are
Because
trying to make a
resonance-
point.
There are females who are born with voices of lower
No,
resonance.
no, there's
What do we
not.
know?
So-
what do you mean?
Oh,
no?
wait,
Why do you
hold on
say
a
no?
second.
Let me
Wait,
answer.
wait, I
Let me
got
answer
the
why.
answer.
Let me
Wait,
answer
hold on,
why.
I'm gonna pull you
Let
up.
me answer why. Let me answer why.
Please, let her answer. and
Let
then
me answer
you
why.
respond. Sure.
The male vocal tracts are affected by testosterone. That causes a 20% increase in volume, and it causes a thickening of vocal folds. That is what testosterone does. If you are affected by testosterone, then you will have a voice that has the properties of a vocal tract that is 20% more volume and thicker, 20% thicker vocal folds. That is what happens to testosterone-affected voices.
Not
That
all
is the
females-
Until
That's
Not
the
all
physiological
females.
difference.
Not all females
Until next
develop the
year when
exact
I
same
go-
way.
Until next year when I go get my screen printed new throat that I have surgically implanted, and I have a literally grown from a vat, quote unquote, essentially female neck that has essentially female resonance and tone. Yes, you're correct. Until then, there will probably be some distinguishable difference. But guess what? The moment that there isn't a limitation on that, there will be I will suddenly have implanted a brand new neck that gives me a voice that's just, it's perfectly untouched by testosterone. And guess what? People will do the same exact thing that I just talked about, meaning that your point was completely a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, I
and-
agree. I have no interest being here, Prime, with this person, so I'm going to drop. Thank you for letting me have
Bye.
the space a little bit, but I have no interest in talking to this group. So other than actually, everyone except for DemonMama is fine.
Cool.
So have a good night.
Bye.
No, but I don't know. Like
I-
this is literally by virtue of it doesn't. You don't even need data for this. A single anecdote falsifies the claim that females can't develop low resonance voices because guess what? Some females who are XY who just are slightly different because their body has different sensitivities doesn't get exposure to as much estrogen and has androgen stuff where they have exposure to testosterone. They're still female. They got ovaries. They have gametes, right? They got a clitoris, right? They got a pussy, right? Everything, right? But they have low resonance voice. This is like a ridiculous claim. That is like,
I
why
agree.
would you ever
So
defend something
so
like
let's
this?
go to Joe, then Jack.
Yeah, Red Charlotte, I think that's really interesting because I think part of the issue here is that even having that discussion, and saying that one case disproves it, it sort of legitimizes this scientific base of sex, right? And I think that what maybe just being charitable, like what Alice was trying to say is that like maybe there is one or two cases, sure, but in terms of our social understanding of sex and the things that are associated with sex, like a lower voice, which is not, I mean, it's associated with gender because the two things have a relationship, but like it is associated, like hormones,
Yeah, it's a signal.
breasts,
Yeah.
uterus. Yeah, it's a signal of sex more than it is gender. That people, when they're using gender in an evaluative sense, use sex descriptors like a low voice. So maybe there is one person. There are lots of women who don't have uteruses. There are lots of women who have hormonal differences. There are lots of women who have no breasts. So even though they don't have the same sex descriptors, they're still considered female in terms of sex. And I think what Alice maybe was trying to say is that these female attributes are used when we try to evaluate gender. So when we're looking to prescribe someone a gender, often sex characteristics come into that, and predominantly a sex character. And this is the thing about categories don't work by having a system of like criteria that's met. You just have these weird ideas that are associated. So like the category of female, one of the ideas that might be central to that is the idea that a female has a high voice and a male has a low voice, and these are sex, not gender. And so even though there can be outliers, of course all categories have fuzzy boundaries, it's looking for these things in order to ascribe gender. And I think what Alice is trying to say is sex and gender have a relationship because we look for sex characteristics when we're trying to evaluate gender.
Well, yeah, but nobody was
Well,
disagreeing with that
so
general claim. It's like, but there's implications that were made both in her original argument and going in here, and there was a ridiculous amount of condescension. I wasn't the only one being a condescending bitch, and I was being a condescending bitch. I do acknowledge that, but that's okay. It wasn't a one-way street here. Let's just be real about that, okay?
But
Um,
the problem was that like I again like I agree with you. I wouldn't have had the problem with her statement if she didn't universalize it, right?
well,
I
so
literally
the
said I've met someone who is female. They're not trans. They are cis as fuck. They are cis woman, right? And they have a low resonance voice.
Mm.
And they just said no.
right,
But
it's
this is the
ridiculous.
problem, right, with
No, no, wait, hold
categories.
on, hold on. I want to
I
comment on
really
that.
So
want
go
to
ahead,
talk.
go
I
ahead, Jack.
haven't
Okay, go
talked in a
ahead.
long time. All right. So the issue wasn't a whole bunch of these issues are 100% on point. The biggest issue though was that like she was trying to describe our current society like in the United States, and the reality is even in our current time around the world there are different societies that have different like criteria for what is like biological sex, what is gender, how gender is performed in their different societies. And so like it just kind of, if the idea is at the bottom that sex and gender should be conflated because our current society does that, I'm kind of, I don't understand where that was coming from. Or rather, if that's the way it is, I don't get where like that benefits us if we're just saying, well, this is how it is. But well, then
Oh,
we can change it by having conversations like this. Like that.
but Jack, I completely agree, but you can't change it. This is, and of course, I'm going to say this, I'm an analytic philosopher, so this is my whole career, right?
Yeah.
You cannot do ameliorative change unless you have a really clear idea of the ground, right? So descriptive work is important because it tells you
Mhm.
how things are, and you need to know how things are if you plan on changing them. You need to have a clear idea of your start point. And you're totally correct. This is an issue, right? Sex is not scientific in that it is universal. Categories aren't universal ever. Categories are normative, which means there is a normative force to them, which means, yes, there will be outliers. Of course, there will be outliers. What we're trying to look at is the prototype. What characteristics sit close to the middle that we use to sort of build that category around and sort people into that category? So we have a prototype, an ideal version of what something is, a man or a woman or a female and a male. I think it's funny. I actually think DemonMama, you and I agree, but have different solutions. You say we should separate sex and gender entirely. I go, they're unintelligible in terms of distinguishing them from one another. The distinction is unintelligible. So like, just for, I know that you think it's like biological, but I'm like, cool, biological.
No,
is
I
still
mean, I don't
socially
really
constructed.
think there is a single one, like one size fits all solution.
Yeah.
There's, you know, been a lot in this conversation that were just obviously like false claims with the, which by the way, there's a little bit of context that is missing. This spreaded off, this whole off spin came from playing defense for gender criticals, which is like, whoa, okay, so wait a minute, what's the actual argument being made here? And making a statement like people don't know what gender is, and people who hear a deep voice will assume that you're X is like, okay, yeah, we recognize that. What do we move to make this better? And I will say that while I understand that like the goal sometimes with definitions is to be prototypical, the reality is that there are many categories that will not ever have that. I would be willing to argue, and in fact, I don't know. I don't think there's ever any way. Maybe I'm just totally off base here, but I would be willing to bet that every single biological female on the planet has at least one non-standard sex trait that we would be. And so,
Oh
if
yeah,
that's the
no,
case,
the
then
prototype
there
isn't
isn't
real.
even you can't even generate it. And attempting to generate the perfect prototype of a sex is ridiculous. And so, I think that the reason
Kinda
why I
eugenics-y
generally
too.
yeah, it's very eugenicsy. Yes, there are problems to trying to build these. Like there are inherent conclusions that come from these types of structures that can be built. And one of the things that bothers me is that or sorry, I should say one of the reasons why I advocate for like at least in our general discourse here in America, separating sex and gender is because you know what? If you want to talk about chromosomes, go talk about that with your doctor, and everybody else can worry about your gender, which is where you respectfully don't assume people's gender just because you hear one thing that's weird, or you know, if you see somebody with long hair, you go, girl, 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 and then they go, whoa, sorry, dude, and you're like, whoa, okay, maybe we shouldn't make these assumptions. We should treat gender as a matter of as a part of our identity, which can be self-declared, and that we shouldn't go around making these random assumptions about people because there's not actually a need to. We don't actually need to do that from time to time. Or like ever. There's almost no
Yeah.
circumstance I can think of where you need to make those assumptions.
Well, and part of what was bothering me earlier, and I wanted to bring this up before Alice left, was just like, well, then how do we talk about trans people who haven't been on hormones yet? Trans people who, you know, like haven't had any surgeries yet. You know, like I this entire issue to me, it just really makes it clear that like sex and gender need to be different things, or at the very least to the level that they're connected. I'm not sure what level they would need to be connected in like a better society. um and
Well,
Joe, maybe you
also,
have an idea since you have a PhD, are getting a PhD in this stuff. Like I'm not a smart person. I like things in simple plain language, and I haven't done a
No,
lot of like theoretical reading on this stuff. So I'm just like, what?
honestly, the least smart people are people who enroll in PhDs. It's honestly the most ridiculous thing you could ever decide to do. Um, no, what to me, it's back to this thing, right? Of normative versus evaluative. At the moment plays a role in how we evaluate people's gender. When we look at people, we look at sex characteristics as part of a much larger thing in terms of like what sort of things they're doing, how they're dressing. Sex characteristics are one of the things that we look at when trying to determine gender. That's
Should we
just
be doing that
the
though?
lay of the land
right.
now.
That's
No, we
what I'm
shouldn't.
saying. Yeah, yeah.
But
Okay.
and I know that's what you're trying to say, but we can't stop doing that unless we first address the normative part, which is when a child is born with female sex organs, we immediately start gendering them as a woman or as a man. And it's trying to, for me, there is no difference. Sex doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything.
But it
So
does
because
mean a lot
as you said,
socially is the thing. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But like, okay, like I feel like there's a lot of parallels that could be drawn to other similar situations. I just think that we should move away from that. Why do we impress so much shit on other people? Why do we do that? And I don't think you need to have listen, like the fact that we're having this conversation right now proves that you do not need to have like a rock solid like universally agreed upon definition of gender in order to have a better functioning society. I think that we can just say, hey everybody, stop making so many fucking assumptions about gender when you're like talking about sex, and you aren't even talking about sex. You're just being dishonest because you want to repress people. Like we should, I feel like it's like, it frustrates me. I like to cut through the bullshit of that. I don't think we should be slapping pronouns on kids who haven't even been able to explore themselves. We have neutral pronouns for that reason. We have all kinds of clothes. Let children, you know, if you want to dress your kid up in whatever color, go for it. But don't do it because you're trying to like, your baby comes out and has a fucking penis, and so you're like, all right, time to get the fucking axe and the gun and the bomb and the beat your wife or whatever other bullshit that you want to fucking put onto that child because they have a penis. What a stupid way of running things. And it just makes me mad when I hear people playing defense, but when they're really just observing something that already happens, which we all universally acknowledge isn't perfect. And I know you're not doing that part, but that's what I feel was happening in this conversation.
One of the things here's an idea. What is sex actually useful to us at all? Like isn't talking about like
It's useful to doctors.
yeah,
to
isn't
an
it more
extent.
useful to talk about
Research
chromosomes
doctors.
or like your hormone levels or like something like that? Like no one's I don't remember the last time anyone talked to me about sex outside of like a doctor's a doctor's hospital. What the fuck? What-
No, it
a
was a
hospital,
mechanics
you know?
hospital. Mechanics hospital. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I
Um,
mean, and that's like interesting.
But
Go ahead.
I'm curious though, because what's screaming to me right now are all the fucking like dozens of times we've talked about the trans and sports debate. Like that's what's happening right now in my head. Like people are yelling in
Oh
chat.
gosh, I pity
Like,
you.
oh no, there was differences of people who have these normative groups of that normative group of male and that normative group of female, right? In terms of performance and all that, and is there not a reason why we would sort them so that like we don't have like if we had a mixed gender sport and then it was just all men on the pedestal, right? Like would that be fair? Be fair to everyone? Like,
Well, trans
are
women are
these...
women, right? All I gotta say is, if you're losing a trans woman, just sissies, just get good, right? Just deal with it. I don't know what the fuck.
No. I mean, sorry, cis men, right? Like cis men. It's cis men versus cis women. Like if it was just cis men on the pedestal, if there was like a mixed race, like a foot race, right? Then would that be fair? Isn't that not one use of sex to society? But yeah, DemonMama.
But
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
DemonMama and Joe.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
Go DemonMama.
Okay. I have two things that I
I
can
was
talk
just gonna
about with
say.
this.
No, go,
Joe.
I can't hear my earphones.
Joe.
No,
go.
DemonMama.
Oh my
go.
god, fuck. All right, whatever. DemonMama, please.
I think there was some lag is what happened.
Yes, go ahead.
No, I have two ways of looking at this. First of all, I do think that there are values to quote unquote sex. And I think it's most useful as a shorthand for like chromosomes basically. And there is value to that. For example, if you are, born XY, you have a genetic predisposition to certain types of conditions that other people may not have. Most likely, you have a very high likelihood of that. So that is useful. That can be useful. And I also think, though, that it's important that we acknowledge that it isn't a binary, because there's a fuckload of people, in fact, people who are in my very own life, who are intersex. And as it turns out, if you live in a world where it's assumed that just because you have a dick that you are going to have certain problems, well, then you're at a bunch of conditions that could be unique to you and have been well documented, because as it turns out, medicine is pretty awesome, but it gets limited by a lot of social things. Then you would be in trouble. You could be in trouble. I mean, for example, a great example is Klinefelter's incredibly common intersex condition that has a heavy predisposition towards weak artery walls. If you don't know that, because it was assumed that you are just XY and not XXY, well, that could be really a huge problem in your life. And actually, I happen to know this because if you figure it out early, there's a lot that you can do to extend your life. So that's one area where I do think sex is useful, and divorcing it from implications of gender would be very valuable to us. Because it could be like, hey, everybody gets a karyotype test, and then you are, if you have certain limitations or certain risks or whatever, there you go. And it's only used for medical purposes. That'd be great. I don't know if we can do that, but maybe.
Mhm.
Then there's the sports conversation. And I really think that like most of the problems that people talk about with regard to the sports debate are non-existent issues. First of all, for it's always fixated on trans kids. And usually they're on puberty blockers. There's nobody's body changes have even happened yet. And high school sports, when you even get to high school sports where people do have that change, it's uneven as fuck as it currently exists. Dudes who haven't even started puberty yet are going in and getting in a sport, and they're going up against like the kid who happened to start puberty 3 years earlier and just bodies the fuck out of him. Like, these things are already uneven. The reason why we have like high school sports isn't to have some perfect idea of perfect competition. It's to build a culture of showing up to practice on time, teamwork, a little bit of challenge, some achievement, but it's for social value. And then when you want to go up to the top levels of Olympic sports, guess what? Olympic sports already have fair standards that we've been using for 10 years and nobody cares about. So it's just the sports thing is a non-issue. It's mostly invented to create
Well,
a what
but
if.
that's-
Well, Demon Mama, I take the opposite position. I think all players should have their shins cut off until they're all 5'6". Okay, that's the only way we can ensure fair competition. All right.
So my
Well,
problem.
this is always my response when people say trans women on average are taller, right? So my immediate response is, okay, if a cis woman is 6'3", should they not be able to compete? And obviously they'll say, "Oh yeah, they should." And I go, "Okay, why?" Well, they're female, right? They're a woman. Okay, but like you listed that trait as the reason, right? Just being a sex, right? Isn't like a trait in and of itself that should be disqualifying. It's
Isn't there
what comes
literally
about because of being that sex, right? So if you wouldn't disqualify like a cis person for that trait, the only reason you're disqualifying this trans person for that trait is because you just don't recognize them as the gender.
So that's
It's
close.
just
So that's
transphobia.
closer to what I actually was trying to discuss. Because the confusion is because of myself. Because I said trans in sports, right? But what I was actually trying to address was Joe. And talking about like these groups, right? Like these normative groups, and whether they mean anything. And so like if we put the trans issue aside for just a second, like if it was just cis men and cis women, right? Like we would sort these people out for a certain reason. Now, according to Red Charlotte, right? I think she makes a really good point. Like, okay, well, there could be tall cis women, right? That they can be cis women with more testosterone, like we saw with that one athlete, right? And so that could be a reason why we'd still not to abolish these gender divides in terms of sports. Maybe just do it on another axis, right? But yeah, that's what I was trying to refer to. But Joe, you want to say something? Then
Yeah.
we'll go to Jack.
I was just going to say, I think, well, I'm not a gender abolitionist, but I think it's useful as an exercise in that if we didn't have gender, how would we sort sport? It might still be based on physical characteristics. It might be based on grouping people in a physical way, but that wouldn't necessarily align with gender. Who knows how it would be based? I was a competitive martial artist for 13 years. I fought boys. We fought in weight classes. So that was never, it was, and that's a combat sport. It was never like, oh, boys are stronger, so don't let them fight the girls. It was never like that. So I think it's interesting just forcing yourself to imagine alternatives. I think when it comes to sex as a useful category, just quickly again, I, as a researcher, create categories all the time. But their use is only within the framework of my research and other researchers working on similar topics. It doesn't need to be socially everywhere for everyone to use as a phrase. And that's my thing with sex. I think sex is useful in terms of medical research and creating a ground for medical diagnosis when you're first looking at someone who's coming to you with symptoms of something. You still need to go much further because gender is so broad. Every human being doesn't fit into two sexes. See, I use them interchangeably. They don't mean anything different to me. But like you go to the doctor and like you present as a female, but that gives them a clue what might be happening. They still need to look at your hormone levels. They still need to look at all types of things to determine what might be wrong with you. So I think it is useful to an extent within a specialized area. But for me, I'm not a gender abolitionist because I don't believe, I think within a judicial system, you shouldn't get rid of people's ability to be represented. But I think that gender should completely become an area of play, and that no one should take it seriously, and that you do what you want. You do what you want and you feel it, and it's useful when it's useful, but you try and take all the meaning out of it by playing with it. Because at the moment, so much meaning is put on it.
Are you
so much.
an aspiring gender abolitionist? Like, if we reached a certain point in society, then it would be useful. Like, if we got rid of.
There need to be a non-judicial society, and I don't think that's going to happen.
So, but you don't. Okay, so you don't think that's even a possibility? Okay, all right.
And also, just like a non-academic point, like, look at me. I'm someone who has a lot of fun with gender. I like the concepts. I don't think that they should, in any way, dictate what I do with my life, or how smart I'm considered, or what I'm expected to do, or anything like that. But I like being able to play with femininity, and that's what I associate with gender. And I like being able to play with masculinity too. I think just because something isn't being used correctly now doesn't mean that you need to blow it out of the water. Like, it can.
Well, I mean, I think that's a massive straw man of the abolitionist position.
Jack.
But all right.
No, Jack.
Oh yeah, I know and I have like technical reasons, and as I said, that's not my academic reason. That's just like a fun reason that I enjoy gender, and I think there can be some positives in it.
Jack?
I'm here to blow up your gender.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I can't wait for the gender wars. I'm always prepping. The thing about with like because again, conservatives focus on predominantly like teenagers when it comes to like high school sports. That's why we have this rash of bills going around, and like, I don't know. I feel like it just would be a total non-issue at every single level if we just got trans kids the treatment that they need to be healthy and happy. Like, I feel like generally it's a pretty big non-issue. The only part where I feel like we run into a lot of problems in a gendered society is when we're trying to talk about non-binary people. And to Joe's point, I would love a society where we have a different way of classifying sporting events other than gender or sex. I think that's a weird way for us to differentiate sporting events. Let's figure out a different, better way. Okay.
Pretty unfair too. Like, I think there are fairer standards by which you could measure athletic performance, and also something, there's a couple of things I want to touch on here. But first off, with the sports thing, like, people seriously. So first of all, the reason why it's always fixated on teens is because teens are an easy target. They're the kids you can make panic about it. That's why.
Think about the
And they
children.
can't vote.
Yeah, it's already, like, again, like I said, high school sports are already ridiculously unfair and completely like in so many ridiculous ways. So it's nothing about that. It's just that children can't defend themselves easily. They're easily manipulatable, and like always, right wingers love to take advantage of people who they can exploit. Because
No,
it's
but
part of
there's
their
that one
world.
argument that people keep pushing now is that, oh, you're taking scholarship opportunities away
And
from
revise
from
the way that the
girls or
scholarship,
whatever.
yeah, like, it's okay, just make a fairer scholarship
Get
then. Jesus
good. I
fucking
don't.
Christ. Like, but yeah, it is ridiculous. And like, so that part is, but I want to point out that, like, people make this big stink about sports. Sports are already fucking unfair. How many times have you heard like your relatives arguing, "Oh, it's just because it was raining. It's not fair. They went to a different environment. Oh, the air was too cold and the balls got too small and they were shriveling on the football and the pigskin and like, it's so stupid. Everybody comes up with a reason why everything's unfair. It is unfair. You could get a snowstorm in the middle of your game, in the middle of a fucking championship game, and they're not going to cancel it if it's football. They might for baseball, because they cancel for anything in baseball. But
Sports are unfair.
whatever.
Competition is unfair.
It's just admit it. It's like, it's not always fair, and you have to overcome the unfair random things. It's just like fucking playing cards. But sorry, the one last thing I wanted to touch on here is like, with regard, I want to represent the gender abolitionist position a little bit. No offense, but that was like super. That was like almost.
Please do, because I didn't represent it at
level,
all.
like, the gender abolitionists are coming to blow up your femininity. No, the point of gender abolitionism is not to literally get rid of gender. It's the idea that it shouldn't be something that is politically or societally particularly important. If somebody wants to identify with a woman, fine. If they want to be super feminine and do that shit, that's awesome. It's about moving gender to a position of expression and not a position of political dominance, which is what it is currently in our society. Very much so.
Yeah. And when I was pushing back against that, it really, I knew the second that I started saying it that I was not being good faith in terms of how it's being presented in this conversation, because I was talking very specifically about metaphysical arguments that happen within academia about gender abolition, not the general sort of political movements. But once I started speaking, I was like, it is too late. It's coming out. Yeah.
I didn't mean to. So
Can I just say one
please.
thing, Prime, on the thing about the trans men are taking young girls scholarships? I think it's bad faith argument. You just rejected it face, right? Because the presumption, the foundational presumption in that is that they are transitioning simply to get a scholarship. And that's just not the case. People would never do that, change their entire lives just to get a scholarship. So I would reject that argument at face and call people out for being like transphobic.
You mean
because it
trans
is a
women are
political-
taking cis women's?
Joe, are you saying I didn't transition solely so I could see what's going on in the women's bathroom?
Yeah, I find that so weird. I'm surprised.
It's not
This is new
actually all that
information.
interesting. Ben and women's bath is actually not really interesting at all.
Sometimes there are chairs in there.
Well,
That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
actually, yeah, you guys do get like couches and shit, like, which really fucking annoys. All right, anyway, sorry. Actually, but then again, if it was, I guess if there was a couch within a men's bathroom, I would not actually sit on it. So there's that. But
Yeah, no, don't.
but sorry, did you want to say something about Charlotte? Because I feel like I kind of like shrunk this debate.
Oh,
And I didn't mean to
I'm
do that.
good. Stephen Bennell II, I see you. I know you're watching. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, is he? Okay. Yeah. So anyway, thank you. I didn't want to shrink this because I felt like I did when I brought in the sports debate. But like I thought like what Alice had been bringing in, she had bring up a lot of things, right? Like, and Joe was kind enough to like write some of her arguments down. So hopefully we can maybe tackle them and maybe make some progress. Unfortunately, Alice isn't here, but maybe we can still do something here. Like what exactly makes someone transgender, right? And what is it different from a woman who like we said before, like doesn't have is a cis woman who deviates from like from the average, from the norm, right? Like what makes someone actually transgender? Is that different from like a cis woman who has like a lot of testosterone or whatever? Like what's the actual difference there?
Oh, I mean, well, if DGG is watching, they might get mad, and they probably already know my take on this. But hello, everyone. Hello, my vicious enemies. No, but
They're all the way back when Alice was in here, so they're not.
Oh, they're catching
They're
up.
not
I
live.
see.
So.
I see. Well, it's all good. They'll get it when they get here. No, I on this particular thing, I tend to take a pretty simple path. I think that a trans person is just somebody who identifies differently than the, gender they were assigned at birth. And that's because we assign genders at birth, which is kind of ridiculous in my opinion. We should probably stop doing that. And it might mean that in the future being trans will have a different meaning, or maybe not be a relevant term. And I would be okay with that. I would be okay if in the future there isn't like a trans community, because everyone is free to express themselves, that we don't need to have like a separate thing. There's always these like cultural elements that I love about being trans. And there's things I don't like as well. There's a lot of like pains and suffering. Those things are still going to exist. They just don't have to be codified in the same way, because the way that it's codified right now can be pretty harmful. But the way that I look at it right now is I just think trans people are people who identify differently than the gender than that they were assigned at birth. And I tend to think this is a pretty good model. Obviously, there are some certain types of conversations where perhaps that envisioning doesn't work entirely. I think some people tend to get up in arms about like, oh, is somebody trans before they knew they were trans? To me, that is a very masturbatory question. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't matter whether they were or they weren't. What matters is that they are now. There were certainly things that were gender deviances that I, took as hints that, hey, maybe transition is the right choice for me. But those might not be the case for other people. And if that's the case, that's fine. I don't see that being like invalidating or anything like that.
Let's go to Jack and then Metrelli.
Okay. So the only what makes somebody trans, like, yeah, I think that we get fitted into, depending on like our obvious characteristics at birth, we get fitted into the social construct of sex, and then as we grow older, people like you kind of like learn about your gender, how you identify, what you gravitate towards, and you decide that you want to be, you know, what you want to be. And most people are comfortable with what they were assigned at birth, and so they just stick with that. Um, and I think that the people who are uncomfortable with what they were assigned, they're trans folks. And to Demon Mama's point, I think it would be totally cool if we lived in a society where, you know, uh, transgender people were just like, yo, I'm not comfortable with my body, so I'm just getting some medical treatment for that. And everyone was like, cool, awesome, that's great. And then you just get medical treatment for that, and it's a non-issue. I would like that a lot. Um,
Okay.
so
Retro, do you still want to go or not?
No, I was just saying hi to Alice.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, sure. Okay.
Hi.
Alice, thanks for rejoining us. Is there something you wanted to say? Yeah.
Sorry for the rage quit. No, not really past that. I'm not in a mood to fight, so I'm gonna, not fight. So happy to talk on what makes someone trans, but I can't talk to what makes other people trans, just why I,
Okay, sure.
transition.
Well, what do you think would makes someone trans?
I have no idea what makes other people trans
So,
other than they say they
yourself,
are.
yeah.
But for me, it was primarily the drive was gender dysphoria. Primarily mine is focused on sexual characteristics. I would have rejected the gendered things expectations regardless. Sexual characteristics are why I took hormones and things like that. And I don't really identify all that well with woman. I don't identify all that well with man because I don't think either of them are very helpful for me. So I get ascribed trans woman. I get ascribed woman in society, so I kind of accept it most of the time because it's easier.
Okay.
Yeah. To comment again on the sort of idea of a post-trans future. Oh shit, that's going to be clipped out of context. But no, a future where we don't really need a term like trans. Like, I mean, I don't know. I think it would be pretty fucking pog if like I had never been forced into it, and I was, pretty traumatically forced into a lot of roles when I was younger, which resulted in a conclusion that I am this thing that we call trans. But I mean, if I had lived my life, it's very likely that I still would have had dysphoria based on, hormones. But again, I think it was Jack who said, like, it could just be a medical issue. Like, hey, this is like an issue I'm struggling with. Can we, can I please have a different puberty, which was actually a huge thing for me, by the way, in my personal experience. And that was literally didn't even have the words to describe what it was. So I existed in a world kind of like this, but one that had things pressed on me. I didn't know. I grew up super, super Christian, so I didn't have any idea of what trans was, but I have distinct years of memories of like learning about puberty and going, I want that one. What I hope I don't get this one. I want that one. And I don't know why that is. Maybe there will never be an answer as to what that is. I don't know that we even know enough about like consciousness to figure out exactly why these things happen. All I know is that it was a part of it and I wanted that thing and it stuck with me for all my life until I finally made the change and now it's gone. So, hey, there we go. I would love a world where people can just do that and not be judged, where I mean, even God, like again, this even goes to like cis people when I talk about gender, like presumably cis people or people who are comfortable identifying as cis, but nonetheless feel restricted in their expression. Maybe they don't want to go as far as I do. Maybe they don't want HRT or anything like that. Maybe they, whatever. But there are a lot of people who are restricted by our current understanding of gender, by the way that we approach gender and gender expression. I know a lot of people who are comfortable identifying as cis men who would really love to wear very different clothing than they currently wear, but they're terrified of it. And I mean that, terrified. And I feel like that's a grim state of affairs. And I would like us to move, towards a world that maybe we don't even need to have terms like this anymore. Maybe people can just express freely and we don't need to have an idea of trans because everybody will you know, everybody will express their gender as they see fit on any day, you know?
So,
The funniest,
Um,
I just want to say the funniest thing is, DemonMama, you and I think you're a gender abolitionist, sounds like. So am I. We have the same position
You
on
guys
a
should
lot of
both
these
be
things.
disagreeing with me. You should be teaming up and disagreeing with me, not fighting with each other.
Don't
I don't
worry,
know.
I'm coming for that gender. I'm gonna bomb it into high heavens.
Yeah, fuck
I think
you.
I think a lot of gender abolitionists aren't under the impression that we're going to achieve like the elimination of gender in like the next generation or even 2 or 3. Like it's something where like we're probably going to be like weird cyborg robot people around the time we eliminate gender.
Oh, well, I would hope that by the time we start getting into transhumanism, we will at least have figured out gender because, oh my God, transhumanism is going to bring a lot more questions, right?
Yeah, just when
Yeah.
you can be like a giant mechanical spider with like 5 dildos for legs, look, it's gonna be weird, okay? Um, but
True.
so yeah, for me, like like how I, I think maybe that is a better way to talk about being trans is like like diving into our anecdotal experiences. But like my story is very similar to yours, Demon Mama. Like I grew up very Christian and like literally didn't know the words for transgender until I was in college. And the only exposure I'd had to trans people was from like daytime TV. So if maybe some of you out there are familiar with daytime TV and like trans representation on it, but basically trans representation in media was on daytime television is basically Jerry Springer, where like cross dressers and trans people are just kind of combined into the same thing and laughed at as they beat each other up over some cheating man. Or you have Maori, who would occasionally do shows where like, and this is real. This is real. It sounds weird and not true, but it's real. They would have entire episodes where basically they would just get a bunch of models to come on the show and model different outfits. But like half of them would be trans, and the audience would try and guess who was trans and who was cis. Um, and so growing up, like I felt a lot of like feelings like, oh man, I'm having a beard come in. I don't know why, but this is making me sob uncontrollably for like 3 days. Or like, oh man, I'd really like to wear a dress, but I know that that's a girl thing and I'm a boy. I guess I can't do that, but I do it anyway. I have this weird compulsion to do it and I can't explain why. I don't have the vocabulary to explain to you why I want to do these things. And then I got into college and like started realizing, oh, trans people can just be like normal people. That's pretty cool, I guess. But I mean, like, I'm not one of them. Like, I watched, I've seen those Maury shows. I'm not like that. And then, like, I like realized that hey, I have all this stuff I've been stuffing down into a box for the past decade. I guess I'll start taking that out, see what's out there. And then I basically realized in like 2016, oh shit, oh fuck, oh no. A lot of trans people, when they realize that they're trans, will literally do anything and everything possible to avoid having to be trans. That was me. That was me. I was just like, well, I'm not trans. This is just a weird fetish and I can just never tell anybody about it. Or okay, maybe it's not a fetish, but maybe I'm gender fluid and I can just take this secret to my grave. And then I remember this very clearly. A very close friend of mine committed suicide in 2018, and I was named in his suicide note. And essentially, a lot of the reasons that drove him to suicide resonated with me because I had this huge thing in my life that I wasn't talking about with anybody. And if I kept holding that inside, I was going to be going the same way. And so, literally, it was the realization that if I didn't transition, I was going to die. That made me transition. And I think that what a lot of trans people get to in our society because we intuitively understand, even from a very young age, how rough it is for trans people.
Um. Okay. So, oh, thank you for sharing those really powerful stories. Thank you so much. I wanted to expand on. But go ahead, Joe. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think like the real benefit in these stories as well is that like words do things, right? So the reason you have language is because you want to do something with it. And I think in this case, the what it is to be trans is to have that sort of some sort of shared experience or some sort of shared need for advocacy and representation under a judicial system. So, like, it doesn't need to be something that's concrete or here forever. It doesn't need to force any behaviors onto people who identify as trans, but it is necessary and useful to give people the language to talk about their experiences and to be able to advocate for change in relation to their experiences because of the fact that they are trans.
Go ahead, DemonMama.
Yeah, and on that idea, like I this is why I generally support the broadening of this language and allowing people to explore these concepts without judgment. I think that there are I and this is totally, I mean, I'm sure there's some, you know, data-based evidence on this, but a lot of this is just my own reading of personal life and my experiences. But I believe there are probably quite a lot of people who have similar but perhaps less intense feelings to ones like myself and Jack have had in our lives, who would be better, happier, more mentally well people if our society didn't make uh the pain of gender expression so ridiculous. Like mine was enough that it pushed me to go over all of the, and I've been through a lot, and a lot of people have been. But I bet there's a lot of people where if that bar was lower, they would make the moves. They would take those things and they would live a happier life for it. They would live a more true life for it. And I hope we can get to that. My concern with the and I do realize, I do agree with you, by the way, that it's important for us to be able to have these terms to talk about it, but I think there are even better terms than the ones that we're using now. And that's why I tend to be pretty open to people coming up with new terminology, even if some of them I think are kind of a miss. You know, I think some of the people have, you know, the memed flags, a million different flags for 1,000 different sexualities or whatever. I think some of them probably aren't super helpful for a lot of people, but in there are probably terminology or ways of conceptualizing these things that will revolutionize how people interact with these things. And I will say that though we have a long way to go, my experiences remembering the internet 10 years ago versus the internet now is that the average person that you encounter on the internet, there's still a lot of transphobia, but there's a whole lot less than there used to be. And people actually, like, I can't believe that it's relatively, and I'm not trying to like say we're doing real good. We got a lot fucking longer to go. So don't get any ideas. Don't get comfy. But the fact that there's like that it's normalized on Twitch panels to go on and like put your pronouns in your whereby descriptor, like, what the fuck? That literally would never have happened 10 years ago. Not anywhere. There wouldn't have been a single place that did that. And it's happening. It's not everywhere, but it's happening. So I think that these sort of like concepts can be super, super rapidly valuable to a lot of people, and people will resonate with them and they will be adopted simply because it helps those people who may have previously thought, oh, well, I'm either cis or I'm trans. Well, maybe we have different terms in the future that will be, oh, I'm this thing. Wow, cool. Now I'm open to all these ideas and blah, blah, blah.
Yes, in the future, we're all gonna have our bionic eyes, and we'll have our tags, right? And everyone in their like visual like thing, they'll see everyone's pronouns, right? So it can be thousands of pronouns in society. You won't have to remember them all because it's gonna be right in front of you.
Oh gosh, save us those little awkward interactions. That would be lovely.
So, on what you were just saying, DemonMama, right? You were saying that like we can come up with the new categories, right? Even those categories aren't so helpful. But like so we currently have categories, right? And those are like socially constructed, right? And those tend to be bad words, right? Socially constructed. Why is that a bad thing that something is socially constructed? Like, what does that actually mean? And like, can it be possible that we could socially construct something worse, right? So we can try to rearrange our categories here, right? Because humans like to categorize things. So we can try to rearrange them and then still.
We have to categorize things.
We don't have to, but we do.
Yes, we do. Yes. We do. We have to categorize things.
I do think I do agree in general, yeah.
Yeah.
But like I think that as a product of language, I do tend to agree. But I'm not a super big brain linguist or anything like that. I'm just a dumb shit who's lived for a while.
Joe,
guys, you're smart. Can you all please stop saying you're not intelligent?
I know I'm smart, but
no.
but but
I'm
listen,
a fucking
I'm a
genius
different
here.
type of smart. I'm like a
Look,
smart
I'm the
straight rat or something.
Look, Joe, if I'm
biggest
so
brain.
smart, you should just give me your PhD. Okay?
So yeah,
and,
sign it over.
and
That's how
then
it
you would
works.
prove you were
Ask
smarter
about-
because then you didn't bother to do any of the work, but you got the reward any which way. So there you go. That's the play.
Exactly,
But-
exactly.
Well,
But
To answer the question
Sure.
that you had asked about these things, I don't think like I think that the like hatred and fear of socially constructed things is largely a sort well, I mean, I think it's a product of like here in America, especially American just antisocial tendencies. We don't value other people. Like in America, a lot of people are just kind of like yeah, hell is other people, and they have a very misanthropic view, a very highly individualistic view. I don't think there's anything wrong with socially constructed things. All things are in the end, at the end of the day, socially constructed. We only can use language and our observations to understand the world, and that's okay. That doesn't mean that everything is meaningless. That like obviously there is value in having definitions and categories of varying levels of strictness, but we should be careful about what types of categories we use strictly and which types of categories we don't use strictly. For example, it's probably very good for us to have extremely stringent standards for what pure water is, right? We don't want to drink poison. So it's really useful for us to have a really, really strict definition of what pure water is so that it doesn't kill us. But it's not really super important for us to have a super, super stringent, highly rigid definition of what gender is or what a woman is. Those things are not very helpful. And in fact, they can make life worse for a lot of people. So that's the thing. I just think we need to be more like we need to understand like that there are different types of social constructs that have different purposes. And I think part of that is just a matter of people becoming, a little bit more literate about how language is used, a little bit more informed about the world around them, meeting people that are different than them. I think that will, have a lot of positive value, I would hope.
Okay, so I want to go to Joe because I disagree with some of what DemonMama said here, right? And it pains me to do that, DemonMama. I let you know that. But I do disagree with.
You're right. It's gonna pain you.
Okay, I'll go to
The gender
Joe.
wars are coming.
I'll go to Joe first, and then maybe if Joe doesn't address what I was thinking of, then I'll state my. I think. Go ahead, Joe.
Keep shopping. Oh, I thought you were going to ask me. Okay. No. So I agree on some bits. Mostly I agree. I think people, okay, I don't know how to give you my answer. I just know how to give you a answer. So an answer to the question about why we hate socially constructed as a term. I think people love the idea of truth and this idea of being able to ground things in the objective. And so the idea of something not being objectively true and observable and graspable is very frightening to people. And they somehow, so Nietzsche talks about this in genealogy, not in genealogy, in Good and Evil, I don't remember its full name. And he talks about how things that are viewed as like true are viewed as morally good or morally superior. And I think that is still true of today. Things that are viewed, he actually says it in a really sexist way. He says, what if the truth is a woman? And he's implying that women are irrational and hard to observe and lie. And so he's saying like, what if the truth isn't this like firm thing that you believe it is? What if it's actually more like a woman and it's about like appearance and superficiality and that sort of thing? Like, what does that mean for the world? And so I think this is why we hate socially constructed things. We're afraid of the world just being appearance. We're afraid of things not having any concrete meaning. And this relates back to this language of production and this idea that everything has to have an end result. So this is a postmodern answer to your question about why we hate socially constructed things. We view them as morally inferior because they're not objectively true. And then in regards to like how we use language, that's the only thing I would disagree with. And I think this is just a preference thing. Like for me, it's about using language less literally. It's about viewing the power of language to have fun and to use words in like clever ways that give them a multiplicity of meanings, which destabilizes the ground on which we actually understand things and forces us to be more curious and investigate the stimuli that we're looking at independently. Because you can't get away from categorization. Our brain needs it to function. We have a cognitive economy. We cannot look at every single individual thing and take it at face value. That's not how our brains work. But what you can do is after someone categorizes you, you can play with that concept in a way that makes them, that demands attention and demands investigation and demands a further, more independent and like more direct inquiry.
That aren't thought terminating, right? That basically like
We don't.
spurred.
The only thing we're not terminating. No terminating gender. No terminating anything. No termination.
Exactly.
Well, hopefully we could terminate things like genocide, right?
Yeah.
I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I mean, obviously, but no. Okay. No, I just wanted to say though, I think you could probably, we can probably find agreement, Joe, on the idea that like, there are like, we can categorize categorizations, and I think that there are categories that are valuable to be strict, right? Like again, like I said with the pure water thing, chemistry, it's actually pretty good for us to have certain relatively strict definitions in certain circumstances, not always, not universally, but there are certain things where it's very helpful for us to be able to have rigid definitions, but there are other things which are not that case, right? um like I don't know that it would be useful for us to have um like I don't know, oxygen uh have like 15 different meanings in a scientific circumstance. It would probably be better to have different words for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, but or even different categories for that sort of thing. But there are definitely circumstances where I would agree with you. I think that for highly multifaceted or um uh abstract concepts, it's really good for us to have multiple ways of describing things, like super valuable, because it allows us to understand different pieces of a truth that might be too hard to digest in one single word or one single phrase.
So like I mostly agree with the like why people are like with what you said about why people are afraid of the concept of social constructs, right? But also like I think a big part of it is people don't understand like they sort of misunderstand what a social construct even is, because what they think in their head is if you say something, if you declare that something is a social construct, yeah, you're declaring it is not real, right? But like that's like nobody who calls things social constructs are saying that this thing doesn't exist and doesn't interact with social life and daily life and reality, right? But like every time I've explained this to someone, like normal people, not Discord people, right? They're like, "Oh, okay, like that makes sense," right? Like when you say social construct, it's like, oh, it's not like a chair exists, right? But like the concept of a chair doesn't exist in nature, right? But chairs still exist, right? And like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So like, because they feel extremely invalidated when you say like something they believe in is like, they essentially just hear that you're calling it fake and dumb, right?
So
Which like isn't really
go
true.
ahead.
Well,
No, sorry. Please go ahead, Jack.
So I was just gonna say, like, to Joe's point too. I think a lot of people get scared that the universe and the world is really really big and could possibly be like more or less than it appears. They want to be able to understand something quickly, intuitively, and I think that the reality of our situation as beings that exist in this universe is far more complicated than that. Like even just looking at like the chair example Charlotte just gave, like you look at a chair, you're like, okay, this is fairly straightforward. You start getting down to, but how does it work? And then you start learning, oh, well, it takes it exerts gravity, it exerts like a pull on the universe. You start breaking it down. Oh, it's made out of different chemicals and substances and structures. And then you break it down even further. You're like, oh, molecules, cool. Atoms, what are those? Okay. You keep breaking it down and breaking it down. And then you're like, wait a minute, like 90%, 99% of this chair like just is empty space. What the fuck? Like you start breaking it down until it's both useless and scary. And I think that there is possibly like that when you can apply that to social constructs too. It gets real scary when you start breaking down an entire social construct with nothing that allows you to understand it in a larger way, and a lot of it is fabricated, which makes it weird when you have been raised up in a society that tells you that it is fixed and solid and real.
Yeah. So I think Jack because it's as probably I'm guessing it's me and how I phrased it, which like I feel like my question wasn't quite answered in the way I was looking, because what Jack is alluding to is that like there was a large portion of society who loves these constructs, right? Like who accept these constructs, right? Like you can tell them it's socially created, right? Like our ideas of gender or ideas of race, right? But they have a use for them, and they like being able to put people in these things, right? But on the left, specifically on the left, we have a fear, like the not even a fear, but like it's more that we have a mission of breaking these things down, right? The farther left you go, the more things you want to break down, right? So yes, some people are want to break down these concepts of gender. Some people want to break down concepts of race, right? Like and other things that I'm not thinking of right now. I'm sorry. But yeah, like in those spaces, we're trying to dismantle these things, right? But in the end, it's very possible that the best that we could do is actually recategorize things, like put people in different, maybe more fair categories. Okay, I'd love to hear from you, Joe. But maybe different, more fair categories. But like, because people have a need to do these things, a need to put people within some sort of bucket, right? Uh, like, isn't it possible that if we do begin to recategorize them, right? If we do create something that's more equitable, then can we just repeat the mistakes of the past? Go ahead, Joe. You really want to turn my head off. Go ahead.
No, I don't. I need to work on being less expressive.
No, it's fine.
No, my issue is that I don't even know what my issue is. I think that you're all language theorists now. I think the whole world is made up of language, and ultimately, you could argue that everything is socially constructed. Now, to be fucking annoying and just focus on what I know, right? Wittgenstein talks about the difference between like knowledge and certainty. And certainty are things that you found your like they create the foundation for your entire worldview. So when you're trying to convince someone about to change their mind about something of which they're certain, it's very different to changing their mind about something of which they have knowledge of. Because with knowledge, you can win with argument. You can persuade them with facts and compelling argumentation. With certainty, it looks more like religious conversion. So when you're telling someone that everything in their world that they believe is true is like socially constructed, which they take to mean like we're all sitting around going, I wonder what we should say this is. What you're actually saying is like over time, using language, we've created definition and meaning and an understanding of how we use these terms in context. That's all that socially constructed means. But you're going to have a hard time convincing people that everything is socially constructed, because that is a huge change of worldview for most people. And I don't like the mixing of categories. I don't understand. I don't know why you wouldn't sort people into different categories. You would change concepts. It's a bit of a chicken and an egg. It's unclear whether categories come before concepts or concepts come before categories. But you wouldn't just expand the category. Categories already have fuzzy edges. You would need to ameliorate.
What are your definitions of categories?
Conceptual engineering, which is actually very bad.
Could you what are your definitions of categories and concepts? Then maybe, yeah.
Category is a group of people with that are viewed to share some sort of characteristics, and a concept are the grammar and rules we put around that concept, how they act in context, how we're allowed to use the word. So if you asked me how I was feeling and I said I'm feeling computer, you would be a bit confused at first because there are unspoken rules about how I can use that sort of language. And so, like, for instance, with pronouns, when people were first adjusting to pronouns, even in academic work, when her started being used as like a default, people would react very strongly and emotionally to it because they registered it as nonsense, not as wrong, just as nonsense. It didn't make sense. It didn't follow the grammatical rules about how we use language in that context.
Okay. Sure. Did you have your hand up, Alice? I want to make sure I didn't skip you.
Yeah, Joe kind of covered what I was going to say. I was just like, this is what my original argument was, like that we have something now, we need to change it. We need to acknowledge what we have now and how to change it, rather than say just prescribe something different without acknowledging what we have now.
And conceptual engineering is a totally different bag of like shit that you do not want to get into. Yeah.
Demon?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel like there's a couple of potential different conversations that are happening. I don't really agree with the idea that the left is all about like deconstructing things. I think that deconstruction is sometimes a necessary part of building something better. There are probably certain structures that will have to be deconstructed in order for us to make any progress. But I think there's a lot that will just simply continue to grow, that have already, we are in the fledgling stages of those I don't know if concepts are the right word. Maybe maybe I'm stepping on a linguistic thingamajigger, but
Landmine.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe some nerd shit. I don't know. Fuck it. But there are political ideas, there are categorizations, there are these things that we take for granted now, that we make assumptions about the way that we categorize people. I personally, when it comes to politics, I think we should be much less rigid with the way that we categorize people, because I think that our desire to categorize people rigidly often comes out of a desire to be able to dominate and exert supremacy over them. So I tend to think that we should recognize that like humans aren't as like clean as we like to think that they are. That like our categorizations are likely very flawed. For example, race. For example, gender. For example, yeah, hell, even sex. All these things we've talked about. I think we should be open to reforming these pretty significantly if it's going to provide us a lot of value. And I tend to think that it would in most of these cases. But I do think there are some categorizations that will always exist. But I mean, surely we can acknowledge there are better ways of categorizing things. I mean, we've done this in. I mean, God, there's thousands of times. How long did we exist in a world where the best way to find out how way to contact somebody was to look them up in a giant wasteful yellow book that would be delivered to you every month, and you would have to search. And now we just are like, fuck, what's my friend's phone number? Swip swip swip. Okay, cool, we got a new way of categorizing this, and it's got everybody's stuff. It's their name card instead of a phone book. There's all kinds of different changes that we make to the ways that we categorize it and organize our lives, and we should embrace that.
Okay. So since we have two gender abolitionists, is there anything you want to say to Joe or anyone else? The other two of you are.
Unbelievable.
No, I mean you're here, right? Is now
always trying to get me to fight.
Yes, all the time, every day, yes. But if there's something you
blood
want to
sports panel.
Go on.
I mean, I have a question. So, Joe, do you when you think gender abolition, do you think that we're going to stop you from dressing how you are now? Like, do we think that you're going to stop?
No,
Like, okay. So I guess I don't understand.
No.
What's your main contention?
My contention generally with gender abolition is exactly what the problem for a majority of this panel has been, is that gender abolitionists are doing without knowing, which is fine in most cases, particularly in terms of advocacy. But in terms of if you're trying to abolish a concept, but you can't tell me what that concept is, the arguments for gender abolition are all rooted, like in terms of academically, are rooted in extremely different definitions of what a woman is or what gender is. And I'm talking specifically, like a lot of my work is feminist work, so I look more at gender abolition through the lens of abolishing the concept of woman. But if you have a completely different idea of what gender is, and you're all trying to abolish, like, what are you trying to abolish? You're asking me, do I think it's about abolishing femininity? No, but I've read 6 or 7 or 8 postmodern accounts of what gender is and why we should abolish it. So tell me what you would like to abolish.
So can I tell you that I'm gonna go for what Firestone does? You know, can I go for?
Tell me.
No, I'm saying, can I
then.
pick a feminist thinker? Does picking some sort of common point help you when I say that I want to?
I mean, it would help me if I necessarily agree with that conceptualization of gender. And I think if you're mounting an entire movement and you're trying to abolish this key concept, which is used within a juridical system to gain representation, then that better be a conceptualization that most people agree with. Because
Right.
if you abolish something based on one concept, but the rest of the world has a different conceptualization of gender, then what are you actually doing?
Well, right
Right.
now they have an incoherent conceptualization and they don't even know what they're talking about. And we write these laws that are nonsensical. It's
Correct.
horrible. I think I'm just going to change I'm just going to change the terminology I use now to make it more badass. I'm not going to be a gender abolitionist anymore. I'm going to be a gender ascensionist. There you go. That's my new term. I'm coining it right now, and that's TM. You owe me 25 cents if you ever use it, because it's going to be badass. I tell you, this is the movement that's taking the world by storm. And what I mean is that we need to fucking move beyond this shit ass definition of gender that we have right now. And I think that there is a better model, which is that we acknowledge.
But what is that definition, DemonMama?
Wait, what is the
You say we have a
definition that we
shit
use
ass
right now?
definition. What is the definition you're talking about?
It is it's an incoherent, literally
Yes, that is
impossible
the
to.
description
Yeah.
of the definition, but what is the definition?
Wait, what is the definition? There isn't a single one. We have a hodgepodge,
Okay, so then
and
what
the
are you trying to
hodgepodge
abolish?
is the definition.
What-
I'm trying
what-
to.
what-
What are you
I'm
trying
trying
to
to
abolish?
abolish the hodgepodge.
What definition are you using?
What definition do
Well, I
I
don't-
use? I mean, if I was
me,
to write out like a formal, like philosophy, I mean, I'm not a formalist, like do formal logic bullshit. But the process that I've used, the document that I have, is that gender is a form of identification. Identification can be self-determined, and
So
yeah,
quick question. So before we do this, just random. It looks like Destiny wants to join this, right? And I said this is not like an all trans thing. So, but I'm gonna ask the panel. If you don't want that to happen, that's okay.
bring him in.
I will say no.
Destiny is an agender legend, all right?
I will say
I'm
no.
okay.
You're okay, Alice. Everyone has to be okay. I don't want.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe.
Bring in the killer of gender.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then let's bring him in. Okay, but you can respond to anything you want, Joe, as to what was just said.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I definitely understand that as your personal working definition of gender. I think there's a slight complication in that. What are you identifying as? Like, I understand that someone is, it's a bit of like because like I have heard this argument before and I've written it out, and it automatically becomes a tautology in that you can't identify as something without knowing what that thing is. If you make, I understand. Like, honestly,
Oh,
I went
I would
around
encourage
and
you.
around and around with this.
Listen, trust me. I promise you that. Oh, hi, Destiny. I promise you. With that context being perfect, yeah, I've gone around and around and around on this topic. In fact, I've been challenged by a number of people on this. I don't think that it's like any sort of like, well, other terms have been used. I even think I was wrong to identify it as a tautology. I think it's very possible linguistically. The statement that like, God, here we go. We're going to start it over again. But the idea that a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman is a perfectly valid definition. You can take it up with.
I completely understand it's a definition that might work for you, but in terms of
No,
like
it's not. It's not about. It's not about it working for me. It's not. It's not logically flawed. I've gone over this like 15 times.
So, Joe, take over while you're yelling at Demon. I'll be right back. I just need to go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
No,
Joe, I have a solution here. Okay, let's just embrace gender piracy. Okay, all of us, we can be gender pirates, sailing the wide seas of life together, doing whatever the fuck we want, and then it'll be fine. We'll just be pirates. It'll be cool. We can hang out. We can like walk gangplanks or whatever the fuck pirates do. It'll be a great time.
Yeah, no, I agree. All I'm saying is like, when you say you identify as a woman, what is a woman?
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's something that
Yeah,
you
a
identify
woman.
as.
Yeah, no.
is
A
what?
woman is a identifier. You are allowed to identify with many different identifiers, and what a woman means to you.
So a symbol.
What? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Symbol
It's
represents
simple.
a concept. So
Yeah, but the symbol represents a
concept
concept that changes constantly. That is inherently contextual.
That's true of all concepts, though.
Yes.
Okay.
You're getting to it.
Wait,
yes.
here I just have such a quick. I'm so curious about this topic. Do you think that anybody could identify as anything?
No, well, I mean, I think they probably could, but I don't think it would be very useful for them to do so. And I'm talking about building a useful definition.
Sure. So do we have a lot of people in society that identify as chairs?
Oh, here we go. This is the type of thing that I think is like, this is like literal trolling. A chair is an incredibly, first of all, we all know that the meme.
If you
about
want, I
chair
can just
is
walk you to the
incredibly-
end of like my line of
incredibly-
questioning.
no, I don't really.
Well, because if the question upsets you, I can just walk
I mean,
you.
if you if you ask me a question and then you are like, haha, it's gonna be my gotcha. Yeah. I mean,
Well, no,
go
no.
for it if you
I
really want.
literally
If you
just
didn't, if you
offered.
didn't, if it was just a,
wait.
if it was just a, like a hypothetical thing, you wanted to come in and be like, hey, you want me to answer that question for you, laddie?
DemonMama,
Okay, so
just
I
as
literally,
part
I'm
though.
offering to just go to the end of this like dialogue tree so that it doesn't feel like I'm
Sure,
trying
go
to set
for
up
it.
a
Yeah.
gotcha because I'm
Go
just
for it. Go
So
for
because
it.
my
Jump to
question
the
is
end of the dialogue tree for us.
okay, so my question would be is could anybody identify as a chair? Now, obviously, I think most people in here would say no, obviously not. And the reason why is because even if chair is just some arbitrary category or whatever, it represents some like underlying concept. Now, there are many different types of chairs. They are chairs of different colors. Some have 3 legs, some have 4 legs. But broadly speaking, we kind of sort of have this category of chair that we understand means a certain thing. And for a person to say, oh, well, I am a chair, like doesn't really make much sense. Like not every concept can just be anything. Otherwise, no concept would be anything, right? Like they have to have some sort of content within the concept for it to be meaningful. So it just seems weird to say that like anybody could just say, I am a woman. And then we pretend that like that concept is devoid of all meaning because it might have changed a little bit throughout history. Like for instance, the definition of an automobile or a car has changed throughout history, but that just because something changes isn't an argument that it doesn't exist or it doesn't mean anything.
But no,
Right.
but I never have made the argument that it doesn't exist or that it doesn't mean anything.
But that's
I just
exactly
think
what you said earlier. So
No, it
Joe asked a
isn't. What I-
question and you responded. You said, well, yeah, but this definition is fluid and it changes and it means a lot of different things. It's a hodgepodge
Yeah,
of things.
it's,
Like,
it's
yeah, it can be, but
particularly nuanced. If you look at the history of gender and the way that we use these words, again, like I said before at the beginning of this conversation, which I understand you may have missed, is that gender as it currently exists is an absolute hodgepodge that most people don't even know what it means.
so
And
the
what
problem
I
when you
think is,
say things,
no, what
when you
I think is, hold on, I was talking. I know excited, but what I think is that when we're talking about womanhood, that womanhood is incredibly difficult to try and define, and most definitions that you try to use for womanhood are not actually going to do a very good job at capturing all women. And
the
anyway,
problem,
we probably, I'm not done. I know I'm not done, but we probably shouldn't try to make some sort of rigid definition for woman because we recognize that it is not only highly contextual, it changes from country to country, it changes from time to time. This is much more than something like a chair, which is an object that we identify for the purpose of like sitting in or selling. Woman, we're not trying to identify. I mean, hopefully we've moved on past the idea of like selling, buying, and selling women. But we have this as this is a term that exists to help us identify and express ourselves. And therefore, I think that we should use a definition that allows people to self-identify that way. And that is very helpful, in my opinion. That is a very useful way. And it irons out a lot of the problems of other definitions that are highly exclusive.
how do you deal with the fact that if you say woman, 98% of people in the world instantaneously have a coherent concept of what that means?
I don't think they have a coherent concept. I don't think you have the evidence to claim that. You claim that. Lots of people claim that, but it's just a feeling. I would love to see you actually do that.
We can look at references to women in pop culture or media across a variety
and
of
guess
different...
what? They're going to vary. What people think of when they think of a woman is massive. And guess what? Some people will see someone who they think isn't a woman and might be a woman by a whole bunch of different standards.
Somebody sees somebody and they aren't a woman because they might get like a different like part of gender expression or a social cue incorrect doesn't necessarily invalidate the entire class, though.
How can you make that argument if you do not even know what you would define as a woman?
I mean, I can give you like broad definition. Or sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, this is once again the evaluative versus normative thing, right? So like the ability to evaluate whether or not someone is a woman is not the same as a normative concept of womanhood. But I think if you're saying, what you're saying there is that we don't need to know the concept of woman to be able to use it in pragmatic ways, but that's not aligned to your definition. So that's Linda Zarelli's argument of doing without knowing, which is gender nominalism. Gender doesn't represent anything concrete, but we can use it. But that is not saying that if you identify as a woman, that makes you a woman. That is saying that I act in collective with other women for particular juridical things.
We decide, which is, I mean, I assume that everyone came here not just to state things that are like vaguely true based on our understanding of the world, but that we are here to advocate for things. I advocate for a definition of womanhood that is much broader than our current one, because our current one is incoherent. Nobody knows really what they mean when they say that. They impress
so broadening
their own
it will
assumptions.
make it more coherent.
Yes. In this case, yes, absolutely. There are all kinds of things where broader definitions are more coherent. For
But
example,
given that it's a normative concept, it will always exclude. So how is broadening the understanding?
minute.
Are you broadening who is included in the category? Are you broadening, what are you broadening?
What? I'm sorry, I
What part
don't
of that
When
doesn't
are
make
you
sense?
broadening the definition?
What? No,
Are you
I'm sorry. I
broadening
don't
who's
understand what you're asking.
included,
Here,
or-
let me give you this. We largely agree as a society.
Wait,
that-
no, wait. Make her respond to that question. That was an
No,
important
I
question.
am trying to respond to the question. I think that
You just said you didn't understand it. Now you want to talk more.
No,
Have
I'm
Joe
trying
explain the
to.
question again.
I'm trying to. Okay, fine. Go
Just,
ahead.
are
Do you
you-
want
are
to
you
do what
broadening-
Destiny's asked you to do?
I didn't state it clearly, so it was actually my fault. Are you broadening the category that the concept is represented by? Are you broadening who falls under the concept, or are you broadening the definitions associated with the concept that help, like what associated rules exist with the concept? So who is included, or what rules are associated with the concept? What are you broadening?
I mean, I think that we should. That I'm aiming to change the way that we use the term woman. That's the way that I would describe
Okay,
it.
so the rules, yeah.
Yeah, the rules by which I don't think that we should in general use identifiers like, and I will state this again, and I think this is a perfectly coherent argument, and I don't really get why people get mad at this, but if they do, I'm more than happy to explain. We don't tell other people what their name is. Though we do have rules for what a name is, we do have rules for like things like legal name, for example, which can be useful in certain concepts and usually is much more strict than what we go for by name. However, we don't tell people what their name is. We don't tell people who they are or what they are in general. Now, there are some limitations, like, for example, we might have, for the sake of medicine, say, hey, you have celiac disease or something like that, and or you're celiac or whatever. But we usually don't do that. We usually we don't impress these things on other people. I think that the way that we use gender right now is largely not, it has no reference to the individual. And I think that's bad. Right. And I would argue that we should use a definition of gender that allows for people to self-define, and it will not only reduce all kinds of societal issues, but it also will help us to come to a deeper understanding of what gender even is in our society, of what we mean when we talk about gender. And so the definition that I advocate for gender is that gender should be seen as and treated as an identifier that can be self-declared and usually based on somebody's own internal calculus for why they come to that conclusion. And we don't have to tell them no, because there's no value in telling them no. Now, I would say
there's literally no value in this new thing you're creating. Like this might as well
there
just be called
absolutely is
like
value.
there is none. No. By definition, there is no value. If you're saying that
that's not true.
anybody, yes, it is true. You're saying that anybody can claim to have some internal feeling, and that feeling is unique to them. That means it doesn't mean anything. Like going by your definition, one of two things. Excuse me, can I please finish talking? So going by your definition, like two different things could happen. Either one, every single person on the planet could say, "Oh, I'm a woman." In which case your category is totally worthless. Like, well, what does it matter? Like, if everybody identifies as a woman, like nobody might as well be a woman.
That
Or
anyway,
two,
though.
excuse
People can
me,
do that
please
right
let me finish
now.
talking. I know that you're excited. Please let me finish talking. Or two, the secondary thing is, Prime, are you just going to let her cut me off? Like, that's incredibly rude. Okay. Or the second thing is everybody on the planet could identify as their own unique gender, in which case it's basically just become what I said earlier. It's like a fourth name. Like, I don't think the comparison to name is valid. A name isn't created to be like, the reason why the comparison works is because a name is created to literally be an individual identifier. It's supposed to identify an individual. Gender is a category that's supposed to encompass multiple individuals. They're two totally disanalogous things. You can shake your head as much as you want, but it's absolutely
No, because
true.
Okay.
no,
So
it's not true.
hold on a second. Are you Destiny? Are you done? Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm done.
Great. Fine. DemonMama respond, but we got to get some other people in after that.
Sure,
we got
that's fine.
I
have to hit
Alice,
the restroom for a second.
Alice, Jack, and Joe as well.
Okay, yeah. So when it comes to like, there are all kinds of, like, we actually already have this. We have people with many names, and names are longer or shorter depending on your culture. There are a lot of people named John Smith in America. It doesn't exactly do a super good job of identifying an individual, because guess what? It's contextual. Names are contextual. You have to know, oh, it's the John Smith that lives here. There's all kinds of extra information that you need. I think it's perfectly rational to treat gender as functionally a name. If you want to call it a fourth name, it's a name that talks about something different, that talks about your expression and your relationship to a whole bunch of different things that are so broad that we have a really hard time trying to boil that down. Now, is it possible that there's other terms that you could use, sure, we could maybe just invent a new term. But I think that the way that we use gender right now is not very particularly useful and causes a lot of harm to people. And I think that we would be better off seeing it as an identifier that can be declared. And just real quick, because I want to address this like suddenly forgotten point of comparing it to like attack helicopters or chairs or whatever. The reason why we don't generally agree that it's like cool for somebody to just declare themselves a chair is because a chair is an object that we use to identify for a purpose. Like we try to say, hey,
Chair
guess
is not
what?
an object. A chair is a category. A particular chair is an object, but the category
Okay.
of chair is universal.
Okay, yes, that you. If you maybe there's
It's like a woman can be like an object,
So-
but the category of woman is not a.
Okay, yeah. I mean that's pedantry is whatever. The
It's not
fact of the
pedantry.
matter.
It's fundamental to what.
Oh,
you do.
okay, whatever.
Okay.
You-
all right.
you're-
All right. So, all right. Now we've all interrupted each other. Great. All right. Now we're even. Now, hooray.
Okay. But can I just finish my thought? Like the reason why we don't usually think that it's legitimate for someone to be like, I am an attack helicopter, is because you can look at that and go, okay, well, here's what an attack helicopter actually is. It's useful for us to have a rigid definition. And what I'm arguing is that it is not useful for us to have a rigid definition of womanhood. It isn't useful for us. In fact, it can cause a lot of harm because when you try to build a super rigid definition that is not contextual, that is not that is not increasingly contextual. Obviously, all language is by its nature contextual, but to different degrees. If you have too rigid of a definition, you actually can start to have some serious issues. As we acknowledge this. Nobody here, I don't think, is like a trans denialist, that there are huge issues that come from forcing people into specific gender roles that are associated with gender. I think we all here will acknowledge that gender is pretty fucking strict in our society, and that has some pretty major problems with it. If
Wait,
that's
how
the
can it
case,
be both strict and undefined at the same time?
there are all kinds of I said it was incoherent, not
I
undefined.
think you're
I mean, I
just-
do think
I'm
that
sorry,
I
I'm
do
done
think that
Okay. So hold on. All right. This is another thing. All right, that's happening. And I'm going to do the same thing I just did. All right. And I see your hands. Don't worry. I'm going to get to you. But I'll give you another choice. So it looks like Vaush wants to join us as well. So again, only if the panelists here want. So and it has to be unanimous. Okay.
Sure.
yes, I need to go to the
Go for
bathroom.
it.
But
Okay,
yes,
sure,
bring it in.
sure.
Go. Let's go.
Destiny.
Let's throw gasoline on the fire.
Don't ask me. I literally just joined, so leave it to the other. people.
Okay. All right, Joe.
All right. While we're waiting, all right, Destiny. All right, food take. All right. Now I'm here to defend myself. All right.
Uh,
Do you think that having food being subsidized is a fine idea for a policy?
Maybe.
Like,
Why
a
are you
base
asking me
level funding.
questions? Wait, this is your chance for all of you to say what you were going to say without me interrupting a million times, or DemonMama interrupting. Go.
I think DemonMama
I-
is not in. Riverboat, you go, because I want to talk to DemonMama.
Okay, all right. So while we're waiting, Alice, did you want to respond to DemonMama or?
I wanted to respond to Demon
I
Mama.
just
because-
cut off Riverboat. I just cut off Riverboat.
Okay, so Riverboat,
Yeah,
Riverboat, did you want to
Riverboat.
go?
Yeah, so basically just this idea, I just want to introduce it to the rest of the panel, is that part of what we're arguing here is very like Western centric. It's again arguing about like a very specific societal context that like might not necessarily apply to all different societies contexts of gender, right? Like you can have different constructions of gender that are not based on sex or are not based on sexual characteristics. You can have concepts of gender that are based on what people actually do within
not gonna buy it,
society.
right?
It can be more of a societal role that someone actively takes on. And I think that we can talk about maybe how there are different ways that can be gender might be implemented in society that could be better. But like like a lot of this like definitional semantic talk, I don't think it's actually
It
all
is-
that useful.
It is entirely useful because gender only exists in the realm of language. It is discursively constructed. You actually it is. Unfortunately, there is no way around it. And the exact thing you're talking about, language is the answer to that. So like the postmodern conceptions of gender and the push to push gender as something that is performative is the answer to the fact that gender is not universal and has lots of different meanings. So I only react to that because people constantly say, oh, it's semantics. And it's literally my
Well-
whole life. And it actually is the answer to like a lot of
Yeah.
things.
And I don't mean to belittle it by calling it a semantic issue. What I mean is like we could be having a completely different conversation about this if we were talking about it in a different language with a different like societal context behind it and a
Do
history
you,
behind it.
so I have to challenge this because I hear this a lot, but I feel like it's not really true. I feel like if we were to go across the vast majority of societies on the planet, there's going to be like some like if we show like a woman and a man wearing somewhat traditional, it can be Eastern garb, it can be Western garb, it can be whatever, based on both like gender expression, so the things they're wearing, the way they carry themselves, and like the actual like secondary sexual characters in the structure of the body. I feel like most people will have a pretty coherent definition of like, whoa, well, like this is or at least an understanding of like, oh, that's a woman, that's a man. I feel like you run into a lot of problems when we start off with this like what I think a really radical take, the idea that like, oh well, everybody's got a totally different understanding of what male and female is, but that doesn't really seem to track to reality at all.
I'm just gonna
male and
kind
female
of
is different.
put this idea out there that like when you say like, oh, people would have a pretty good idea, yeah, within that context. But like if you showed somebody like a male or female and they're or how they're traditionally dressed in one society and you showed that to somebody from another society, they might not be able to recognize. It is contextual.
Sure, but while that's possible, so this is what I'm really curious about. So let's say that you
Mhm.
show, do you know Sneaky?
No idea.
Okay, so Sneaky was a player on C9 who does. I don't think Sneaky is trans. I think Sneaky for a while just did.
Sneaky's not trans.
No, Sneaky's
Okay,
not trans. No.
just cross dressing, right, for their cosplay stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's somebody where if you were to show somebody a picture of that, they would immediately go like, oh, okay, that's a woman 100%. They would assume it immediately. But if you were to disrobe Sneaky, this is a little weird to talk about something else, but like if you were to start showing them like pictures of them naked, well, now their identifier would change. They would be like, oh, wait, well, hold on. That's not a woman.
So you're talking about showing somebody naked.
Yeah. So what I'm asking here is
Okay.
like, if that definition or understanding is changing once they're like getting more information about the person, what process is going on there if a person is not appealing to some underlying understanding of like the content of male or female? Like what is
you're
happening
doing it
there?
right now, though. You're like literally you're conflating sex and gender in this conversation.
Holy shit! Wait, I think my Discord is bugging out because the voice is like bugging. You sound really similar to DemonMama right now.
Well,
wait,
to kind of answer.
Wait, could I jump in on this when there's a free moment?
I'll make my point real quick, and then I need to use the bathroom, so that would be perfect.
Yeah, go for it. I'm curious what you think is happening there.
Yeah, no, I think that one of the things is that the more information you have on a certain individual, the more accurately you might be able to gender them. Like, I don't think that's really controversial, right?
But when you say accuracy and gendering, you're implying that there is a truthful, like, underlying fact of the matter of what the gender is, because you're getting more accurate. This is what the implication is.
So it also depends on whether you're talking about sex or gender, and that's kind of what we started talking about in the first place. Because
let's say we're talking sex here.
Okay, so if we're talking about sex, well, then you'd have to break down like, well, okay, what are their genitals? Okay, well, their genitals seem to be male. Okay, but what about their DNA? We don't know what their DNA is just by looking at them. So, okay, we'll give them a blood test. We'll see what their DNA is. Oh, okay, well, their DNA is XX, but they have some sort of hormonal condition. Let's check out their hormones. Okay, but so like you start breaking it down into like all these different levels where like the more information you have on somebody, the less like it actually makes sense to be like putting them into a male or female category. In a lot of cases. You know.
Okay. I won't argue. Who wants to go?
All right, bathroom check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like we split hairs on this. Also, hey, my name's Vaush. I'm cisgender. I apologize for my existence. Okay. So earlier somebody, I don't know anyone's names except for you, Destiny DemonMama, of course. But earlier it was said that the more you know about a person, you can generally accurately guess a person's gender. So the reason for that is because most people are cisgender. While there's not an inherent correlation or causative element between sex and gender, you can generally make some inferences based on people's appearances, which will point you towards their sex, and that will usually overlap with a person's gender, assigned gender at birth, you know. So that's generally what people do when they make guesses. Most people, maybe even everybody, does some amount of assuming gender in their day-to-day life, because most people are cis and because there are a lot of normative and social elements that go along with our understanding of people's genders that influence how we treat them even from the get-go, before we can even ask a person's pronouns or whatever. When we talk about what the definition of gender is, I feel like there are two it seems like they conflict, but they really don't ideas in the minds of most progressive people, whether they're trans or cis or whatever. And that's usually thus: gender matters to me, but gender doesn't really matter. And while I think those two things seem sort of initially contradictory, they make sense when you unpack whatever that meaning is. It's usually, when I think of gender meaning something to me, it's a matter of my relationship to myself, my self-identity, and more, maybe even more practically, when I tell other people what my gender is, when I tell them what my pronouns are, I'm telling them what block of behavior I want them to regard me with, how they should refer to me, how they should treat me. There's a set of social roles and expectations associated with one gender that I would rather be treated by than another. That obviously makes a pretty huge deal to trans people, which is why we try not to misgender them and what have you. But just because there's some personal utility to be derived from the distinction between whatever roles you'd get from one group of gendered norms to another doesn't mean there's anything inherent about the process. There's a quote from a person, that's as far as I'm going to get remembering this, saying sometimes the best thing that you can do to a question is to dissolve it rather than to resolve it. I feel like gender might be one of those. I don't
Wittgenstein.
know.
Yep, Wittgenstein. I said it's always, this conversation always comes back to Wittgenstein, doesn't it?
Well, sure, because at the end of the day, every term refers to the collective understanding of it. I mean, you were talking about this earlier. What is a chair, right? Well, a chair is, how can you define a chair in a way that encompasses all chairs, but nothing that isn't a chair? It's impossible. You know, you're always relying on what people think something is. And if gender's that way, sure. But we make the prescriptive argument because a lot of people do have understandings of gender which clash with understandings other people hold. The "if you identify as a woman, you are one" narrative is increasingly popular in America. As far as I can tell, it's probably within the next 50 years going to be, if not the, then a dominant understanding of what gender means. And at that point, do all of the trans women suddenly then become women, where that narrative becomes dominant? No, we make the prescriptive argument here. We can derive more social utility from making gender as arbitrary as something to be defined by social self-identification, which I think would be better for most people, because any other definition falls flat. You go biological, you hurt a lot of people, you know? You go presentative, like the Judith Butler performative gender argument. Well, is closeted trans
presentative,
person trans then?
just because it's not presentative. It's not about presentation. Performance doesn't mean theatrical performance. It means performing tasks. It means performing a series of tasks which are associated with a gender that have no, they copy something, they imitate something that never really existed. Performance is the same as performing an operation. And actually, there would be a great detriment to every woman who uses the category of woman within the judicial system to fight for their rights. To make gender this arbitrary nothing category, it would have a huge detriment. And trans women already are women. We don't need to abolish women in order for trans women to be women. Trans women are already women.
Why are
Wait, hold on. I wasn't making that argument at all. I wasn't saying you have to abolish womanhood.
You said it should be so, gender should be so arbitrary. It has nothing, no meaning other than social identification.
Well, I mean, I'm a gender abolitionist. It's a position that I imagine a number of other progressive people hold, that ultimately gender is a destructive category, that it doesn't actually serve us much benefit. There
So
are
what
other
is the
ways we
gender
can
you're
describe
abolishing
ourselves.
though, Vaush? Like I honestly, I really agree with you, but this is like literally my whole thing. And I just want to know, like when you say that you're abolishing gender, what is it that you are abolishing? What is the strict definition, given that all gender theorists haven't come up with a clear understanding of what gender is? So what is the understanding you have of what you are abolishing?
Joe,
Well, the broader understanding of gender abolitionism was that you wouldn't assign any social roles, tasks, or obligations or expectations to a person based on their birth sex, because that's functionally what gender does to people. You know,
yeah.
you relate to your gender in different ways as you grow up, but most people's relationships to their gender is mostly doctor says XXXY at birth. You know, what set of clothes are you wearing? How are we going to treat you? What school are you going to go to, et cetera, et cetera. An ideal gender abolished world would be one where that doesn't happen, right? You know, you pop out a kid and it's like, hey, they can do whatever they want. But if they want to go by other social identifiers as they grow older, that's great, as long as it's a conscious and, you know, free choice that isn't coercive, as our current system definitely is.
And Joe, that's my question to you is like, so there are things that get ascribed to you because you are presumed to be a woman, and there are things that and I'm going to say something controversial, I pass most of the
No, go
time,
for
and
it.
most of the time people think that I am also just a woman. They don't think I'm a trans woman. They don't ascribe that to me most of the time. So I get ascribed the things that society ascribes to women, and I get the negative stereotypes that society ascribes to women. And when I talk about gender abolitionism, I'm talking about that concept of I don't want to be ascribed things societally just because I pass as a woman, just because I take hormones, just because whatever. I want to be able to not have those things happen. I don't want them to happen to other women. I don't want them to happen to men. That's what I talk about when I talk about gender abolition.
And the future
course, okay.
genders will be, are you a gamer or a weeb, you know?
Yeah,
Social
exactly.
categories that you fit into because of personal choices that you've made rather than
Can I ask for
broader-
trans people on this panel? Is there anybody here that?
Before you do that,
Oh, go
I want Joe to be able to respond. Then we can ask a question, please. Joe.
No, I don't really have a response other than, of course, I don't want gender roles and gender stereotypes and gender oppression to continue. I think the concept of gender is essential to ensuring that happens so long as the judicial system remains, where we need that categorization in order to gain representation. So, of course, I don't want oppression based on gender, but I think that maybe I'm just misunderstanding because I'm looking at very specific ideas of gender abolition. But I think that I take real issue as well with the idea that gender is something that is construed based on shared trauma or shared oppression. I really don't like that definition of womanhood at all. So I would agree, yes, we shouldn't have some sort of gender oppression, but I'm not sure. Sometimes people put the abolition. Actually, let me think on it. Let me think about it.
Okay.
I just want to say the
Yeah.
abolition thing, this is like a 500 years from now, maybe we reshuffle social priorities type of thing. In reality,
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
I claim I'm a
I'm
gender
thinking about it.
abolitionist, but I care about being a guy, you know? We have our preferences. We're going to live with them. And as long as we have them, they should be respected. But in the long term, we should probably care a little less about this stuff. Not telling individuals to, but placing less social weight on it. We already do this. I mean, it used to be men and women, what we understood them to be, dressed and acted completely differently. I mean, 1950s America, you know, I mean, a wall between the two. And nowadays, there's a lot more, you know, ambiguity when it comes to expected performance on whether or not you're a man or a woman, self-identified or otherwise. So that's good. I mean, we probably should tear down those walls, no?
Let's go to Destiny. You had a question you want to ask?
Yeah, what do we think about trans people that claim that they experience gender euphoria? So my question is like, so for people that say that like we should abolish all the expectations or all the roles that go along with gender, for certain trans people that say that they have an experience of gender euphoria, so when they feel like they're treated in such a way societally that coincides with their gender identity, do like how do we?
I think this comes down to what I consider to be like a really, really shallow understanding of gender. The argument earlier was about like, is gender, I don't know, is the I identify as a woman, therefore I am a woman, is that a tautology kind of thing, right? And I think we're kind of looking at gender in a very sort of simplistic kind of surface level way that's like very sociological. Whereas I do think there are like inherent parts to gender. I think gender is like a self schema, so like a framework we use to sort of categorize ourselves, and it's based on both societal expectations and internal kind of identity factors like psychological factors and so on that we sort of slot into those sociological expectations, and that the sociological expectations kind of feed back into. So it's like this weird little feedback loop. So if you're asking about like gender euphoria, like if we get rid of all these categories, right? If there's no way to tell kind of what gender somebody is, then there's going to be no sort of affirmation of that self schema as other people recognizing your self schema and treating you the way that you would expect to be.
Could I weigh in on that very briefly?
Yes, and then I'll go to Jack.
I just want to say, I think people have ideas about who they are, gender, gamer, anything, and people get happy when they're treated in ways that conform with those ideas. I don't think that assigning roles to people based on their birth sex is the best way to procure those positive feelings. I think that even in a world where we assigned no inherent expectations to behavior, there are still ways for people to find categories, to make categories for themselves, ones based on their choices, and then to feel euphoric or happy or otherwise when they're affirmed in those ways. I mean, our concept of gender euphoria is usually framed around the fact that prior to them experiencing it, they were denied something, either a sense of recognition, self-identification, modification, or in the cases for like transition, like biological transition, sometimes it's actually like a bodily change. But all of those things, the underlying criteria, can still be achieved without gender needing exist. It's really just a matter of allowing people to be happy and to be who they are.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jack,
so
please.
the idea of gender euphoria can come at like you can get gender euphoria from any number of different places, whether it's people that you care about in your life treating you the way you want to be treated after having been denied such treatment for a long period of time, or just looking the way you want to be able to look. And for a lot of trans people, that would be a struggle regardless, like it's hard to physically transition. Look, going through puberty 2 times, not great, especially when the second time you have like a job and adult responsibilities. Not ideal. And so it can be a struggle, and achieving something, even for like a little bit of time, yeah, your brain's like, good job, and you feel nice about it. Well, it's your brain patting you on the back a little bit, bringing your identity and your body into somewhat a bit of harmony. And at least that's how I interpret it anyway.
In order for that to happen, there would have to be some kind of like inherent thing about you, right? That
Yeah,
means
harmony
that
implies that there's like a match between two things, and it seems like we're
Mhm.
denying the existence of that internal thing, which is some gender identity. And yeah, I guess the
Well, what is
problem
the
I'm having,
internal thing?
the internal thing, it seems to be that we have some feeling, some internal feeling of like gender.
Yeah,
Well, we
I
have
mean,
some internal. Well, gender means a million things. We have some internal feelings
No,
about
I don't think it's.
ourselves.
I think we have an internal, like, I think that there is like some internal feeling of gender that we seem to understand, and as
what do
two
you
different
gender
things.
mean when
nugget.
you
In a
say that?
practical sense, what is gender there? Like, are we talking about how we want to be treated? Are we talking about the names we would prefer to be called? Are we talking about how our body should look? What
it's
Yeah,
specifically are we referring to?
I think that all of those things are encompassed under the
There's something I
concept
wanted
of
to
gender.
So,
say.
and
that I
before you
think
do, because once you do, I'm going. It's going to take a while. so, I just want Red Charlie, who had her hand up. Want to make sure I can get something from her. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I was thinking of something like, what does everyone here think? So we're talking about gender abolition, right? And like this intersects obviously with gender euphoria, gender dysphoria. If we put someone like a baby on like an island and they have no society, right? Um, would gender dysphoria be possible? Like if there is no gender in society, could someone feel gender dysphoria, or would it just be body dysphoria?
I think that I mean, obviously, gender being a social construct would rely on existing within some sort of social construct, but you would still have like body dysmorphia. I think that's
yeah.
definitely a thing that would still occur. Like you can look at the case of like intersex people, for example, who have a disproportionately high rate of body dysmorphia, especially if their parents choose what they want their child to have in their downstairs department or whatever. So that would still exist.
So let's go to Demon
In
Mama.
terms
Let's
of
go to Demon Mama,
in-
then Vivian, then Destiny. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that gender euphoria is just another term for the joy that comes from self-realization and self-actualization. I don't really see like gender. I think that when we talk about gender euphoria, there's obviously a lot of personalization. And if gender is a huge issue in your life that has stood in the way of you being able to express yourself or in one way or another to varying degrees, I think it is absolutely natural that we would have a term for like, hey, this shit is fixed and I feel great about being able to self-realize and self-actualize. Like those are things we already acknowledge as concepts for all kinds of other things. I don't think that it's any different when it comes to gender. Now I acknowledge that gender is a really really hazy subject, and that's why there's some confusion and unclearness or whatever on some of these terms. But the reality is that there's all kinds of examples in our life where we achieve something that is important to us as an individual and we receive euphoria as a result of that. I don't think that's any different for gender, and I don't think that that would disappear in a post in a gender abolitionist or gender ascensionist as I'm going to use from now on society, because I think it would just be understood slightly differently. I think that there would still be people who are like, oh yeah, oh my god, this like dress feels great. Being seen as beautiful by people is fucking awesome. I love this shit. they just wouldn't necessarily call it gender euphoria. That's just a term that exists as a product of our current environment, in my opinion. And it's very similar to many other types of euphoria that we receive.
Let's go to Vivian and then Destiny.
Yeah, so as to the desert island question, I think like what Jack said about like so I think there are a couple of different kinds of dysphoria. There's like body dysphoria where like it's, you know, you look in the mirror or you look down at yourself and you're like, this shit just doesn't fit, right? That's probably closer to like dysmorphia. And then there's a kind of social dysphoria that exists, right, when your internal schema doesn't match with the way other people perceive you, and maybe you're treated differently. Somebody uses the wrong pronouns or like misgenders you, whatever, right? In the desert island equation, like that's really difficult to happen because you're not fucking interacting with anybody else, right? It could be possible that you could experience a kind of social gender euphoria in such a situation, because you might find that there are like certain activities that you like doing by yourself that fit with this internal schema, and you could be like, well, this is a job or a thing that is meant for me. Like I'm more in tune with this kind of activity, perhaps. But I don't think that the social dysphoria could exist because there's nobody to sort of enforce upon you that your internal schema doesn't match their person schema of you.
Destiny?
Okay, so two things. So one, gender euphoria, my understanding is it doesn't refer to just like, oh, I'm being treated how I want to be treated, or oh, like I'm happy that I'm getting to do something I wanted to do. My understanding is that it specifically refers to the idea that you are being treated in society as the gender that you identify as. That feeling of like doing something or being treated in a way such that it closely like harmonizes with your gender identity is supposed to present like a special feeling that feels euphoric, as opposed to the dysphoria that one might feel when there's a massive mismatch between their expression and their identity, or the perceived gender and their gender identity, for the first thing. And then for the second thing, I guess like for this idea that like gender is just 1,000,000% socially constructed and like there is no internal gender anything at all, I guess like how do we deal conceptually with the with the intersex experiments where somebody's born intersex and the doctor just makes a call like, oh well, we're just going to make this person this sex, we're going to do the surgery, and then boom, and then some of these people end up growing up and they like kill themselves because they experience such dysphoria throughout their lives, nothing ever feels right. Like if it was all just socially programming, like shouldn't we be able to just say, oh well, you know, they should have been, they were treated as a male, they should have just grown up as a male, and everything would have been fine.
Well, we're
Two
conflating
things.
here.
Oh,
I
two
think we're
things, okay.
conflating.
Look at Jack and then Vaush, okay?
First off, there are multiple types of gender euphoria. One can be related to social stuff, another can be related to body stuff, essentially. And there, as far as like intersex people, like it's very, 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 very rare that any intersex person is born with like a life-threatening condition where like the doctor's like, oh, the genitals, I need to operate. You know, that never happens. Like almost never happens.
There's one really
So
famous
just
case where it did that, right?
but just don't operate on the kid's genitals. Like just wait until they're an adult and they can make their own choice.
Well,
There is a really famous experiment that he was referencing, though, that like is often cited in like
John Money.
conversations around being trans and so on. I forget what it was called, but
Yeah,
yeah,
John
it was an
Money.
absolute medical monstrosity. Should have never fucking happened.
It wasn't intersex though. It was a botched circumcision, so he decided to do SRS on a kid.
Yeah, that was
Christ.
So,
Look, the conflation between physiological and sociological criteria here is really, really important. So, with regards to the intersex thing, yeah, I would say that would probably be an instance of like a like a body dysmorphia, where there's the incompatibility there isn't necessarily, though it often can be, social roles, but it's your body not being the way you have some internal feeling it should be. And I think that very often is biological, but I wouldn't argue that's like necessarily a component of gender, or at the very least it wouldn't have to be. We can easily imagine a gender abolished world. So, you know, kid's born, kid can have XY, XX, whatever genitals, doesn't really matter, treated all the same. And we can imagine in such a world, even if people don't really have a conceptualization of what a man or a woman is, that some people would still be uncomfortable with their body, would still want to change it through, you know, hormone surgery, that sort of thing. And that would be fine. That'd be good. I don't know if that needs to be a component of gender, because without gender, such a thing would still take place. And I do think, and this varies from person to person, but I think a lot of dysphoria and euphoria also come from a set of feelings people have about the way given gender should look, even if that's not an inherent component of the gender identity itself. So an example of this would be that there are plenty of woke feminist trans women who are perfectly aware of the fact that cisgender women grow hair on their arms and legs and armpits. It just everyone does. I mean, almost everyone. Some people are naturally hairless, but almost everyone does. And in spite of a perfectly consistent, rational understanding that that is in fact the case, these trans women will often do everything in their power to make themselves as hairless as possible. And in doing so, they're not so much trying to look like a cis woman in a biological sense. They're trying to conform to expectations. But if we didn't have those gendered expectations about how cis women should groom themselves and wax their armpits or what have you, would that be a component of dysphoria for trans women? Or if we lived in a world without that expectation, would trans women be okay, all of them, I mean, having hairy armpits and going, oh, yeah, fine, this is fine? It's interesting. I mean, there's no hard line to split these two
It
concepts.
feels like we
the
literally are
psychological.
making. It feels like
Sorry.
basically the argument is that like nobody in here believes that trans people would exist if like we didn't have gendered roles in society. Does everyone in here believe that? Because that's what it sounds like I'm
There
hearing.
would still
No.
be people with sexual
Wait, why would
dysphoria.
you be trans at all if there were no gender roles in society unless there was some
Wait a
underlying
second.
fact of the matter?
I
So
with their
I
okay.
think
body.
that basically everyone would probably fit what we currently recognize as trans. People would express themselves in ways that we currently do not allow people to express themselves, in ways that we clinicalize and call deviant and whatnot. I think is actually we talked about this earlier. I talked about how there's tons of people who like for me not transitioning was ridiculously painful, enough that it pushed me like to aggressively pursue transition. Not everyone's to that degree, but many people do chafe against the roles that they're put into, just to different degrees. I think that we would have a society where maybe we wouldn't have the concept of trans people, but there would probably be all kinds of people that if we were to map their expression onto our currently existing society as like a side-by-side analysis, they would probably be identified as trans in this society, but in the
What do
future
you-
society, they would be freely to
But
do whatever they wanted.
If you eliminated all of that, then let's say we eliminate all of our gender roles. It sounds like what you've done is you've just like conveniently like recreated gender roles, like or you've recreated some internal gender expression. So we said, let's say that we eliminate all gender roles and all gender expression from society and all that stuff. Well, there's still going to be some people that feel dysphoria based upon their primary and secondary sexual characteristics that might require sex reassignment surgery or hormone replacement therapy.
That'll always
Like,
happen.
well, it sounds like, well, yeah, but when you say that, it sounds like you actually are saying that there is some underlying fact of the matter. Even if we eliminated the whole concepts entirely, there necessarily must be some underlying fact of the matter.
I think.
If
Wait,
people
but
still
again,
feel
That
the
would be a
need to change.
physiological
we
thing
don't-
that you
we
could do
don't
on a
think
medical
that-
level if you need to.
Yeah, we don't think that the social components of transness or of gender are things that need exist, but there are still going to be people who, for biological reasons, want their bodies to look and behave differently than how they do.
How
But
do they
that
want them
isn't
to look and behave,
inherently-
though?
I mean,
Because some
Look,
people
it's-
who are born with a given
we have
set
a
of
bunch of
genitals want a
trans
different
people
one.
here.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of trans
Yeah.
people here.
Look at your
I
ass.
transitioned because I wanted to look and feel different than what I did before. And like
Mm.
that was definitely a component of it. It wasn't all entirely how people look at me.
Yeah, but like, is it just by chance that like all of those feelings tend to conform with like the Western understanding of like
No,
how?
but wait,
but
that- wait, that's what I wait.
N-
hold on,
no,
hold on,
people-
hold on.
I just talked about that though with the shaving example. So people's understanding of what a given body looks like or what a sex looks like is influenced by social rules surrounding that sex, a la waxing armpits. But that's not an inherent thing. We're taught that. I believe that in a world without gender, people who experience sexual dysphoria would still want to get corrective surgery for that, and that's good.
What
and
would
they
the
should.
dysphoria be though if there was no expectation? Where does that
So,
dysphoria
so,
come
so
from?
let's let a trans individual in to help answer these. But let's go to Alice, and then Vivian, and then Demon. Okay.
Just to address that, Destiny. So, if the roles were removed, I don't care. I'm not. I would have done. I would have expressed myself however the hell I wanted to express myself, regardless, and I still do. Like, if you see me on streams, there's many times where I am not presenting femininely. But I have primarily sexual characteristics. Dysphoria based on sexual characteristics. I still would have had that dysphoria regardless of what the social expectations were, because it's based purely on the sexual characteristic component, not the societal expectation. Now, maybe I would have like
What does
like
that
Vaush
mean,
said.
though? Like what? Like you
Right.
said that you're having a dysphoria that's based on some like biological characteristic. That dysphoria, like what is that characteristic? Like what?
I
What
don't-
is it?
I don't like having a dick. I don't like not having boobs. I don't like there's like literal physical components. I don't like
Yeah, but
the way
like
that
there's literally we have a category that's like created to describe dicks and boobs, and it's sex, right? Like these are all like primary or secondary
yes,
sexual characteristics.
yes, I
Yeah,
have
so
dysphoria
people
based on
might
my
want to
sex,
change
not
their
my gender.
sex, but that doesn't have to. I don't buy the argument that gender must exist because there are people who have problems with their sexual characteristics.
I'm not
Just
saying
because
I'm what
people
I'm
have,
saying I'm not arguing whether or not gender exists or whatever in some like broad category. What I'm getting at is that the
isn't it?
concept of sex or gender even, gender being abstracted of sex, but we'll say sex even as a category, that there seems to be some underlying fact of the matter that's not just like an agreement that we have with each other. There seems to be some underlying fact of the matter there.
Yeah, of course there are underlying components of sex that aren't exclusively so. Wait,
You're
was that what
asking
we were
why
arguing
people
about?
want. Wait, you're asking why people want things. Why does somebody want? Why do you think that the only reason that say like somebody could want to get ripped as fuck is only social, or do you think they could just be like, hey, I think I look good this way, and I want to be ripped as fuck, and I want other people to see me ripped as fuck. There's no. I mean, like that is yeah, there's probably some weird process in our mind that determines why we want that thing, but we don't need to even try and categorize that. That's separate from somebody's ability to identify as who they are. That's what I think we're trying to get at here. There's a consistent conflation.
It's not the
I
same.
think all of this plays into something that I've been playing around with for a while and trying to like work out whether it's like congruent or makes sense. And you know what? There's a lot of big brains on this panel, so maybe I can just float something, right? I said this to Destiny before, but like probably not really that open otherwise. I think there is a good argument to be made for a component of gender being like a secondary sexual characteristic, a neurophysiological or trait or set of traits that map onto sort of a social schema, a social framework, right? And like I said earlier, they sort of like feed into each other. So there's like this internal component, which is something that's like inherent and almost essential, possibly fluid, can change over time, but is part of the sort of like lens through which we view society, which is informed by actual physical, like neurophysiological construct within the brain.
I don't think I disagree with you, but the arguments that the other people are making are in complete contrast to that, where it seems to be, and I might be misunderstanding, but it seems like the other argument is that there's no underlying like fact of the matter at all.
Wait, there is sex
on the arms and stuff like does nothing to address that. Obviously, this would be like a societal expectation that is like pushed upon people, and they use their internal map, right, where they're like, okay, so I identify as this gender, blah blah blah, and this is what society expects of me because of that, and then they will engage in those kinds of actions. But there's still something internal going on there that informs them that they ought to identify as this gender, and then they see other people who also identify as that gender behaving in certain ways and are sort of pressured to match that.
I guess I'm really I want to know what the confusion is, Destiny. I feel like this has been like we're talking in circles at this point. So like are you saying like you think that there's like an underlying thing that's making people want to transition?
Yeah, so my
like,
problem is that it seems like there are I actually can't even keep track of this point because it's hard to keep
Yeah.
I'm not blaming you guys, it's just in terms of understanding what people are saying. It feels like a lot of people on this panel, or some people on this panel, believe that gender and sex are wholly arbitrary things that are like, not only are they ill-defined, you actually can't define them. That the concept of sex or gender literally escapes definition
And that they're
because
not
there might be
connected.
some exception to the rule or whatever, that these things are indefinable. And my challenge to that is it feels like there does seem to be some sort of internal identification with this concept that makes it so that you can't just simply say, oh, well, sex and gender are just totally not real things. We can abolish them and they could just be names we give ourselves. It seems that that would be contrary to what most people feel internally. And then my example for that is that one is you get kids that have like botched sex reassignment surgeries at birth. They go through life feeling miserable, even if they're socialized a certain way, and then they end up killing themselves. The one example that Vivian brought up, I wish I could remember the name of this case, really popular. Or the idea that people, even in a society where there are no gender expectations, would still feel like a trans person. They would still feel like there's some fundamental mismatch between their body's characteristics and the gender that they identify with internally, or the sex even they identify with internally.
I'm sorry if I missed the
I'll
opening
try.
of this, but when has anyone said that sex is undefinable? Everything that you just described
I know
is
at the very least, DemonMama was saying that. Or am I wrong on that, DemonMama? You're not saying that?
Oh my god!
So here,
you get lost in your own strumming. Let me talk. It's my turn, right? It's my turn.
Okay, fine. Go, and then we'll get you in, Jackson.
Okay. Listen. So okay. God, like First of all, no, I don't. I mean, I do believe that all things that we use that are linguistically are to some degree a social construct, to a certain degree. Obviously, there are very different parameters for those things. This is just a fact of language. Humans communicate by making constructs and transmitting them to one another.
language.
Right. Well,
Well,
you
we have to
clearly
be
are,
if we're
but-
talking, though,
No,
right?
we're not. I'm
So,
talking about the
okay,
concept
can you
of gender,
you're
if that
clearly
exists.
confused. Just let me explain. I'll make it clear. Like the fact of the matter is, like, I do believe that sex has like sex is useful as a biological term to some degree. I think we can go back and forth about how we define that, and scientists have and are. But sex is a descriptor of biological processes, some of which we do not fully understand yet. Gender is, in my opinion, the social side, our self-perception, our expression, these sort of things. Right. Well, no, but there does seem to be. And I don't believe that there is as much of a connection as some people think. For example, our society has predominantly assumed that gender and sex are 100% one-to-one. If you're female, there is some essential femaleness that makes you like frilly dresses and blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's the case. I think that many people have all of these different tastes, and that we should move these things apart, that gender is better understood as a concept of identity, of social interaction, and that we don't really use it, like we don't really use gender like all that much in a meaningful way. That we should make it more useful by acknowledging that this is a part of identity. Now, there
Okay,
are
how does that make sense? I don't understand.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. So, let me pull from personal experience, and I think this will make sense. When I first began my transition, I believed that I would probably someday get sexual reassignment surgery. I am no longer interested in that because I realized over time that that was not something that was causing dysphoria for me for whatever reason. Now, previously, there was a social expectation in my mind about what a woman is, and that definition included needing to have a vagina or a vulva or however you want to use the terminology. Okay.
Right.
I no longer believe that.
You
And
still
that,
internally wanted to be a woman,
No,
right?
Yes,
of course, but
what I don't understand is
didn't
we're
hide.
specifically saying that anybody can call themselves any gender they want. How can
Yes.
how does that view matching what you're saying now? You're saying, so
What?
earlier you said anybody can call themselves any gender they want, or anybody can identify as anything. But now you're saying, well, hold on, maybe there is some underlying fact of the matter. How are these
No,
two
because
definitions congruent?
Destiny, you're missing the difference between sex and gender. Like, this is the core problem that's happening here.
I'm
You're
only
not
talking
acknowledging
about.
a difference.
Hold on, stop. First of all, I'm only talking about sex right now. Okay, we'll just exclusively talk about sex. Do you agree that like sex exists as some like actual like definable category that people understand?
Yeah, to some degree, yes, of course. All, like, obviously, it is a real thing. Like,
Okay, do you think that gender is somewhat like causally abstracted off of sex, or no?
no,
I
not
would say it's
really.
correlative.
I mean, I think there's. I
So
think
the
there's
fact that like
correlation.
98%
Wait, hold
of
on.
people are cisgender.
Hold on
like,
a second.
let-
You
let-
asked me a question. I want to
let her
answer
finish,
the question.
please.
So,
Okay, please do it without anecdotes and analogies and just answer the question.
oh, quit
I wanna
whining.
jump in after
When
this.
did you become such a whiny bitch?
It's so boring because you guys take like 3 minutes to answer your question instead
Oh,
of just
you're
like giving the
asking.
answer. It's so annoying.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I couldn't give you a one-sentence definition of
I
gender.
don't. You can give me as many sentences you want. I just don't need like 50 analogies to bodybuilding or anecdotes. Just
Okay.
like give the
I'll
answer.
jump in. I'll take
If you
longer
could-
than both of you
and,
combined.
And,
okay?
and
Go
if
for
you
it.
could just answer the question so we can move on to Jack, because Jack also wants to jump in this,
Can you
please.
state the question for me again so I can get the
Okay,
answer?
so it felt like earlier all of us were saying because I think Joe was arguing that there must be some definition of woman, whether we're talking gender or sex. I think earlier you guys were talking sex, but I guess we can say sex or gender, right? For either of these, it seemed like Joe was arguing that there was some underlying definition that people seemed to understand internally, but then it felt like DemonMama. Your argument was like, well, no, literally anybody could call themselves any gender they want and it would be okay. It should be a descriptor like a name. That was the comparison. that you
Yeah.
used. But
For
now it sounds like you're
gender,
saying,
yeah.
well, there is some underlying fact of the matter
No.
related to gender.
So for gender, I don't believe that sex and gender. I think that in our society right now, we erroneously ascribe gender as something that like grows out of sex. I don't think that's the case, actually.
Okay,
And
if that's not the case, then how do we deal with the kids?
I'm not done. Okay. I
Okay,
know what
how do we deal with the kids that get the surgery and are intersex to somebody
I know.
else and then end up killing themselves?
Okay.
That's
Okay.
a sex thing. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. We
Idiot.
really need to split this line right here, okay? Sex is real. It is, to an extent, arbitrary. It is not binary. There's a bimodal component.
You just
okay?
said the same thing like 3 times. We understand. Go. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, just to hammer it in, because it keeps coming up again, gender, That's a lot more complicated. I think that gender is broadly just another social category that allows us to express who we are. Most people are okay with the category that's
This is my
thrown at them.
question.
Okay.
This is my question.
Okay.
I want to hear an answer to this. Wait, I need to hear an answer to this.
Question. Yes, no.
I'm
Yes,
sure,
no,
and I'm
then
sure
move on.
Jack will have. I'm sure
I'll
Jack will
shut
have
up
an
for the rest of the
answer.
panel. Okay, then for Jack, I'll shut up for the rest of the panel. Because we keep dancing around this so much, and people want to like hop to every definition to avoid answering this question.
So
Okay,
performatively
if
angry
you
right
were to take somebody, please don't call me performative. Okay, your entire everything is a performance.
I just want to hear the
Okay,
question.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to start
Oh, you
muting
think
people.
everything you do?
Holy shit!
My
Don't worry. I'm
understanding-
gonna start muting people. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute people.
My understanding is that if you were to take a kid at birth, okay, and you were to just arrest them to another sex, okay, and they were to grow up, that gender, that's not just a performative thing. That's not just a social thing. That there is some internal content there related to gender, and that person will grow up with dysphoria and kill themselves. It wasn't just a matter of having the right sex parts or whatever, that there's like some deeper gender content there.
Go ahead.
So I think
Wait, if
No,
there
no,
wasn't,
no.
Never mind.
No.
So the idea is that there is a correlation there, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen all the time, because there are botched circumcisions. Okay, there are things that happen. There are intersex people who exist who grow up and they're perfectly fine. They never know. Or you can take a look at like how people are born with like chimerism, and like you grow up to be like an 80-year-old grandpa and you go in for like stomach cramps to the hospital, and it turns out you had ovaries the entire time. You didn't know. So like there are these ideas, but when you get down to it, we don't know what makes people trans, and we don't know what makes people react the way they do, because it's a complicated topic. And it's kind of what I was trying to get at when I talked to you earlier, and was just like, the more you know about somebody, the more complicated it gets. And
If gender doesn't map onto sex, why is it that why wouldn't we advocate then at this point for literally just like mental transition for trans people? Like just think about your gender differently.
because that doesn't work for all trans people. But
why not? That's my
trans,
question is why not?
Some trans
Because there are
people
physiological
have like issues with their bodies that they need to change, and we
What
know
kind of
that
sexual issues, though?
we know that has better medical outcomes. Like even
Okay,
if you
well,
if you want to throw
Jack.
I know not all trans people have dysphoria. I was
Okay,
getting to that.
I'm not saying
Oh
that.
my
Like,
God.
look, to get to them, so they don't have body dysphoria, right? Like, that's not an issue. So
That's
they
sexual
you just encourage
dysphoria.
them to think about their gender differently, and then surely it would go away if it was completely fucking like socially constructed. Obviously, it isn't. Obviously, there's some kind of inherent fucking thing that is informing the way that they think about their gender within society, like regardless of any kind of like body thing going on at all.
So
So-
the issue being that for some trans people, you can't be taught to think differently about your body. That like
Why?
that's literally
No,
part
no
of
body.
yeah, look
Yeah.
Destiny, it's literally in the example you gave of somebody who's raised after a botched circumcision and like got like an SRS surgery, whatever, never knew that they were trans. That person was completely taught to think about their gender in a certain way. It still made them miserable.
Yeah,
So you
then
can't do
why?
it.
Wait,
That's
because,
like
We
because
don't
your
know.
brain-
We're
your
not
brain has-
scientists.
But
your
the
brain
question
has an
seems to-
internal. Wait, please. Your brain has a map as to what your body is supposed to look like. There's a physiological understanding that people have. As far as I can tell, it has to do with hormone washes when you're
Sure,
still
I understand what you're saying.
embryo
I
or
agree with you,
whatever.
Vaush, but that's
So,
the
right, no,
argument
no,
that I'm
so-
making.
Wait, hold on. Wait, please. Okay. So what we're talking about right now is if there's some mismatch, either because of a botched surgery or because of just the things didn't pan out as they should have, perhaps, there is some physiological discomfort with the way one's body is organized. That is a purely biological and sexual phenomena. Now, because our society associates gender with sex, it will remain the case that people who experience that phenomena, that physiological phenomena, one completely divorced inherently from social factors, may still feel as though there are other correlative social factors that tie into that. That a person who is a trans woman who wants to change the way their body looks might also think that they want to wear frilly dresses or what have you. But I don't believe, and as I understand it, the literature doesn't support the idea that this is inherent or biological. Instead, people grow up learning what women are supposed to look like, what men are supposed to look like. And that's a large component of the social dysphoria. That not only is your body not looking the way you want it to, but then you realize, oh God, God, well, people with the kind of body that I want to have, they also do X, Y, Z, and what have you. And that can conflate the sociological and the psychological characteristics. But what you're describing, botched surgeries and what have you, sexual dysphoria, this is a physiological phenomena. This would happen on a desert island.
Yeah, but
This
when
would
I
happen.
know, but I'm going a step further. And I'm saying it seems like gender is physiological as well.
So-
That seems to be the case that it does trace to
so
some part of the
let's
brain.
go to-
and when
let's-
we talk about like
wait,
the
what is
research,
gender? What do you mean by gender?
One at a time. Sorry. So, Destiny, finish whatever point you're trying to make, and then I'm going to go to Vivian. Now I'm going to go to DemonMama. Then back to Jack. All right.
Sure. So when I talk about the gender that you experience, the term that I'm using here is gender identity. So the gender that you identify as. It seems like that maps onto something in the brain that's not just your sexual characteristics. My understanding is that when people do like the brain scans and they look at the white matter and everything of people who identify as transgender, and they look at their brains, they actually see they're like, oh wow, this trans woman, their brain actually more resembles that of a cisgender woman than a cisgender male, pointing to like some like that there might be some what. Everything is going to be for some. When you say for some to obfuscate, it doesn't get anywhere close.
Well,
to
there are
any
trans
sexual-
women who don't experience sexual
so-
dysphoria.
I'm not necessarily. I'm just saying, like, it does seem to be that there is some underlying experience of gender that is independent from just what society tells you.
What
That there's-
experience?
So, no,
What things?
Vivian, she can answer the question. Maybe, I'm sure. Vivian, go ahead.
Yes, Destiny's right. There are like the literature doesn't necessarily support Vaush's position. It is inconclusive. The study that Destiny is talking about, I think, was done in like fucking Sweden or something, where they like measured a whole load of trans women's brains and said there are certain markers that are like similar to cis women's brains, right?
What was
But
it
it's
incorrect on?
it's all very wishy-washy and fucking inconclusive. The reason I brought up like people who have like dysphoria or want to change their gender or whatever, but don't have like sexual dysphoria, right? Don't have like body dysphoria, is that this indicates that there's something beyond like simply the what Vaush was talking about with the hormone washes and room or whatever, and your body doesn't match, blah, blah, blah. You have the sexual dysphoria. But there are people who also have like a social dysphoria, right? Without experiencing the body dysphoria. And so there has to be some sort of like psychological process or
Wait,
like...
that is not. Wait, hold on. That is absolutely incorrect. Just because people chafe at social expectations given to them because of the biology they were born with, does not mean there is an inherent biological characteristic to those desires. This happens to people all the time. There are people who chafe at social expectations that are thrown their way without their consent in non-gendered contexts as well. And you said earlier that I was incorrect about a piece of literature that I cited. Could you tell me what exactly I was incorrect on, Vivian?
Sorry? No, you said that I believe the literature overwhelmingly supports blah, blah, blah. And
Wait,
the
what did I
literature is,
say?
like,
What was I
generally
wrong about?
Sorry? About there
What was I
being
wrong about?
about there being an inherent component to gender identity, a biological component to gender identity, or a neurophysiological component to gender identity.
What did I say that was incorrect?
inconclusive. Sorry? You
What did I
said
say that
I
was
believe the literature supports that there is no inherent thing to like
As
gender
in, it
identity.
hasn't been found. As in, there's no indication that
Well, yeah, but we
there's
cited the
the
fucking, I think,
physiological
Swedish
characteristics that
or
are
Norwegian
associated with
study
being.
that actually indicates
I
that
think
no-
I think I can cut through this issue a
Fire.
little bit, which is first of all, when you have brain studies, it is not so easy for us to associate what spots in the brain
Yeah, it's
go
not.
to what societal features. So, for example, if you compare a brain scan of a trans woman to that of a cis female, and you come up with similar structures, we don't know why is that. There could be many things. There could be similarities because that trans person has been living as a woman for 10 years and interacting as a typical woman in her society is interacting, and that causes your brain to shape. Obviously,
You
we
have
all
to
acknowledge
really
that. Wait, the brain. No, I'm not done yet. Hold on. The
Oh my
brain is obviously how we interact with the world. So I'm not saying that there isn't like that gender is just a magical thing or whatever. I just think that gender, the social side of it, we in our society currently try to map it onto sex all the time so that we can have these weird projections about who should be what based on what they're born as. It's a very outdated way of looking at things, and it doesn't map correctly. Yes, is there research that shows that trans women's brains are slightly more similar to cis women's brains? Yeah, but we don't know fucking why. We have no fucking clue, and they don't know fucking why either. They don't know if it's because the HRT reshapes your brain. They don't know if it's because of something that happened in your utero that causes development. I don't think that necessarily matters because we don't really know exactly what causes us to want and do certain things. That is a very complicated question. I don't think we
It
need
absolutely
to.
matters. Though.
Hold on.
It
In
do
order,
matter.
I'm not done yet. I know.
You're just trying to argue against something that I didn't fucking say, DemonMama.
I'm not arguing. I'm not even arguing against you. I'm just trying to have my turn talking, Viv. That's it.
Okay, well.
I did not even argue. I didn't even necessarily disagree with you. I
don't even know what we're arguing about anymore.
I'm
Yeah, I don't
familiar.
know
Yeah, this is okay. Well, what I'm trying to say is that yes, these studies do exist. I don't think anybody here is contesting that these studies exist. We just don't know exactly what these things map to. It's interesting for sure that cis women and trans women have some similar brain function and or brain structure. That's great, but we don't know what causes that. We don't know if it's the socialization. We don't know if it's in utero. There's a hormone bath. We don't know if it's being on HRT that changes the structure of your brain. There's all these things.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is that sex, the biological structure of how sex expresses itself in our bodies and brains is one thing, and gender, how we interact with society, how we identify with others are different things. In our society, they're conflated frequently, which leads to imperfect answers. And what
Okay, can I ask a question? Just real quick question on DemonMama, just on that particular topic. Can you socialize somebody out of their gender?
What? What do you mean?
Could you socialize somebody out of their gender?
Can you explain like what you mean by that? Like how?
Sure. So let's say that you take a person and you raise them in a certain way. Could you take somebody that's like 5, 6, 7 years old or whatever, and just socialize them in a different way such that their gender identity changes?
Probably to some degree.
I would say almost certainly.
You would have. Okay. Why can't you just say,
wait. You answer. You asked me a question. Let me.
Yeah, but you didn't answer. You were like dancing around because it was another question that you were too scared to answer because you know it's going to commit you to
Excuse me. Oh my God.
Okay. All right. Great.
I don't think she'd said enough for you to
try
arrive
to
at
answer the
that
question.
No, she because every time
You
I
have
ask
a
a question,
fantasy.
she dances around. It's like, well,
live in a
come on.
All
fantasy.
right, don't worry. I'm gonna meet everyone. So look, dear mama, try to answer the question in a short amount of time. Then I'm gonna go to Jack, and I'm gonna go to Alice. She had her hand up as well. All right. So finish, like seriously, like 30 seconds. I'm fucking time you.
With regard to gender, almost certainly, I would say that almost certainly you could do that. Now, would that be a good thing? Probably, in most cases, not. But if you had a kid, hold on. If you had a kid that was raised in like say a random like white kid who was raised by Native Americans who believe in two-spirit, maybe that child would understand themselves as a two-spirit instead of as a man or a woman. That is how you could how we socially construct gender is super important. Now, does that mean that that would directly affect their understanding of sex? Not necessarily. Maybe. It depends on the society and the words that we use.
Okay, so Jack and then Alice, all right? And then we can let the men back in if you want, but Jack and Alice, please.
to build on DemonMama's point a little bit, and to kind of get at what I was talking about at the very beginning of this conversation, is that we have like anthropological evidence of both past and current societies across the world that have more than 2 gender identities. And like it definitely makes it a lot harder to say that, well, like sex maps onto gender identity and like or gender identity maps onto sex when you have more than 2 and your understanding of sex is bimodal. So like this is definitely a giant issue that I think someone would have to explain if they're trying to conflate this thing, sex and gender. And also there are even fringe cases around the world where like through biological processes, third sexes have been created. That is something that exists in the world, like heritable traits that are a third sex. So like it is a way more complicated issue than a lot of people on this panel are trying to make it. And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
Well, I think I'm saying
Alice, and then we'll let other people back in.
Okay, all I really want to question is, right now, first off, third sex, I want a source for that because I have researched that. I've never found that before. Any biologically heritable third sex, please do send me that. Second off, somebody talked about socialization and whether that could change. We literally went over this. So John to Joan, it was the John Money case. So that literally proves that socialization is not sufficient for gender. You can literally sexually reassign someone, raise them as a woman, and have them still not identify with that identity. You literally can't put it down purely to socialization.
We're doing it again.
Yep.
What are we
Uh,
doing?
but
No
but
one is
wait,
complaining
this
sex
is
and
I
gender.
have to I have to
Stop saying
I,
that.
wait,
Wait,
wait.
hold on, wait. This is
Just
more
just
complicated.
oh, wait,
I'm-
just
Okay,
May I
wait.
please?
okay.
Okay, go ahead, Vaush.
Okay, so just because whew. Sex and gender are correlative in the sense that we are taught that characteristics associated with sex are also associated with the gender that we assign to people born of that sex. So, with that being said, there are a plethora of social factors that could cause a person to chafe at social expectations that are given to them if those social expectations are somehow in conflict with those that are generally associated with the sex that their body wants them to be. That is to say, the sexual dysphoria that they feel is magnified because there are social characteristics that deviate from that which they're being taught. Now, if you were to raise some kid on a farm or on the moon, and that kid was born XY, like you call him a boy here, okay? And you were to raise that kid and you were to say, hey, yo, you're a woman and you like dresses, and you do housework. I think that if you were to do that, and you were to do that, say, with many young boys and girls in the reverse sense, you would produce a social order about as arbitrary and about as stable as the one we have today. That the roles are arbitrary, but the group identifiers inform our placement within those roles. Now, if you were to take a person born XY, like a boy or whatever, and then raise them as a woman here in America today, there might be some agitation or dysphoria caused by the fact that they recognize there's a pretty significant difference between how they look and how they're treated relative to other people. And that might magnify issues. That might lead to them developing sexual or social dysphoria, depending on the ways in which they were raised, quote unquote, as a woman. So these factors, they conflate and they overlap significantly. But I reject the idea that people who kill themselves because of botched SRS surgery or the intersex issues at birth or because of circumcision necessarily means that gender is an inherent biological concept or that there's a causal relationship between the two. That needn't be the case. There are social explanations for those presences.
So Alice will respond, and then I'm wanting to hear from Red Charlotte, who hasn't been able to say anything.
Okay. Also, I love you all very much. I have to sleep though. Okay.
All right,
Go
so-
ahead.
I agree with you that
Wait.
it doesn't necessitate that there is some sort of essential, gender internally or whatever, that it doesn't necessitate that it's biological, but it also shows that it's not purely social. I don't know if you read the Moni case, but it was not a matter of just raising somebody who is XY and otherwise biologically visibly male as a woman. It's somebody who was, given female genitalia to the extent that medical science was able to, as well as hormones, and raised as a woman. It was a total sex change, essentially, what you would end up doing with somebody who is a trans woman post-op. So it's not a matter of just a social change. That was a sex change. And that didn't do anything
led
either.
to sexual dysphoria. Yeah.
Except that the problem is they were raised, he was raised as a woman with the sexual parts that make someone a woman, with the hormone balance that makes someone a woman.
But that's the brain body divide right there. That's the sexual dysphoria that I'm describing. Their brain
Okay.
had an imprint, had a map for what their body was supposed to look like, and it wasn't. And that was what caused the
Okay.
problem. Even if
But
you're
then-
raised in a given way, I mean, if there's that fundamental mismatch, that's what causes it. We have a seemingly intuitive rejection of bodily characteristics that our brain doesn't seem to want to be a part of us. So I don't think that necessarily refers to any biological characteristic of gender. That's just a component of the
Still
That's a
sex.
biological component. You just claimed a biological component.
Yeah, but it's not
Wait,
gender.
hold on. There's
Not
this
fully
something.
Dysphoria. Like,
Or
what do you-
take so much.
Hold on,
This
let's
is-
hold
okay,
on, before we do
But it's not a
before we do-
gender thing.
Obviously,
hold on,
everything.
hold on, before we do that, Red Charlotte, and then I will let you the rest in. But I gotta let. She hasn't talked at all.
So like I want something to Alice, right? So I don't think, except maybe Vaush, I don't think most people think, both in academia and colloquially in like culture, nobody thinks that biology plays like no role in what your identity is, what your preferences are, and who you are as a person. As like anyone who knows what they're talking about, all you are is your genes expressed in an environment, right? There are
Mhm.
some parts about you that are like not predetermined, but they will influence how stimuli and socialization affects you, right? So like I posted some studies in chat in text VC or whatever, where like it's like a mixed bag of stuff. Like that socialization can change like your hormone production. That like hormone production and like your hormone levels like literally affect your preferences. And this can be like measured like genetically and like biologically. While it's not the whole picture, obviously socialization has like a huge component. To deny that there is any sort of biological component is just sort of there's no point. That's all I had to say.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
I don't think.
you can respond, and then I'm going to Vivian, then Jack. Okay.
Okay, I don't think, and I literally don't think any single person on this panel, maybe Destiny, has claimed that like no, actually not even Destiny, that there's like no biological. We all recognize, like, I think everyone here is like believes that the brain is where the mind is generated. Correct? Obviously, everything is there. But what we were
I
trying to
believe in God. I don't know about you.
yeah, I know. Where's the gender particle, right? Yeah. We got 51% female gender particles makes you,
So
you know,
there's something
whatever.
biological about gender, is what you're
Well,
saying, DemonMama. So we
there's
all
something,
agree.
but wait, in the same way that
No.
there's there's
No,
something
no,
bio.
Vaush
Wait,
doesn't
oh
agree.
my God, is like, are people allergic to my voice? I'm really sorry. Maybe I,
Finish your point, and
yeah.
then Vivian can jump in.
What I'm trying to say is that, yes, obviously, there is a biological component to everything, to every part of our identity, obviously, but we don't know to what degree. And also, there are clearly some things about our identities and about who we are that are more rooted and more heavily determined by biology, by rote biology. Like, this is what it is. Your body is growing an arm. That you can't change that. You can't socialize your way out of an arm. It's just that's how our genetics are. But there are other parts of our genetics that are specifically designed to be flexible and vague. And gender and identity in general is one of those things. These are very, very abstract, responsive, highly influenced systems. Now, to tie this back to the whole John Money thing, which I really feel like people need to go reread that and see how unscientific and bullshit it was, how it didn't actually learn anything. They weren't able, there's not much learning that can be pulled from it because it was so unscientific. It was so bad. But
DemonMama,
yes.
like I also forgot to say this to Alice with the John Money thing. So like I wouldn't say that it was unscientific. The problem with it is that like it doesn't prove what Alice said it proved, that gender can't be socialized into someone, right? Which, well, you did say that, right? Like, because like the John Money thing is a case study.
Mhm.
Cannot Case studies are useful because they can indicate that there might be something there which we should investigate further, right? But just one case study from the 1980s won't tell you whether or not you can or cannot socialize someone into a gender category, because it just could have been that that one person, who is just a one person sample, was just not receptive to that socialization. And also the fact that there's like a one case study from 1993 where like people transphobes will cite all the time, where one person, a single case study, they took antipsychotics and their gender's dysphoria was gone, right?
Yeah.
So
What I'm trying to say here is
finish
that
your point, then we got to move
there's
on.
like so much that could be attributed to this John Money thing. You have an intersex individual who's forcibly given genitalia that could cause a body dysmorphia issue, which could be identified because our society conflates sex and gender as gender dysphoria. However, you also have a child who, in addition to having undergone forcible sexual reassignment surgery, is having a gender impressed upon them. You are going to be raised as a female, as a woman in our society, and that means you got to do these things. Maybe by pure chance they like the things they got to do, but they hate their body. These are different things. And like, I feel like this entire conversation has been refusing to acknowledge that these are different things.
Okay.
That there are numerous factors.
So
I think that's important to
So we'll
acknowledge.
go to Vivian, then we'll go to Jack, and then Alice if she wants to respond to anything, and Vaush, we'll get to you as well. Go ahead, Vivian.
Thanks.
I don't know why we keep going to the John Money thing, because obviously, like, the bodily dysphoria is going to be a massive fucking component of that. The reason I keep bringing up people who don't have like body dysphoria but still have social dysphoria is because that seems to that seems to imply, right, that even if you're socialized to believe that you should fit this role of man within society, even if you are perfectly comfortable with having what we commonly perceive as a male body, it might be that you want to occupy a space of like woman in society, right? And so just as there must be some sort of internal map for like what your body is supposed to look like, there must be some kind of internal map as to like what your gender is supposed to be. And I'm not saying for a second that there isn't that this isn't fed into by societal factors and societal pressures. Like I said that multiple times, but I do think that there has to be like a biological component, a biological map, what I was calling a self schema or a framework, right, onto which we map the societal expectations. I think that is like an inherent psychological component, and I think that it can change over time. I don't know whether it's influenced by society or not. I would imagine that it's probably not, because people know their gender by as young as like 2 years old, I think, in some studies, right? I imagine Charlotte will have those on hand because she's great.
What do you
with
mean
that.
by their gender?
Sorry, that people can identify themselves as like boy or girl by the age of about 2 to 4, I think it is, right?
Well, they're told that, aren't
really,
they?
really fucking early on. Sorry?
Well, they're told that, aren't they? I mean, when you have a little boy, you call them a boy. Well, most people do. Little girl, you call them a
Right,
girl.
some of them might say, actually, no, I'm a girl.
Well, if you asked me when I was 2, I would have had a very different answer than if you asked me
Well,
when I was 18.
Let's go.
The idea is that people at that young, they're able to communicate.
I'm not saying everybody has a good idea of their gender by that time, but I'm saying some people can have a good idea of their gender by that young, right? And I think that seems to indicate that there is some sort of like inherent thing that's there. I can't say for sure that it's not like socially influenced, but it's definitely a biological component. It's definitely something that's inherent.
No,
Wait, hold on.
All right, Jack,
I'd love
please,
to jump in
Jack.
because I think I realized where we're talking past each other. Just,
All right, go for
I'll
it.
try to remember
Okay.
it. I'll try to keep it.
Oh
in my
no,
head.
no, no. You can say it's fine then, because Jack's letting you in. But then we go
Okay,
to Jack.
I think I realized what the problem we keep having is. Okay, can I ask an honest question? Vivian, you can answer. I don't care. Somebody who disagrees with me, okay? Do you think that being a fan of rugby is biological in some sense? That maybe there's some biological affinity for contact sports or for the adrenaline, that there's something you could argue maybe there are genes associated with the likelihood of a person playing rugby. Maybe not 100%, but you could get a good guess. Do you think that's the case?
Okay.
The longest period of silence we've had.
I guess I'll answer.
Oh wait, was
I
that
think-
Vivian or?
I think that it maybe
Wait, did she mute me?
like
Okay.
the brain is a really complicated thing. Like, and that's kind of what we keep coming around. Like we might have these like straightforward answers, and the reality is, if you dive into like what a lot of biologists think about like the brain or the human body, the human genome is incredibly complicated. It's real wild stuff going on over there. And then you mix in hormones, then you mix in neurons, then you mix in all this stuff. And when we talk about like a lot of these brain studies, right? And DemonMama kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. And I interviewed a neuroscientist the other day, so I can talk about this a little bit.
You would agree then there's a biological component?
Sure. I see no reason why that isn't like reasonable.
Okay, if that is the case, then I believe you could argue that there is a biological component to gender, in the sense that there are categories we associate with gender that have biological correspondences. So, for example, an affinity for house cleaning or child rearing, as opposed to whatever it is men do, fighting bears, I don't know. Maybe there are patterns of genomes that could be associated with that. They could be mapped onto that. You could make those arguments. But if that's the case, and I agree with that, by the way, that any characteristic you can associate with gender, even social ones, like wearing a dress versus wearing a suit, maybe you could find some biological root for those. And you could argue those biological roots correlate very, very heavily with sex in many cases. But I would argue those things needn't be called gender. If we're to consider gender to be the social element of our behavioral expectations associated with sex, then we would need to distance them from the potential biological roots of being involved in those systems. So it may well be the case that even if we were to abolish gender, that people who are born XX and people who are born XY might deviate in some social ways. There still may be differences generally in how they would prefer to be treated or talked to or what they would want to do. But my argument is that that grouping is no more descriptive and provides us no more utility than any other social grouping that you might find that might have a genealogical component, whether that be an affinity for contact sports over pacifism, whether that be an affinity for being antisocial versus pro-social. Hell, we could make introvert and extrovert two genders, couldn't we? I mean, if you really wanted to file it down, there are genealogical components to those as well. So I don't think that gender is biological. I do think that many of the things that we call gender are associated with biological influences. But if you were to get rid of gender, those influences may still remain, but we wouldn't need to categorize people by them. Does that make sense? This feels semantic, but I feel like that's why we keep talking past each other.
This is what I was trying to get at with bringing up the complexity of what we call biology. The thing is that when people tend to say biologically, or when they tend to say intrinsically, or whatever, these are like pretty essentialist terms, and I think it can lead to some confusion, right? Like, I think that at the end of the day, all things are biological. Humans are machines with a brain in them. Obviously, our thoughts are generated by organic machine, but that doesn't necessarily mean that when we refer to them as biological, it's the same thing like we would say like your biological predisposition towards heart disease or something like that. There are different levels of complexity to these biological traits, and that was what I was maybe failing at trying to communicate, was the idea that, like, hey, like, we can say yes, all things are biological, just like being a fan of chocolate chip cookies or rugby is technically biological on some level, but it's not how we use. That's not what we usually mean when we're talking about biological. When we say something is biological or predetermined, that's pretty stringent. That's saying like this is a thing, and then we end up in, if you take that further, you end up in the Jordan Peterson area of like, well, feminine essentials make you like these things, and I think we don't want to get there, right?
So I just want to interject a little bit. In that, like, yeah, the brain's super complicated. We take brain scans, but really approach all of those studies with a whole lot of skepticism, because generally we don't have the resolution that we would need to actually come to reasonable conclusions. We can just be like, oh, that section of the brain, it lit up and that correlates to something, and then we jump to conclusions about it. That's basically the state of neuroscience right now.
You could argue everything is biological, right? I mean, even
yeah,
people who like StarCraft may have
exactly.
some affinities which are
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Look, gender probably isn't like, oh, there's a gender gene, right? Like, it's probably way more complicated than that. The same way, like, hey, there's no weeb gene, but we got a lot of weebs running around, okay?
Exactly,
we need to
but
do something
nobody
about it.
And this is what I
genders-
was trying to get at. Yes,
That's
because
not a gender.
But
gender,
this
it is more helpful. It is more useful, in my opinion, to consider gender, the concept of gender, how we interact with on a social level, and say, listen, we really don't have the evidence to understand this from a perspective of biology. We don't. We just do not. We do not have it as like, it makes no sense for us to go forward and argue for whether it's policy or philosophy or whatever with the understanding of gender as some kind of biology. Well, yeah, sure, probably in the same way that maybe someday in the future you will be able to use what was the fucking name, Professor X, you'll be able to put on a hat and identify all of the chocolate chip cookie lovers on the planet instantly by some certain categorization in their brain. We are not even close to that. And maybe someday if we get there, we can have a different discussion. But for now, I think it is most useful for us to recognize that gender is super, super messy, and it's most useful to us if we use gender to talk about social stuff, and if we use sex to talk about things that are really actually relevant to the chromosomes you have. That's what I've been trying to talk about this entire time.
And critically, it means that you no longer refute the gender abolitionist talking point. Because if you say that all human behavior is biologically rooted, which, I mean, sure, there's always some element of that to varying extents, then nobody would say, for example, that society needs the existence of the gamer-weeb dichotomy, or the PC gamer versus mobile gamer dichotomy. You could maybe argue that genetically there are some traits that associate with tick-a-tap and little Skinner box games in your phone as compared to playing something substantive and cool on your computer. But nobody would say like society needs these. If we get rid of the binary between gamer on PC and mobile, then we don't know what to do. I think that's fairly ridiculous. So the biological association there is incidental.
I don't think anybody disagrees. sorry, Prime, did you want somebody else to go?
I wanted to get Red Charlotte in because she seemed to want to say something, and then I want to get to you and Vivian right afterward.
It was basically a point that like right before like Vaush said it, I was gonna say it. The whole like literally it's kind of vacuous to try and talk about whether or not something has a biological or a social component. Everything a human does, everything you are, is genes expressed in environment. That's it. Every single thing. All that matters is determining what percentage like is contributing to it. Right. That's like all that matters.
Okay, go ahead. Please, Viv.
Fuck. I was too nice to Charlotte. Fuck. I should be...
Okay, it'll come to you, I'm sure. But you have another point.
Shit. Vaush said earlier something about like, you know, it allows people to express who they are. And DemonMama used something about like a similar phrase, right? Which was like basically self-expression, right? But it's like that thing there is the self, right? That is what you are expressing. Like I don't think that can be like massively fucking changed by society. I don't have any fucking evidence for that, but I do think that we need to stop thinking about like whether or not like gender maps onto sex or anything like that. I do think that there's a really, really strong argument to be made that like the gender identity that somebody feels attracted to, that is like not only like a part of them, but like an actual sexual characteristic. It maps onto, I think, the bimodal model of sex, in that it says, you know, the majority of people on one side who are express what we would say are male characteristics will have a male gender identity, and vice versa, right? And if that is the case, then this particular attribute seems to be strongly correlated to sex. It may move about, like we say, with the bimodal distribution or whatever, but that also means that, like, you know, trans people, for example, would be intersexed because they would have a secondary sexual characteristic that doesn't map onto what we would expect from the bimodal model of sex. And I think it's a much more useful way to think of it like that. And it also kind of defeats the pure gender abolitionist stance, not the gender abolitionist stance of like we should deconstruct these social categories until they're sort of like not as restrictive and everybody can kind of do what they want, but the total gender abolitionist stance of like we just need to get rid of gender entirely and nobody ever even really refers to it, because I think that people, no matter what, are always going to have this component, this gender identity component, that they attempt to communicate and express, and will essentially create new models of gender out of them.
And they should do it on their own terms. Gender
Right.
cannot exist without gender roles, unfortunately. There's no way to say these are groups of people without making prescriptive statements about what those people ought to be. Sometimes it's relatively harmless, gamers, et cetera, but when it comes to gender stuff and the associations there, that can be pretty destructive. The main problem that I have with gender isn't its descriptive utility, it's just the fact that it really, really sucks to be born a given way and to be told what you ought be because of that. I don't know if there's a way to get rid of that without getting rid of the concept entirely, letting people be wild and anarchistic in the way they form their own identities. And hell, maybe it ends up being the case that in a gender abolished world, 90% of XX people end up living their lives pretty similarly to the way they do now, and vice versa, and what have you. But even if that's the case, I would rather have those be the products of choices they made than something they had to go along with in order to not be bullied in middle school.
But we would naturally try to categorize them, right? And they would naturally want to categorize themselves in order that they can advocate for, you know, better resources to do the things that they want to do in their lives or what have you, right? Like I should be able, I want to do this, blah, blah, blah. They're going to categorize themselves, and it's going to be a gender category, even if
we
it
lessen it as much as we can,
determined
right?
by the group itself, which
Weaken
is
it.
So go ahead.
But like, do you not think that there are some categories that, because this whole conversation we'd be talking about, oh, this category has to have like content in it, or like actual substance. But like, there are some categories of people that are literally, they are circular. The group of people whose favorite color is blue. What is the trait that makes them in that category? Their favorite color is blue. It would be the same thing with, oh, you're a woman, right? What defines woman? You identify as a woman. That active performance of identifying, expressing your identity makes you a woman. and like that would be
Oh,
all
I
that you
didn't
need. What
hear
would be
this
wrong with that?
There's another key difference too, which is that if you get rid of gender as a concept, you dissociate it from the biological. Right now, the real problem is people are born a given way, and then you say, "Oh, because of this, you must do this, you must be this." But if the way people form their gender identities is like they're like 9 and they're like, "Yeah, I think I kind of like beating kids up in the playground, really fucking walloping them," you know? If that's the case, okay, you know, sure, maybe that's boy-like as we know it, but at least in that case, there's an element of autonomy there, and I think that goes a long way towards lessening the otherwise harmful components of gender as we know them today. I mean, I'm the only cis person here. I've
No,
struggled with gender
I'm cis
expectations
too.
less than anyone else here, right? And even I chafed at them pretty often. The idea that like boys can't cry or
That's
whatever.
what I was
you know?
saying. That's what I was trying to say.
The Jack, and then Alice, and then Demon, and then you can tell everyone what we're trying to say.
So basically, just this idea that like I think a lot of people when they talk about gender abolition, they scare people who are like really attached to their gender in like a they've built their entire identities around gender, they like playing around with it. And I think that like maybe a better way of framing gender abolition as a concept is to minimizing the damage that prescriptive notions of gender can have on society. And the end state of that, 5,000 years in the future might be that like gender abolition has occurred. What that might look like, we have no idea. We can't even wrap our heads around what gender would look like if we had like sexy robot bodies. Okay, like the idea that we know what a gender abolition society would look like, I think is maybe a bit presumptuous. But I think we can all wrap our heads around the idea of what a society that minimizes prescriptivist notions of gender would look like.
Yeah. Even if you kept the categories, just changing the way you reach those categories would be much better. Imagine if, like, what is being a woman? I don't know. Imagine in your head, whatever that is, you know? Imagine it's the future, okay? That's not called being a woman, okay? That's called being a gay lord. That's what that's called now. That's the category name, all right? And you know what? You're not born with those expectations, all right? You're like 11 years old, you're in middle school, and you're like, you know what? I like pink and I like bad music. I'm sorry, that's not fair. And I like music different from my tastes. I'm a gay lord now, okay? And that identity, I mean, they can still build their life around that if they want to. Fuck, Godspeed, please, more of them. But
and hey, maybe gamers still exist.
Maybe the gamer gender still exists, you know? It just seems nice to me. I don't know. And maybe, and I worry a little bit too, because, I'm going to have a kid one day, maybe in this economy. And the idea of like them growing up, and because I want to do the both ways thing, like if they're born, let's say they're born like cis boy or whatever. And like the whole Sweden, like gender neutral child raising thing seems like it might cause a lot of grief for kids. Like schoolyard grief, with socializing. So I don't want to do that. But also, what am I going to do? Like, hey, hey, son, by the way, if you have a problem with that, please let me know. At any point in time, I'll drop that terminology if that's what you prefer. It's just it'd just be cool to get rid of that.
Okay. Alice.
So all kind of my curiosity here is, first off, so Vaush, you mentioned like that, you've chafed at gender roles. So have all of us, obviously, and we haven't escaped them. We're still being ascribed, gendered expectations. And I guess DemonMama pointed out like some people like some of these gendered expectations. Being in a society that is post-gender doesn't mean you can't like the things that you might associate right now to gender, and that's okay. I can like some of the things that came with, being a man or being a woman. I can like some of those things in a post-gender society, and that's okay. It's not an exclusive thing. It's not post-gender, no longer can you like wearing dresses if you're female. You can't do that anymore because that's gendered. That's not how it works. So I guess that kind of was like one little bit of confusion for me. Is like post-gender doesn't mean that you suddenly stop being able to express femininity or masculinity as they exist. It's just that it changes a little bit about it, and it's not something prescribed to you now. Now it's not, oh, well, you can't cry because you're a boy. Now it's like, oh, you like the principles of Stoicism? That's based. So, like, not that stopped you from crying, but you get the idea. Well, I mean, yeah, you don't want to express it. Yeah, anyway, yes. You get the idea, though, that like post-gender societies don't suddenly stop letting people express themselves in these ways that we associate to genders. It just stops prescribing or forcing them into those ways. I am ascribed things because I pass as a woman. I don't want to be ascribed the things that are associated to women. I don't mind being able to do some of these things, and I like the positives can be good, but there's like lots of I'm not a woman or a man or a trans person. I'm Alice. I'm an individual person, and I have my own like set of traits that match me the best, and they're amalgamations of all the different things that make up me. It's not gendered, and I don't have to make them gendered. I could, if
Yeah, and to build off of what you're saying there, because I agree with you very strongly on this point. To build off of that, like something that I brought up before is that like I think there's, at least in my experience of life and in everything that I have researched, there seems to be quite a lot of evidence that people really want to be able to express themselves more freely than our current gendered society allows us to. And that is the reason why I challenge gender so much. I think that like, yeah, if you really identify strongly with the term woman, sure, keep using it. I'm sure there'll be like 100 different terms in the future. But I would really like to see a society where people can realize themselves better. And we are so far away from that right now. Right now, it is so stringent. And like I said, there's a lot of agony that happens even to people who aren't trans, people who are ostensibly cis. They are totally comfortable identifying as cis, but they don't feel like they can express themselves in certain ways because that would go against our society's crappy understanding of gender. So yeah, like we went a lot of places in this conversation, which I'm really kind of actually happy with. It was really a brain stretcher in a lot of ways, and that's great. But at the end of the day, what I think, my I want to make my position clear is that like I think there's a lot of people who are suffering under our current like model of gender, and I think that the one I'm arguing for, the gender ascensionist position, would be so much better, so much more freeing. Even if someday 500 years from now we have a totally different understanding and we're like, wait a minute, gender was such a stupid concept. Like it's not even like that. It's like you have spots on your brain, and if they link it a certain way, and we have like this crazy understanding of how things are understood, that'd be fucking cool or whatever. But
Yeah.
for now, I think it would be better if we moved away from the model of gender is an essential biological trait that you are born with, liking pink dresses, and we move to a thing where, hey, you can be who you want to be and you can express that however you feel that, and we should give each other the daily respect, the basic level of respect that we allow each other to have those identities and not like kill people over it, because that's what we do right now.
So
Yeah, I mean, let's be
social things
gender
onto,
pirates
like,
together. Sailing the high seas of gender, taking the booty that we want, leaving the booty that we don't want. It'll be great.
go ahead, Vivian.
Yeah, so you're still linking like the social things onto the like internal components of gender or whatever, just like saying, well, gender is just like liking pink dresses or whatever, and I don't think that it necessarily is. But this whole
But they're part of
conversation,
gender.
yeah, they are part of gender, but they're not all that makes up gender. They're the sociological expectations placed on genders. Anyway, but this whole conversation started from like the whole like trans women are women, or a woman is whoever says they are a woman, or a woman who is whoever identifies as a woman, right? And it's whether it's tautological, whether it's a useful statement to be made, and as interesting as this all is, and it is interesting to try and work out like where exactly gender comes from, etc., and whether or not like we should abolish gender, what that even looks like, all very interesting intellectual conversations. And I don't think anybody is arguing that we shouldn't try and deconstruct these categories like as much as possible in order to free people from those gendered expectations that are harmful to them, such as boys don't cry, or girls have to like cook and clean, or whatever. But in the it does in the present day, there are people who are fighting really, really, really fucking hard to be recognized as one of these genders, right? Whose lives depend on their ability to get the state and society to acknowledge them as either woman or man. That's the only way they're going to be able to get their medical treatment that they need in order to be able to transition. That's the only way that they're going to get treated properly in society, like get a job and be treated well, and not be driven to depression and poverty. And so while we can talk about utopian visions of gender abolition, I think I think it's pertinent to sort of remember those people who are fighting for that today and just try and because they're not going to be on board with a complete gender abolition project. While in the meantime, it's like, well, no, actually, I am a woman. I don't want to deconstruct the category of woman. I want to be a woman so that I can get the things that I need, you know?
Well,
Yeah,
gender
I think
abolitionism doesn't mean denying
I
people
think
I know that.
today.
I know
I-
that, but it's
I-
when you start sort of disparaging some of the slogans that are used to communicate these concepts that, like, I should be treated as a woman in the society in which we currently live, right?
What
Which is
slogans are
essentially
getting?
what trans women are women, or a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman means. It is a slogan that's trying to communicate this concept, this
Oh,
plea to
well,
society.
so
I don't
Yeah,
think
what,
that
Can I-
we need
I-
to
do
Can I
people
comment
here
on
have
one
a
thing real
problem with that? I
conflate
thought
them.
I
You
thought we were on
understand that?
board with the trans women or women.
here, I'm just gonna step in real quick. This is why I think it's more useful to frame it as eliminating the prescriptivist notions of what gender should be in society. I think that's a more useful explanation of your goals as a gender abolitionist, because let's be real, none of us are going to live to see any kind of utopian vision of like complete gender abolition.
You wound me.
That's what you think.
Okay, look, maybe one of us,
Yeah,
one of us has been born that will get the sexy robot body
Yeah,
first.
who's here?
okay?
Who here is youngest? You have the best odds.
Wait, who here is a gamer? You're exposed to less sun.
There you go.
One thing I wanted to ask Vivian, just as a clarifying question at this point, like I don't really think that there's been a whole lot of like critiquing of like slogans and stuff, and I usually don't personally have much of an issue. But like when we're talking about philosophy versus like pragmatic
Hmm,
or date or whatever, like I do think there is a little bit of a difference there. I mean, for example, I
sure.
think most trans people here and probably even Vaush would be familiar with this history. Like, I mean, for a long time the go-to political line was trans people are born into the wrong body, and that was because that made
Mhm.
sense to the largely heavily spiritual America at the time. That is, you know, we don't
Yeah.
really believe in that kind of stuff anymore as much. But I think that like those sort of like pragmatic optical sloganeering decisions, whatever, is like not it's not quite the same discussion. There are times, like I, for example, think that the model that I propose is super useful because it allows, and obviously I'm by my own fucking thing I'm coming up with that I've been arguing about for the last like fucking 2 months. But like this, I think this position works because it allows accepting people who are fighting right now for the rights that they deserve, and it validates their gender while still saying, hey, we have a longer term project that we're working towards, which is acknowledging that gender is kind of bad. And if we just stopped at making this very specific type of binary trans woman okay in society, well, there's going to be a lot of people who are left out by that. And
Well, I've been
I would
trying
hope
to
that we could push further.
work out why I was so uncomfortable with the toxicity and so on that surrounded your debate with RGR and some of the language that was used by both of you in that debate. I can't think of specific examples from you, but I can think of one from RGR, right? RGR came in and said, I don't agree with self-ID. And that statement in and of itself is like incredibly fucking alarming to anybody who's fighting for the right to self-identification over in Europe. Now, this isn't what RGR meant by it, right? She didn't say, I'm opposed to the idea that like trans people should be legally recognized as the gender they say they are. Like that's not the argument that she was making. But I think that when we have these really, really complicated philosophical discussions on a public platform, we end up stumbling into things that are easily misconstrued, things that bring up conversations that the general public just isn't ready to have at the moment, and could in fact be damaging to current movements that are trying to gain some kind of incremental change. You know?
Maybe. I mean, I do think there's some validity to that to a certain degree, but like I think that like it's mostly overblown. I mean, for example, let's just be completely frank. Like I'm totally fine with broaching this subject, but somebody who came on here earlier and argued with me and then fucking chickened out and ran away. Sorry. But no, he came on. I mean, he had a whole lot to say about how I'm damaging the trans movement and I'm damaging women online. Come on, like this is ridiculous. That I think listen. Maybe I think too highly of audiences. Maybe I think that maybe my audience is just super hella smart and I'm misjudging the rest of the internet. But I think that I think that people can handle these types of discussions. I'm
Yeah,
very
I
much a
don't like
believer that
that.
the average
I-
person can parse these things. And I think that when it gets really bloody and bad is usually the result of totally unpredictable interactions with like people's like super parasocial followings who, more or less kiss the ground that people work on.
So, yeah,
That sort of thing.
social followings are a real fucking problem in this.
Well,
I
I
agree.
do.
I agree.
Yeah, the problem with the
went
Demon
to-
Mama. I just want to say the problem with the whole Demon Mama RGR thing.
Vaush's Destiny's show immediately afterwards, and I said, we need to have some kind of fucking empathy in these discussions. This is a really complicated discussion. People are going to fuck up all over the place, and that we probably need to like tone down some of the rhetoric that we're using against individuals and so on. Right? That was pretty much my point. And that goes for like all of these fucking like crazy complicated discussions, yeah, and
The problem with that debate
is
wasn't
a
the
huge
ideas being
fucking
discussed.
problem.
That's for sure.
I
Sorry?
mean, I would
The
generally
problem with the
agree.
Demon Mama RGR thing wasn't the ideas being discussed. That wasn't where the toxicity arose from. It had a lot more to do with misunderstandings, miscommunications, and for other communities getting involved. I don't think it was the actual ideas. I mean, if we want to talk about potentially damaging the discourse, how you phrase these ideas is super important. But to be fair, and I like her, I do, but to be fair, RGR going with the I don't believe in the self-identification route, that line of thinking, if poorly expressed, which I think to an extent it was in that conversation, actually is pretty damaging to trans advocacy, because that is the predominant line, argumentation wise. So I think that ideologically there's plenty to be discussed here, but these conversations like absolutely have to be had,
Yeah,
separately
like I
before you
think
can.
was it in the newest was it the newest Contra video or the newest Abigail video where they said there's like a problem with the phrase, like the advocacy phrase, like as a slogan, trans women are women, because it begs the question, right? But the thing is, like in practice,
If it changes people's
it
minds.
logically does, right? It technically begs the question, but in like
Yeah.
real life, right? It doesn't beg the question in an actual conversation often enough to matter. It's a good slogan and it's been working.
And
Right?
it works, and we shouldn't be attacking that slogan on a public platform when it's like one of the few things we actually have that is pushing trans advocacy forward, especially in a country like mine where we've just lost fucking like puberty blockers for under 16s. There's we couldn't pass a conversion therapy bill because trans people were going to be included in it, and all that sort of stuff. So
And for the
like,
record, I agree with you. I don't
people are
attack
grateful.
these slogans. I sometimes would maybe perhaps encourage somebody to maybe we could do better. Like for example, I would probably very gently encourage someone to move away from language like born in the wrong body. But this is not that is not my approach. I have my own approach, but I don't stop those. I recognize the pragmatic value and always have. And also just a comment, just because it was concerning me. Yes, by the way, I largely agree with you, Vaush, about like the prescription of what happened there. The conversation was like a spicy debate that we like both had some moments where we got worked up. It was 9 hours into a stream and also whatever. But like what happened after was not anything like that. There was a whole bunch of information left out. People got involved, and it was pretty bad.
But the catalyst was this incredibly like complicated discussion, which is a very similar discussion to the one we've just been having. And I don't think that anybody can say it's not a complicated discussion, given like how much contention and how many different points of view have been presented on this panel, right? And I think like just as a point of like everybody always talks about fucking optics and so on, right? It really does depend on what you're trying to do. And the kinds of discussions that you platform are like you can predict that they're going to go a certain way. You might not predict that it's going to go as bad as like, but you say like you were like, I don't want to have this discussion right now, right? Like I honestly don't
4
know.
times.
Yeah, I honestly
Nobody
don't know.
talked about that.
Or even the one we just had is one that's like useful to be having like in public at the moment.
So I don't want to have like too much of a meta debate of a no debate here. But okay, is there anything else that people would like to say on this? I mean, now that we had these interesting people gathered here, Jack.
First off, I want to clarify that my audience is free to kiss the ground that I walk on. Okay, that 100% feel free to do that. I'll think you're weird, but free country and all that. And second off, I think that it is good to link this conversation back into like the actual material conditions of trans people. And I thank you for bringing us back around, Vivian. I appreciate that because it is like it's a complicated topic. Like what is the philosophy of gender? Okay, like that's a complicated topic that I don't think any of us here, except maybe Joe, who left, would be qualified to answer. Um, and what we are qualified to answer though is what like material needs trans people have in the relative places that we're located in. And I think that, using this kind of a conversation to get people thinking about interesting ideas or at least different ideas and thinking about trans people and how our lives are, because
Mm.
frankly it's real fucking hard to be a trans person, and it's real fucking hard to transition. And
You know what do you think would be useful?
what?
Is something I try to do because I talk about cults and shit all the time, right? I want to get experts in the subject in to like try and bring some expertise to the conversations that we have like in these spaces around like de-radicalization and so on. And I think what would be really, really useful, you mentioned like Joe, has a decent amount of education in this area. I think it would be useful, when these kinds of things do crop up. I'm not saying that people who don't have training in the area can't talk about these things.
Mhm.
But I think it would be useful rather than sort of like blundering around in the dark and trying to work out concepts that perhaps people who have more experience in the field have already grappled with and may have better perspectives on. I think, among us all here, we have some pretty large collective platforms and we can leverage those to reach out to experts in these subjects and maybe try and bring some more expertise in the in the subjects we talk about into the conversations that we have.
Absolutely. And like that's part of what's so valuable about these conversations is it gets us thinking about these things too. It motivates
Mm.
us to talk about material conditions of trans people because I know like on my stream, like I'm not talking about trans issues 24/7. And like
I'll
hey,
make it.
maybe I should talk about trans issues more. Maybe I can figure out more experts to bring on.
Uh,
Well,
So
I just want to say one thing. I will interrupt the positivity circle jerk here. The thing
go
that
for it.
frustrates me is I feel like 98% of the time when leftists talk about like what it means to be a woman or what gender means, we're talking about these highly academic, esoteric ideas that are, by the way, you can talk to academics all you want. They're debating it too. When you're not going to find a concrete answer by talking to a PhD in gender studies. They're also furiously fighting with one another. We talk about that instead of what I think is the more pressing issue here, which is how do we convince other people that trans people aren't literal degenerates? That would be preferable in my mind. But that conversation has a lot more to do with rhetoric, optics, and presentation than it does with the actual. I mean, the underlying stuff is fun. I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about it at all. It's just, I don't know. I'll say this much, okay? I feel like screaming trans women or women out of a bullhorn somewhere in a street corner in a major metropolitan area will probably convince more people than if we were to get the population of a city to have watched this panel. Just because the conversations we were having had very little to do with convincing other people.
Yeah, it's
Well, I mean,
extremely
I don't
esoteric.
know.
That would
I
be
mean, I
like
do agree. I do agree there's some esotericism to it, but at the same time, in conversations like this, and this is just why I do panels a lot, and this is why I do the stuff that I do, people's brains stick to this stuff and they like coming along with us on our little brain journeys, and it lets them practice those mental paths in a way that like as if they were on this panel too, and it lets them get lots of ideas through their brain in a way that's useful, even if sometimes they're esoteric. And I will agree, this isn't like, I don't think that panels are like, we are marching forward towards the edge of trans liberation. Like, no. But I do think there's probably, I mean, I know I've benefited personally from stuff like this, where it's like, oh, wow, I had never walked down this path. And now I've walked down 8 different paths. And I've also got the benefit of seeing which one won out and for what reason. So I think that's kind of
Yeah, that's
valuable.
true. No,
Yeah.
this
I think the
does
focus on
benefit people.
changing minds is also one that we need to like maybe move away from ever so slightly. It's not that changing minds isn't useful. Of course it's useful, but it ignores the fact that we have an extraordinarily large base of people who if not completely agree with us, at least identify with our struggle and want to support us in it. And I think that a lot of energy that goes towards trying to form arguments that are going to convince bigots could instead go to and be put to much better use in trying to form broader coalitions between marginalized groups in order to collectively fight for each group's rights.
Oh yeah,
Sure, I mean, you got to do both,
absolutely.
but
It's more
unfortunately, like,
effective.
uh,
It's more effective to reach out to people who don't really have an idea of what trans people are, or are, you know, rudimentary levels of bigoted, simply because they've never encountered a trans person before.
So
Yeah,
Like,
ignorance.
I live
So
in the middle of the Midwest,
over.
and most people I encounter never met a trans person. They barely know what a trans person is. They think a trans person is somebody on RuPaul's Drag
so
Race.
Yeah, no,
you're
you're right.
making
Most
making
people
the
are
distinction
agree.
between ignorance and like malice, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Vaush, you want to say
But
something?
oh, well, just there are a lot. I mean, it depends on which groups you find yourself in. If you're like in a largely progressive space, then I agree. You know, focus on presenting these ideas in a friendly and approachable way. Get people together. Try to find ways to get them politically organized. But in some communities, I mean, especially some of the ones I bump into, man, the conversations are less. You know, what can we do to support trans women, and are more. No, actually, being trans doesn't make you a pedophile. No, wait, hold on. No, okay, let's back up 18 steps. Do you know what gender means? And like that's I feel like an unfortunate number of Americans are on that level. I mean, I think if you ask your average Midwestern boomer whether or not there is a biological reason that women wear dresses and men wear suits, I actually think many of them would short circuit, because I've done this to some of these people and they just freeze up. It's incredible. But anyway, okay, so plurality of approaches, it's all very important. Let's just, infighting is probably bad. We can all agree on that. Infighting should be avoided, especially when we're all in agreement enough to even have these conversations.
but if we did infight,
but
I would win.
so
Well,
early in this
I think we
conversation,
have that base. We
we
have that. So you want to convince people over to our side, but what is the point of people being on our side if they just sort of like generally agree with us and they'll probably vote vaguely in the direction of us, right? We are still, I mean, in the United Kingdom, for example, the majority of women agree that we should institute policies that benefit trans women, right? We already have a majority of people who agree with us, and yet the law is going against us. And the law is going against us because the opposition, although a minority, is galvanized. It has coalesced, and they are vocal and they are fighting. Whereas, like, I think just trying to get people
yeah,
to
we
sort
should
of
fight
say,
them.
yeah,
We should
people
fight.
are okay. Like it's not
I
as effective.
totally agree with you, Viv, and I will go to you, Red. I'm sorry, it's late. Red. I'll go to you, Red, next. But I totally agree with you on this point. Oh my God, Vivian, I love you on this point, just alone, right?
I love you too, Prime.
But yes, this constantly we get in this argument, this debate, right? Like, and I'll just bring this quickly back to defund the police, though we don't have to go there. But like, you know, oh hey, defund the police. That's like not a good slogan. It's not convincing, you know, like Billy Bob and fucking Arkansas, like to jump on your side. Well, yeah, but I mean, that doesn't have to be the point, right? It could be to rally our side to like a cause, right? Because a lot of those people aren't going to march for us anyway, right? And they can be so easily convinced that BLM is a terrorist organization from the phrase defund the police, right? And that guy wasn't going to be an ally. He wasn't going to be like, it wasn't going to decide who he was going to vote for. He wasn't going to march with you. He wasn't going to send a letter or anything like that, right? So there's value in rallying your side and just educating your side. Yeah.
Like the allyship versus accomplices, or allies versus comrades kind of argument, right? It's all very well to like give lip service to people's struggles, but what you actually want is somebody who will fucking go to a protest and get arrested with you. You know, somebody who will fucking like take down your phone number or raise bail funds for you or whatever, because that genuinely is the fucking situation that a lot of marginalized groups are in, that we actually need to be kicking up more of a fuss than simply saying, hey, could you maybe pay some attention to, because we're actively having our rights stripped away from us. I mean, I mentioned the UK, but in the United States is very, very similar. The amount of fucking like transport bills and trans kid bills, puberty blocker bills, and all that sort of stuff that are coming before state legislatures at the moment, right? Biden's pushing for some good shit, don't get me wrong, but at the state level, it's a fucking disaster, especially if you live in a red state.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure.
And like,
Red, please.
We all agree on that, though.
so like
Nobody here's gonna
early in the
disagree with
conversations, like the
Milton
things Vaush was
advocacy.
talking about, the people you're like referring to are like fringe, right? People who are like even interested in those conversations to begin with. When you're doing like advocacy where you're canvassing, right? Where you're canvassing about issues to people, these topics literally never come up. What is gender? What is a woman? None of these things ever come up. That and we've even talked about this early in the conversation. I think like 4 hours ago or something. That like what changes people's minds about trans people is like one, canvassing with a trans person and presenting them the facts and presenting them your suffering. That is like literally what gets people to like and even when confronted with anti-trans ads, the effect on their beliefs for the ad dissipates, but the effect of the conversation with the trans person persists after the conversation. And it like actually like marginally changes how people behave and view things. Like these are all things that we don't even have to like we don't need conjecture. We literally have like empirics for this, like how to change people's minds. And I can like post
Diversity
it in
works.
chat as like as a reference.
and
Also,
like,
for a fun fact for Vivian and anyone else in this room for future reference, I just posted some stuff in chat. It's not really have to do anything with this conversation. It's about trans kids with puberty blockers, and how
Right,
like
yeah.
puberty blocking kids don't desist. That was just like a fun fact.
so like one of the things is, and you know, diversity of tactics, all that stuff. Like, I grew up a bigot. Like, I grew up being bigoted against like trans people and being like, oh, and gay people too. Like, I come from people who are like that, and largely, at least in my experience, and sure, that's anecdotal or whatever, but like a lot of people don't really care that much about trans people, and they don't really know what a trans person is. So, to Charlotte's point, like having somebody on hand who's just like a normal human being who happens to be trans and like going around canvassing, super useful to make that issue real and to like introduce people to what even is a trans person. A lot of people don't think they've ever met a trans person in their life. They're wrong, but like a lot of people think that. And disabusing them of that notion, I think, is really helpful when it comes to trans issues.
Same's been shown with racial minorities too. The people with the worst views on black and brown folk are usually.
What? No.
Yay! Down for the
that.
count.
Well, if he comes back, then
Shame.
we'll pull him in.
So speaking to
Taken
what
down.
he was just saying, I just posted something in chat. This is from 2015, so it's probably increased by since then. But like 30% of like most personally know a trans person. So that's just like personally know, not just like met someone. A lot of people have met trans people.
Yeah, I mean, like, just statistically, like what, 1 out of every 200 people is trans in the United States?
More
So,
I
than
think it's
that,
150,
probably.
right?
something like that?
I mean, it could be as
It's
yeah,
it's
it could be as high as
0.0.66, right?
it could be as high as 1 in 50. We just don't know because, like,
Yeah.
it's really, really shit. So, like, there's a variety of organizations that attempt to make estimates, and the estimates, like, from both the UK and US, are somewhere between 0.4% and 1.8%, depending on who you ask, right? Like, it's really. It's a really, really broad range.
Yeah.
I think you're probably going to see that number climb anyway. So even if it is like 1.2% now, I think it's probably going to be like 1.5 to 1.8%. You know, within a generation, because the amount of trans people who are now coming out. Yeah.
Yeah. Howdy.
Okay, there we go.
Welcome back.
No, wait, Vivian, you don't understand. They're being socially pressured to be trans. The increase of fucking the decrease in
Look, I
testosterone over
can
the
always
past Gears is making everyone
I was on a
trans.
really good game run, and then my computer just ups and crashes.
Oh man, that sucks.
The amount of people presenting to gender clinics in the UK has increased by some 6,000% in the last fucking like
Based alert?
10 years or something. So it's
Yeah.
like it's so huge, right? And I think
But it
like
went up from a pretty
even
small
trying to
number.
put an estimate on the actual trans population at this stage, like it's going to be really difficult. I think it probably is somewhere in the range of 1%, but like it's really, really difficult to say.
Yeah.
And we'll all be trans. I mean, that's the goal, right?
Heck
The
yeah.
global
Yeah,
homo
more or
agenda.
less. I mean, honestly, and that's another thing that
No.
I did want to.
No.
That's something that I did want to touch on just a tiny bit, which is that
Everyone
like
being trans.
no, well, not literally everyone being
Don't
trans.
make me argue with you.
I wanted
Not
to talk
until
about
not until the Globo Homo get their camps
not
up.
until Global Homo Initiative is
Biden
prepared.
force
The
femming.
Human Instrumentality Project will be complete.
Where my femboy camps at, Biden? I was promised femboy
We were
camp.
yeah.
I thought
No,
that's what
but
FEMA
what-
stood for.
But, but honestly, like one of the things that I think is valuable and part of the reason why I show up to a lot of panels and stuff like that is because I think there's a lot of people who need to hear that like it's actually more normal to think about your expression and your gender than people think a lot of times. Again, some of this is a bit of a unscientific hunch based on my personal experience of meeting a lot of people who might identify as cis, but really, really want to change up the way that they actualize and realize and express themselves. And you should do it. It's good actually,
worth it.
and it's rewarding. And you don't have to live up to these totally incoherent nonsense prescriptive gender bullshit that people tell you, even if you're not
Reject
trans.
cringe.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Yeah. And so like I think that's like one thing that I think is valuable, even if sometimes we get into most like granular conversations about linguistics with regard to gender and whatnot. I think there is value in at least thinking about it and getting people's brain juices flowing, because I think a lot of people there's this whole idea of God, I always think of the Philosophy Tube video about communities of strength versus communities of vulnerability. As it turns out, a lot of people actually have shared vulnerabilities, even that they don't know necessarily exist. People have a lot of shared interests, and a lot of people who think they're a part of like cis heteronormative society aren't entirely to the same degree that they thought, and them learning that can be really fucking valuable and freeing and liberating. And also, they're likely to become more aware of people who might be more targeted by society because of that. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Did we do it? I think we did it.
Solved gender.
We did it.
Things just suddenly got way more
Alright, here's-
calm and cohesive suddenly.
Here's the take, all right? Hormone blockers till you're 18, mandatory. All right, then you get to choose. All right.
Okay.
What
What we
happens is you'll
really need
start
are weed
listening to-
blockers. Okay, we need weed
You'll start
blockers.
listening to me and based Charlotte, all right?
For everyone, mandatory, the whole population, gender neutral world.
Weed blockers for everyone until they're responsible enough to handle anime.
So fucking fantastic. So all right, to my audience, first of all, if you come in from DGG, again, thank you, Destiny, for being so kind as to raid me. Follow the channel, goddammit. We like do this all the time. Like these moments don't ever happen on other channels, because they don't have this open environment. We let random people join and we get these great moments. So if you want more of that, hit the follow button right now. Hit it now, hit that notification bell so you know I'm going live. I do this all the time.
You DGG motherfuckers, you all act like you hate my guts, but you know you fucking love me. You know you fucking love me.
Are you
Dude,
mad? Are you
look,
mad? Are
okay,
you mad?
I get hating people. I love to hate people, but holy shit, some of the DGGers in chat, they were like, it was like, DemonMama just breathed right as Vaush breathed. Of course she would. A clone. Like, okay, all right, let's
It's wild. It's fucking hog wild.
let's take a couple thousand steps back.
All right.
Actually,
For
sorry
the-
for jumping into this.
No, thank you.
Oh no, you go. You're finishing.
Yeah, so I'm a cis person, which makes me bad. I didn't actually know this was a trans panel until somebody fucking messaged me 5 minutes
Intruder.
after I barged in. So I apologize. It looks like cis people were the real unwelcome invaders of private social spaces, as it turns out.
So we had a trans panel that was earlier, and then we ended that panel and transitioned to a slightly smaller panel that allowed cis people in, and that's when we started this
We had
conversation.
Joe on, right? And
Yeah.
Joe's cis, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Vaush, you're one of the
Holy
good
shit.
ones.
We transitioned into a pro-cis society.
There we
What the
go.
fuck?
That's
You
how
know,
it works.
Destiny is an agender, bisexual,
Wait, I'm
Cuban
not
king,
trying.
right?
I'm not mean baiting here. Isn't Destiny like non-binary now or something?
That's what I'm hearing.
He's
Really?
says he's
Congrats.
non-binary.
That's what.
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
There you go.
Congrats to them.
Fuck yeah.
So
That's the world we fight
based.
for, right?
Yeah.
Based.
I think I misgendered them, and I apologize for doing that.
I think he still goes by he. Just
Yeah,
I
he's
think,
still fine with he/him pronouns. Let's not go fucking crazy, all right? Non-binary in a day, all right? You don't just switch from he/him to they/them. That takes time, right? And then after you've been, genderqueer or non-binary for like 5 years, you switch to Ziza, Zazem, or star gender. That's just how it goes. And then after that,
And
you're
then you move to like
the slippery
eldritch
slope,
murmurs and
yeah.
stuff.
And then
Yeah,
you
you
end
evolve
up
like a Pokemon.
and then you end up like me, where I'm just like anything but he. Thanks.
So
I'm clinging on to my my cissosity because if I go, man, that's all of BreadTube. You know, it's pretty much just H-bomb and Sean at
pretty
that
much,
point.
yeah.
Yeah, the whole how the world's
Sean
fell.
Look, we'll get you. We'll get you one day, okay? We'll have the trans cannons trained on.
Oh
your
wait, can I
location.
throw in one final meme?
Please.
Really quick. Wait, it's completely unrelated. Vivian, can you not like associate me with Nazis in Twitter memes, please? I beg of you. Okay.
Sorry, what? Associate you with Nazis in Twitter memes?
Yeah, you did like a Twitter meme, and it was like there are two paths the transes can go, and it was like all the cool POC Wojaks on the right, and the left it was like there was a Nazi, and there was me, and I was Family Guy me, which makes it doubly insulting. And you can use the Family Guy me, but don't put me next to Nazis, okay?
I thought they were mostly just like meme caricatures of online leftists in big quotes. I thought it was more of a commentary on like whether you go down the fucking parasocial personality cult route of just fucking subscribing to one particular fucking online leftist, watching all their debates and standing for them, or go over there and actually try and build shit up with marginalized people who need it.
I love building shit up with marginalized people. Also, there was text right next to me. I'm trying to see. Hold on. I don't think it was just a neutral commentary on parasocial
people. They're my enemy or some shit like that. I don't know. It probably came from the 4-hour rant you had about how trans people are basically subhuman. And
I believe there could be peace in our time.
Yeah.
There could be peace in our time. I believe this.
Wait, hold on. Not only have I not ever made that rant, you were in my community after that took place.
I have not started any shit. Vaush brought this up, all right?
No, on Twitter. I said on Twitter.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm trying to find the meme.
Okay.
Better future together, please. Let the water be under the bridge.
I gotta say, so the 1,200 people.
We can talk about it. I'm not interested in starting some fucking drama fight that's going to result in the same amount of bullshit I've had on Twitter over the last 2 days from people who see you as their parasocial daddy.
These were the words. It was, I want these people to know that they're my enemy. I fucking hate them. I really do. And that's directly underneath me.
Yeah, that was the one. You said that during your 4-hour stream. I remember it distinctly.
Yeah, about woke skulls. I still hold that feeling.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, woke skulls is like a really shitty made-up term meant to denigrate marginalized people who speak out when they're having shit thrown at them.
Nah, woke skulls are mostly white people. They're the worst of them.
All right. So all 1,200 people watching right now, I want you guys to join the Discord Voice Training Emporium by Chloe Bob Smith for great voice lessons if you're trans, and even if you're cis, right, and you just want to have a nice early voice, join the Discord. I dropped it in the chat, all right?
Yeah. Oh, please.
Also, please subscribe to my channel.
So yeah, I will give you all outros. Hold on. All right, I will give you all outros. And I'll let you Vaush take out his anger against people who have wronged him in this chat.
Well, it's not anger.
No, it's not anger. But no,
I mean, he's obviously pissed because he went on my stream, on his stream, and called me what was it, like a crazy stalker bitch or something? Like I fucking.
Well,
I
mean, I believe that, sure. But
I
like,
will
believe
host
that
the
whether it
debate
matters or
between
not.
you.
Yeah.
I volunteer. I will host the debate.
Okay.
Crazy stalker bitch who hasn't actually said anything about me or interacted with me for over a year. Man, she's obsessed.
Wait, I really don't think we want to go down this road.
Oh, wow.
I think that'd probably be better for you if we didn't go down this
Oh,
road because you were
okay, all right.
in my DMs.
Like, in your DMs, doing what?
You
All
having
right,
like a
listen,
meltdown because
you
of
can
my
sort it out on
Anglophobia?
DramaMama after this if you want to. Let Prime go to bed.
I'll stick around if you're going to yell at each other, but
Laughing at you, you fucking destroyed half your community by going on that transphobic rant that you deleted from YouTube.
I mean,
That-
its content is pretty. My community is very small right now, so I've clearly suffered the extreme consequences. I mean, if you honestly think that rant was transphobic, I think you're acting in bad faith.
Daddy to tell them what's right and wrong.
Wait, look, you're the one who comes off as mad. I'm just like, can we not do this? And you're like, ha, your parasocial community has obviously accepted you in spite of your transphobic. Dude, come on, it's cool.
Ron, I'm really enjoying
Even if
this
it's cool,
leftist
it's
infighting.
cool. Why did you bring it
It's
up
the
if it's
time-honored
cool?
tradition.
Wait. To be fair, this was an attempt at an olive branch. I think that the peace can be reached in our time. I do believe it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just want us all
I
to
think
get along.
there's a sizable portion of online leftists who drape themselves in the aesthetic of leftism to get themselves clicks and likes. And whenever they're fucking challenged on doing something that's kind of shitty, they come down hard and just like.
What shitty
create
thing?
Wait, is there actual
Hold
drama
on, though.
going on right
Wait.
now?
I
I
have
kind
a
of wasn't paying
counterpoint to this.
attention.
That's really
Yeah, there's
important.
actual
Listen,
drama.
I have a counterpoint to this, which
keep
is that.
themselves as
Oh, hold
their
on a second. Hold on.
moral arrogance.
I feel like you
Wait,
all could be getting good content if you just let us fight,
Yeah.
but we're
No.
grouping you
I'm
now.
letting it
But I
roll.
can
What
also-
shitty
I
things
can
are we
also-
referring to here?
Wait,
I just
but
like
listen to
when
this.
people
though.
are
Hold on a
nice.
second.
I don't think there'll be peace in our time, DemonMama, because like, you know, I just don't I don't value certain fucking like communities because they just bring toxicity and shit and destroy solidarity. Yeah.
Wait, hold on though. Wait, but I just want to point something out. And I just want to say, Vaush just sat through a conversation with like walked into a conversation between like 6 trans people who were all screaming at each other about the definition of gender, and there was peace by the end of it. You don't believe there can be peace in our time after a
I
conversation
don't
like
think
this?
that had
I
anything
think there can
to
be.
do with
I
Vosh.
believe
I don't even
in
think
peace.
Vaush thinks that it had anything to do with him being here. Like,
Well, wait, I think that
it was great.
wait, hold on, wait, please, God. I think it helps that I'm not like transphobic. That would probably have made the conversation go down worse, you know.
Yeah, I
just don't
got
like being
a
called
clip. I
transphobic.
got a clip from a few years ago that begs to differ, Vosh.
People change them.
You know
Yeah,
the
few years
remember
ago,
the
few years ago,
subhuman
people
clip or
can
whatever?
change.
Yeah, I know. Wait, you can wait. Hold on. You can go back in that clip. I never called trans
No,
people
no.
subhuman.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh, you're joking. Okay, I
You
can't
did
tell.
say that
I
trans
never like
people were
people.
definitely mentally ill.
Disgusting,
You said
degenerate
No,
subhuman.
I didn't. You can go.
Yeah,
No, again,
I
you can
remember
go
that.
and watch it. I agree that it was a
Right.
poorly phrased
Oh no,
rant.
you
That's
said that dysphoria is definitionally a mental illness. That was
No,
the
no,
one.
you're right.
Wait.
Trans people are degenerates. You're right.
wait, no.
So-
Wait, hold on. Isn't gender?
was
Wait,
the word,
isn't gender
actually.
dysphoria
Subhuman,
currently
yeah.
defined as a?
No, it is. It is.
Yeah, that's
Gender
it. Not
dysphoria in
trans.
the DSM-5, yeah, but gender dysphoria in the DSM-6 will be kicked out because, like, the majority of clinicians agree that being transgender is like a sexual developmental disorder. Dysphoria.
Then I'll change my language.
They're
You're
not
going to
gonna
call me transphobic for
It
using
may
terminology in the
produce mental illness.
DSM-5?
I'm
Wait,
not
they're not
calling you
removing-
transphobic. I'm
You
just saying
pretty
that, like,
explicitly called me transphobic,
no,
Vivian.
I said you had a transphobic rant, which you did.
Wait.
Genuinely
Ian.
don't even think that. But no, you put me on the bad end of like a meme, and you put underneath it a quote, and then said that was like an anti-trans quote. I think the implication here is pretty explicit.
That was like 2 years
No,
ago. Back
it's against the woke skulls. Yeah.
this.
Well, yeah.
The woke skulls. I should
I
put
brought
it
I
it
can
up
do.
already.
Wait,
Hold
real
on,
quick,
hold on,
real
one second,
quick. Can I
one
get
second,
in
hold
real
on.
quick?
Can't even
Can I
go
get in
here.
real
No,
quick?
So,
enemy.
okay. Is there no way
Prime,
to? So,
please,
but
Prime.
I know you want to. Don't.
I offered to not. I opened this saying like, can we not do this? I don't know. I
Yeah.
can't be held accountable for antagonism after that. I tried my best.
Okay, hold on.
After what?
Is there no
you
way?
opened up this conversation. You keep saying shit, and I just
Wait,
fucking.
yeah, I opened it by saying, can we not insult me on social media? Is that me being the aggressive one?
Can we not insult you on social media?
Yeah, I think that's a
You
reasonable thing to ask.
You happen to be part of a group of online quote-unquote leftists that I have a serious problem with the operation of. So if, like, can I not insult you online means can I not criticize this particular group and use examples of the kind of shit that I'm talking about, then unfortunately, no. But,
So
like,
first,
I'm not coming
So-
after you fucking personally. I'm not talking about how you... Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
talking about that
So wait, hold
stuff.
on, wait. A couple of things here. First of all, criticism is okay, but like putting me next to like here are the bad ones, and then there's a literal Nazi SS wearing Wojak. That's a little bit more. Additionally, it's okay to
Let him respond.
criticize.
Hey, let him respond.
Wait,
Viv,
please,
Viv, let him
hold on,
respond.
please. It's okay to criticize, but I think it's okay for me to like ask you not do the Nazi meme thing, and to say it's not personally about me when there's a quote from me superimposed over the image just seems a little weird. I just wish people wouldn't do that to me, you know?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
I was gonna do an anime speech and everything. I was gonna talk about how the fucking the right wing is spinning rapidly into Nazism. We have Milo Yiannopoulos declaring that he's going to become an advocate for conversion therapy. That we have Steven Crowder is gaining subscribers while dropping literal raw racism on the timeline. And can we not work together? Can we not fight for a better future together?
What do we need? We need solidarity, right? We need solidarity.
Yes, we do. We need to be able to work together.
Which requires uplifting the voices of the marginalized, even if sometimes we might not agree with them.
But Vivian, right now, Vaush is the only cis person here. He's marginalized on this panel.
Wait, hold on, wait. Memes. So wait. Memes aside,
it involves forming broad coalitions with the marginalized and uplifting their voices, rather than uplifting the voices of people of Nazis, uplifting the voices of cis dudes who like to fucking say slurs on the internet.
So that's what I mean right there. Wait, hold on, hold on. Please, I beg
okay, let him in.
You cannot simultaneously
say. Stop.
I haven't finished.
Oh, you've been going on for a while. You respond.
You cannot simultaneously say that you want to form solidarity and that you're for working together, and then describe what I do as cis leftist who likes to say slurs. That is an incredibly disingenuous.
Wait, there was quotes there.
Thank you.
I want solidarity with leftists.
Okay, Vivian. I'm just going to mute you for a quick second. Go on.
That is an incredibly disingenuous way of framing my content and my community and the way that I conduct myself. And it's evidence like that like I'm not usually the one who starts these fights. It's usually people like you who, out of a misguided effort to uplift the marginalized or whatever, start needless shit and create community infighting when there's not really anything to be done there. I bet you couldn't even find, if you tried hard enough, a position of mine that you could describe as racist or transphobic. Or even, frankly, apart from that one stream, like any specific instance. Instead, you'd have this like mindset locked into your head, and you use it as a justification for anything you consider just and retaliatory. Well, I'll say this, okay? That stream that you hate me for, that stream was in response to Thought Slime, whose community started shit with me unprompted. Every time stuff like this happens, it feels like other people, in the name of avoiding infighting, start shit with me. It's really frustrating, especially since I don't ever go out of my way to pick fights with these people. Usually they show up on me, like you did, impromptu posting a meme where I was right next to a Nazi and you quoted me to disingenuously suggest that I was transphobic. That's what I'd like to see stop. If you want to criticize me in good faith, please continue to do it because I benefit from criticism. But don't act like you're trying to uplift the marginalized for solidarity and then the next breath call me a cis leftist who likes to say slurs. Come on.
Okay. Viv, you can respond.
Yeah. Fuck it. You're currently in the middle of a fucking fight with a whole bunch of fucking people on the left who you could just fucking leave alone. You could just not bother, right?
They started it.
And when you say they started it, right? There are things that fucking hurt people, right? There's I'm not gonna say their name because they've got enough shit, right? But there's a fucking left-wing person who happens to be disabled and trans who was speaking out about something they found particularly hurtful with like language that gets used, right? It was something like go touch grass or some shit like that, right? Now you have a fucking ton of shit right now.
Wait, we're talking about Corvidae? Corvidae has explicitly attacked me on social media before I ever did so to them. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. You don't care about solidarity. You just don't like me.
So
Can I ask a question real quick? Just a real
yeah,
quick
there's
question.
some other good.
Viv,
What?
Viv.
No, I'm not finished because
Okay,
I had
yeah,
a very
finish,
important point
please,
to
please,
make
please,
about that.
please.
Right? Is that I don't really agree with Corvidae that this is like horribly fucking ableist. I don't really agree with their criticism, right? But I don't see. There's not like a huge amount of shit gonna come from fucking Corvidae's camp to anybody else. It's not gonna fucking like hurt your fucking ability to function. It's not gonna hurt your ability to like make money or do streams or even probably your fucking mental health, right? It's just another fucking thing that you can turn into a drama that you can like fucking
So
make
it's
some
okay
money
for
off of,
Corvidae to
right?
lie about me?
And it doesn't fucking matter if somebody
So it
feels
doesn't
like,
matter if other people
so
start it, and if
so
they're wrong,
underlying
I'm the
so
one who's in the
so
wrong
the
if
way you
I
can address
disagree.
these the way you can address these things when a member of a marginalized person brings up a point that you fucking disagree with,
They
right?
didn't bring
Says
up a
like
point, they just
says like
lied.
I think this behavior, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with the lie. I'm talking about specifically them saying like the go touch grass thing or whatever. If you're talking about something else, I don't give a fuck, right?
I know you don't.
Vaush,
So I'm
let her
saying
finish.
that
Like I
I'm
let
saying
you
that
finish, please.
the
Viv.
response to them bringing up some kind of objection that you disagree with, that they feel hurts them, right, isn't, oh, these stupid fucking woke scolds tearing the left apart. It's like, there's obviously some kind of fucking reason why they feel pain at hearing these words, right? And it's
No,
not
wait,
just
hold
that
on.
they're a
Conford
fucking
talked
idiot.
about this.
It's not just that they're a mentally ill bitch, baby, Vaush.
Hold on.
It's
I
that
have never
they've
called Corvidae
experienced
mentally ill. Hold
yeah,
on. So wait, just because a person feels hurt doesn't mean they're justified in any dumb shit they do in response. The reason I dislike Corvidae is because A, I'm pretty sure they were one of the people who was spouting that Sandra Hall is a sex cult haver bullshit. And secondly, because they've called me a transphobic racist. They may have even called me a pedophile. I don't remember if they specifically did that. So when they end up getting ratioed on Twitter for an incredibly dumb, like 12-year-old Tumblr take, I'm not going to go out of my way to go to my community. Hey, actually, we should be really nice to this fucking asshole for what? For the charity of our heart? I don't think Corvidae contributes very much to the online left. They certainly haven't given me any reason to be charitable to them. I know they won't be charitable to me in the future. But you don't care about that. You just care about other people getting to insult me and me not getting to defend myself. That's your prerogative.
Can I ask a question now, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Viv. Okay, and this is an honest question. And again, I believe there can be peace in our time. But you seem relatively friendly with Destiny. And I think that any of the things that you're lobbing against Vaush could also be said about Destiny relatively easily. If you can make peace with Destiny, why can't you make peace with Vaush? Especially considering that your ending worldview and your goals are much closer.
Yeah, if you're going to make fun of me for wanting to say slurs, I feel like you could throw that one at Destiny quite a bit harder. He's died on that hill.
I have. I was a part of that fucking conversation back when it fucking happened. And I said
but you're friends with Destiny. You be friends with Vaush, I think. I think you can do it. I believe in you.
I don't think Vaush wants to be friends with me.
I don't.
Vaush, you want to be friends with Viv?
Frankly, I have some very personal reasons why I wouldn't want to be friends with Vaush either.
Okay, but can you be allies at least? Can you work together and like not like? Can you honor? Can you ask? Like Vaush did ask you. Like, will you please stop calling him a Nazi?
I don't believe Vaush has any goals beyond acquiring power, influence, and money on the internet.
This is what I mean.
Okay, yeah, but Viv, same thing with Destiny. Come on, we know this.
Sorry.
Same thing with Destiny.
Oh yeah, I can work with Destiny.
All right, you can work with Vaush, right?
Because he will advocate for fucking liberal policies and then go fucking fight for them and
wait, hold on. Up until 6 months ago, Destiny had never done IRL canvassing. I'm laying the groundwork to do some in 2021 or 2022. Sorry. So before then, was Destiny just a grifter who was only in it for the money?
Sure. Destiny is just a content creator doing what fucking content creators do. And he's not pretending to be fucking anything else. And he doesn't have a fan base around him that is consistently holding him up as somebody who's just amazing for the fucking left and a paragon.
Don't agree with that one. Don't agree with that one.
Wait, please, DemonMama, please. First of all, as a longtime fan of Destiny, that's not true. Since 2016 in that JonTron debate, he's been hailed as one of the predominant de-radicalizers of the alt-right. There was a New York Times article about that, for God's sake. The idea that he didn't have a narrative built up. Wait, hold on. The idea that there wasn't a narrative built up around his political influence and the way he decided to wield it is just wrong. The only argument you have is you just assume that I'm disingenuous. But why? Why don't I believe in the things that I so clearly seem to behave and consistently advocate for? Like, That's why? Like, you just think I'm lying?
Am I disingenuous?
Because
Vivian.
I consistently
Vivian.
see you dividing our own community between like the good leftists, right, that like follow the Vaushite decree, and the fucking woke scolds who dare to possibly criticize anything that you
No,
might do.
it's
think that
usually
this shit
people
is
act
fucking-
abusive
I
to
think
me,
that this
and I
shit-
defend myself. No, this is
think
what I
that this-
mean. You have no
you
sense
can
of
defend
proportion
yourself.
or
You can
initiation.
defend yourself without creating an enemy within for everybody to shit on.
Wait, but I am
You
the
can do
biggest
that.
enemy within for the online left. There is literally no one in the English-speaking online left.
Because half the time you don't
Wait, hold on.
understand
Wait.
what you're
One
talking
point
about.
Let him finish. Let him
There
finish.
is-
Let him finish, and you can
Wait,
respond, please.
There is no other person or community in the rest of the online left that has attracted more ire than mine, by far. You can measure that by any metric. I'm more hated than anybody else who's considered a leftist. So with that, So with that being said, wait, please hold on. So what you're going to say is the fact that I'm disliked is evidence that the marginalized voices of the online left have come up to reject me because I'm bad.
No.
But then you'll say that when I try to point out that there are
That's not what I
communities,
said at all. That's a
Vivian,
complete misrepresentation.
when there are communities in the online left that are toxic or abusive, and I point it out, and I usually give receipts too, then that's me being divisive. Like, are there not abusive components of the online left? Is that a thing I can't point out?
There absolutely are. The fucking personality cults that exist within the left are like a prime fucking example.
Wait,
It's
every
real
online
bullshit.
creator has a personality cult.
That's why we say no leaders, right? And I
No,
I
wait,
have
hold on.
no
Nobody
idea-
says no
no
leaders.
idea what I would do with a fan base the size of yours, honestly.
Nobody
It's
says
gotta
no
be
leaders.
incredibly difficult. Like, I would much rather have a community than a fan base. I don't want people to hold me up as some kind of
Every
like
online
fucking
content
ideal,
creator
but
has
it's
a
gonna
fan
happen,
base,
right?
and nobody says no leaders. What are we talking
So,
about?
What do you mean nobody? Okay, whatever.
There's
I
no
mean,
wait.
I
Nobody
don't
says
know. I
no
thought you were an
leaders.
anarchist, so I thought you'd understand the concept of no leaders.
Wait,
but
have you
never
ever
mind.
heard of an anarchist leader?
So, sorry? Yes, I've heard
Am
of
I
an
getting wait?
anarchist
Am I
leader.
getting memed on
Have
right
you
now?
never heard-
Leaders are a
have-
part of every political movement.
Yeah, have you never heard of the term like no gods, no leaders?
No, it's
No
no
gods, no
gods, no masters,
No gods,
Vivian.
no masters, whatever.
No,
Same
that's
shit.
a pretty big. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think
And
there's a
the
difference
rejection
between a
of
leader
leaders
and a
within
master?
the rejection of leaders within the anarchist movement is pretty fucking
No,
widespread
not
as
leaders.
well.
No, the rejection of
You
hierarchy.
can have people who are like
You're like
who are
making
like,
stuff up.
okay, whatever. Look,
Maybe you're the one
I'm
who
not-
doesn't actually believe in any of this. It's
well, I'm
no
not the one who
gods, no
to
masters. I've never heard of a
reintegrate
person saying you can't have
back
leaders in
into
a
the
leftist
means of
movement.
production, Vaush, am I?
This white hand here, right? This is
Yeah,
Vaush,
call me
right?
call me
Black
white.
man.
This is your it's your only way out of the convo at this point.
Not my own way. It's whatever.
I believe
Look,
there
Oh,
can
wait,
be
hold
peace
on.
in our
I
time.
just want to wait. Can I just finish I'm not even talking to Vivian. I'll just finish this like
I
generally.
could be wrong in my assessment of you. You could be
Mm-hmm.
entirely fucking like sincere in the things that you advocate for and the things that you want to do, right? And that'd be fine. I whatever,
Yeah, that'd be
right?
cool.
And I largely fucking just leave you alone for the most part, right? If you want to get to that, I don't even want to fucking go over half the fucking shit.
Okay, right. So right, and we all know.
realize-
Wait, listen. Wait. We all know that Vaush bad. That's the first thing everyone learns about me. So
yeah,
look,
it's not
I'm-
even Vaush bad.
Yeah. So look, all I want to say is the frustration that I have with this line is look, I understand we're all in different mental places. There are going to be people who hate me. That's fine. That's fine. I don't like the abuse thrown my way, but I've gotten used to the hate. And there are going to be people who think I'm insensitive or what have you. The problem that I have is that usually what happens, this happens time and time again, is there's a community of people online who are aggressively bad faith with me or downright abusive in the way they talk
Because
about
you've
me.
kept
No,
saying-
let him respond. No,
Vivian.
please. Let him respond.
And they justify it with the language you're using, the language of abusers. It's okay for us to dehumanize and
you
attack
are.
you. Hold on. It's okay for us
Okay.
to dehumanize and attack you because you're bad. You're not one of us. Usually when I get in beefs with these communities, I am always the person who responds, not the person who aggresses. I never go out of my way to find people on the online left to throw shit at them. Like seriously, you can look at my community. It's usually people who start calling me a transphobic, racist, rapist, pedophile out of nowhere, or who make videos about me, or who just openly lie about me. And you know what? I will be mean to those people because I think that I have a right to. but I'm usually the one on the defense. You're playing into that language of abuse. You say when they unpromptedly lie about me, it's justified because I'm bad. But why do they think I'm bad? Well, they think I'm bad because I defended myself against the last group of people who attacked me. And why did they think I was bad? And so on and so on. It's a constant cycle that's never going to end until people realize that when I do these things, it's usually just me trying to respond to the last group of assholes who attacked me. That's why it bothers me. This is the language of abusers. It's the same language of a shitty boyfriend who tells you that any perceived slight that you engaged in against them justifies the horrible thing they did yesterday. There's no sense of retaliatory justice or proportion or scale or who was right. It's just you deserve it because you're disliked. That's all I have to say.
So it seems like hold on. So I'm gonna unmute you. So it seems like is this, and if I'm wrong, let me know, right? Because maybe I don't know. Maybe this is just more a personal battle between you two, and it actually doesn't matter about the larger movement. But it seems like there is a disagreement on how content creators operate within this movement, right? Once they have a platform and what should be done with that platform. And Vivian, I've seen you all be mad at other people who have very large communities, right? That you feel
Yeah, it's not just Vaush.
Yeah. So is that the case? Is that the problem? Is you don't like how he uses his platform? Is that the big issue here?
Yeah, like I said, look, I think some of these content creators I could probably like make amends with if they started like using their platforms in better ways, right? Like fucking not platforming Nazis, uplifting the voices of the marginalized more, you know, actually engaging in some kind of fucking work towards solidarity rather than just constantly looking for people to fucking debate and dunk on.
Okay,
like,
so
this should
disingenuous.
would be really
Okay,
useful.
now
Destiny had a
Specifically,
Nazi
I
on
don't think-
yesterday.
Specifically, I don't think we're ever going to be friends with because, you know,
I'm not
like
asking you to be my
I have
friend.
a
I'm asking you
personal
not to
issue with
lie
him
about me.
because him and his community cost me a friend.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So then hold on. All right. So hold on. Then maybe this sounds shitty after exactly what you just said. I was going to say maybe we could have like a separate discussion specifically on this because you and I have had this discussion, Vivian, right? Like I don't need to say the name. You know who exactly we fought over, right? And like whether.
No, just say it. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Doobie, once again, he's somehow made it into the count.
Oh yeah, I mean, Doobie is demonstrably fucking harmful to this space.
But I let him on all the time, right? I let them on. So if you're criticizing, Vaush,
I've criticized you for that, right? But I'm like, there's a point in which I just can't really fucking do anything about it.
Okay.
But if
I'm saying, like, do you guys want to have a conversation? Because maybe Vaush
wait. If I was talking about the broader issue of platforming on Twitch, and I do sometimes, right? I would bring you up as an example of somebody who I think has engaged in irresponsible platforming in the past and might be engaged in irresponsible platforming now. That's an argument we've had, and that's something that we disagree on, right? And I don't think we're going to reconcile it anytime soon. But I do still kind of work with you, right? But I've said the same about Dylan's fucking platforming for the Hippy Dippy podcast as well. I think, you know, he's performed for some very fucking problematic people. Ankar in the fucking early days was a real fuck up, right? So you know, just because you're like included in a fucking group that I'm criticizing doesn't mean like I have any particular.
I didn't say you did. I didn't say any of that. Like Vivian, I love you, and I think you at least I think you like me. But with Vaush, like I have to admit, there is a personal fucking thing there where he sexually harassed a friend of mine, and then when he made his apology for sexually harassing those people, he had to mention that they were mentally ill bitches who would do anything to try and tear him down.
This is an absolute lie, by the way. This is exactly what I mean, by the way.
Rabid fucking freaks, right? And drove her into the fucking corners of the internet where I didn't get to speak to her
This is an
anymore.
absolute lie. What's taking place right now?
Okay, all right. Well then, there's a lot of people watching, so I want Vaush to be able to respond. I was going to, I was going to say, but like maybe it's a bad idea now because apparently, like you're saying, there's another component to this. I was going to think we could.
I'd like to respond to that,
no,
if I may.
Please, absolutely, you can respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I mean by an outright lie. Anybody who's been a part of my community for any length of time knows that, yeah, I engaged in some pretty inappropriate behavior about 4.5 years ago.
Yeah.
But the characterization that my apology, and there's a whole bunch of context behind this, which I've written a
It
document up
involved you
on. But I
calling them mentally ill.
hold
and
on,
saying
wait,
that
hold
they
Hold
would
on,
do
hold
anything
on,
they
hold on. I gotta let him respond to these accusations. I gotta let him respond.
Right. So what Vivian here is referring to is that one of the people or the person who I was inappropriate with then went on to provably and factually lie about me in a number of ways in a deliberate effort to damage my reputation. This went as far as people from their general circle of friends trying to bait like questions out of me by posing as different people. Or at one point, it went so far that a friend of this person messaged me on Discord to provide me docs on the person who I had been inappropriate with, and then immediately ran back to that person and said that I had coerced their docs from them. There was a massive campaign of attempted discrediting that took place there, and it went on for months and months. And the unfortunate position to go on here is that I was and still am of the opinion that I behaved inappropriately to begin with, but I don't think that justifies lying about me or trying to engage in character assassination with provable lies. So after having been putting up with that for months and months and months, I said then what I still believe, which is that person who I was inappropriate with is fucking insane. And I provided plenty of evidence as to why I felt that way, and I still hold to that opinion because that person went above and beyond to try to damage my reputation.
Yeah.
So this is one of the mischaracterizations that I think is really, really frustrating. What you go from uncharitable to deliberately dishonest attack to my character, one which was invoked in Vivian, probably because she didn't feel that she looked that great in the previous conversational segment. Because the last thing that she tried to pivot to was, I dislike Vaush because he platforms Nazis, except she's fan with Destiny, and Destiny had a Nazi on like yesterday.
I just want to say something real quick. Just to set the record straight, I'm not gonna give my opinion because like I don't want to like poison the well because I was also friends with Elijah or whatever. But like
Elijah?
in Vaush's apology, they go by Elijah now. Uh,
Oh.
The word mentally ill, mental, they don't appear at all in the apology like post, the Reddit post. Like it doesn't appear in it. So just to set the record straight, Vaush didn't call them like mentally ill freaks or whatever.
Okay.
But it's obviously an incredibly touchy subject, which is why I don't like it getting brought up here for like dunk points. It's incredibly irresponsible
Okay.
and unbecoming to me and everyone else who was involved.
Okay.
I'm not bringing it up for fucking. You don't.
Yeah.
Sure, Vivian.
I'm not bringing it up for fucking dunk points. I said, you know, I had a personal relationship with somebody who I then didn't have a fucking personal relationship with, and it was destroyed by the fact they were under an extreme amount of pressure from the Vaush's community. Now, whatever the fuck you want to call the fucking specifics of that situation, fuck it, fine. I really couldn't give a shit. And for the record, the apology video that's up
I know
now,
you couldn't give a shit because you didn't care.
Is that the same apology video that you put out originally, Vaush?
No, I think they were referring to a post on my subreddit, which was much better written and well thought out. The initial video that I made was pretty bad. I made it in a panic, so I could have phrased things a lot better. I stand by the fact that that was irresponsible of me.
So, but anyway, that's why I won't personally fucking reconcile with Vaush, and why we'll never be.
I just ask you
friends,
not to lie about me, Viv. That's it. That's the
fine.
only request that I make.
Which is fine. Ask
You
not
said you
to
don't give
lie
a shit
about it.
anyway. Like, why bring this up if when I point out that you phrased it inaccurately to be charitable, you then say you don't give a
phrase
shit?
it inaccurately. Like
No,
you
you
just sat there and said
absolutely
you didn't
did.
Call this person fucking, you didn't call this person fucking mentally ill and say they were trying to tear you down, like with everything, right? Which pretty much.
I mean, I can provide
fucking,
context, but
helped
the way you
discount
phrased it was absolutely not a proper characterization of the events
Did you
that
not
took
call
place.
them mentally ill in your first apology video, Vaush? The one that
In the
isn't on
first
YouTube
in the
anymore?
first video? Wait, hold on. Absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
Can you re-upload it for us?
It's still there. I never took it down.
Jack, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, like, first off, I totally understand why Viv would not want to reconcile with Vaush, like especially like losing a friend that hurts. It hurts a lot. But I also think it's pretty reasonable for somebody to ask not to be associated with Nazis, like when their ideology is not aligned with Nazis.
Wait, am I associated with Nazis?
Oh no,
in the meme.
Yeah,
in the
meme. Yeah.
That was what you originally.
Oh,
asked.
yeah. Okay, I was thinking like you when I bring Nazis on, I'm not usually very nice to them.
No, I meant in the meme that and the original ask, and I find that's pretty reasonable, and I don't think anyone's asking for you to really make up. I mean, maybe DemonMama, but like,
I mean, I don't
it's
think you
fair.
need to be
I mean,
friends,
that's
but it would be
right.
nice. It would be
And
nice.
I
if there'd
just
be
don't like
peace.
people lying about it.
But
Jack.
also the like
Well,
we're
you know, if
Hold
I
on, hold on.
misremembered,
Let Jack get in, please.
a lot of us are trans people, and we know how much people can change in 4 years. Okay, like. And
So,
like, even if you don't take the apology that came out initially at face value, I think that it's pretty fair to maybe give somebody the benefit of the doubt that they might have changed over the course of 4 years.
Yeah, is that
I
a
I mean, even
possibility?
if I was, or you thought I was an absolute piece of shit, I just don't think that justifies dishonesty. There should be plenty of truthful stuff to throw at me, right?
so I may have misremembered like when exactly you made the comments about her being about them being insane and trying to tear you down. You know, that's a possibility. But like those were comments that were made, and that was I remember those pretty distinctly because that was the point at which I was just like, I don't think
well,
I'm gonna
we
like deal with this dude anymore.
we can just like clear this up. So I've already gone to the video. Look up mental illness, all these different keywords. The only time
I don't
Vaush,
care whether it's in the video or not. I just
What?
admitted, like, I might have like misremembered that it was in the original apology video. I was pretty sure in my mind that it was in the original apology video, but it might not have been, right? And if that's not the case, then you know, I apologize for getting that wrong. It was something that was later fucking said, right? And that's like, what more do you want me to say about that, really? But that's the
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, if
Leave
and if
it-
this, you don't have to like me. I'll leave it alone then. If like if you can if we can just be charitable to each other.
I also don't think you're particularly productive in this space. I think you cause a lot of fucking drama that doesn't need to fucking happen.
So
I think you defend things which are fucking indefensible for long
Where-
periods of
where
time. And
goes
I know you've changed your opinion on fucking your tactical N-word usage or whatever, right? But that was an opinion you held for a long ass fucking time.
That wasn't
And people who called you
reprehensible.
out on it were then people who were victimized as being woke scolds.
Yeah,
And,
because
like,
most of the people who were calling me out in it were like acting crazy about it. Yeah. Again, this is the proportional thing. You can criticize me, but that doesn't mean every criticism of a bad thing that I do is valid. So, if, for example, people calling me racist, like, of course I'm going to dunk on these people. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a pretty racist thing to do. You probably shouldn't be fucking using the N-word, right?
So while I recognize that white people shouldn't use the N-word, it's a hot take, by the way, for Twitch TV. I'm throwing that one out there. Recognize that one. I'm popping that one out there for public opinion. Well, I
Certainly
recognize
not on
that.
stream with a bunch of Nazis.
Well, yeah, but I was doing it to try to criticize
know.
them for being
You know.
cowards. So hold on. You can criticize it. I invite the criticism, but to characterize that as me being a racist, I think that's pretty disingenuous. Like, this is what I mean. It's like we can't ever get a criticism that feels like it's genuinely rooted in like a good faith effort to try to improve my behavior. It's usually just Vaush bad. Let's find anything we can and then interpret it in the least charitable way possible. Again, like, you're friends with Destiny. He's died on the N-word hill harder than I ever have. But it's something you throw up against
Sure, but
me.
when I talk to him, and I'm like, and I try and present a case for why his like behavior might be shitty, we can actually have a fucking conversation, right?
I like conversations.
Yeah, but anytime I've ever tried to fucking talk to you, that's not been the fucking case. Just hasn't happened, right?
Wait, when
I've been
was the time
denigrated
that
as
you
a
tried to
fucking
talk to
woke
me?
scold crazy stalker bitch, fucking harassed by your community and shit.
No, wait,
which is what happens to
so
anybody
wait,
who brings up a criticism. Of
No,
Fox.
again, that we're doing it again, Vivian. First of all, we haven't talked in like years, so I don't know what base of information you're drawing upon this assumption that I don't. I might not have time to talk because I'm a lot busier than I used to be. But if people have legit like good faith criticisms of my behavior, then I'm fine to hear it. What you did was call me racist. I don't think that's a legitimate good faith criticism of my behavior, especially since I've walked back in the thing by now. So it's not even behavior.
Wait,
you're
when did I
criticizing,
call
it's
you
essentialist.
racist?
Didn't you? I'm sorry. Wait. Okay, maybe I could be misremembering. If you didn't say I was racist,
was
in
the
the
racist
Somebody bring
thing
up the
about
N-word
you,
here.
but
you
you're not
very
the
heavily
fucking
implied it.
right?
Destiny, I just called on my own stream. I was like, if someone says his name one more time, he's rejoining. And then the moment I said that, you.
if you say the N-word in private 3
Hey.
times in a mirror, Destiny shows
Yeah,
up.
that's exactly how it works. Hey, you want the real hot take? And I'll debate anybody to the death on this. The N-word, it's either public property or it's nobody's property. Either everybody can say it or everyone needs to stop saying it, black people included.
Well,
Because for any
everyone
argument
say
you can
it.
make,
Oh,
for any argument you can make for a white person saying
Destiny,
it's
you can
private
say it
harmful,
right
you
now.
know what?
Black people shouldn't be able to sing in rap songs. 100%.
hear,
It's harmful.
Are you
It perpetuates
fucking
bad
kidding me?
stereotypes.
Hear boss
There's a
music.
lot of people in the
Vivian,
black
you
community
defend
that
this
don't even
guy?
like that word. Shouldn't do it. 100% fight me on it.
What the fuck are
Vivian, you
doing right
defend
now?
this guy? You must be pretty racist yourself to be
What are you doing
associated
right
with this
I
fella.
believe.
I mean, I'm literally just sitting there going, what the fuck are you doing right now? I mean, this is like 90% memes. I have to.
This is not memes. I'm 100%. I will die on this hill. I've got my musket and everything.
Okay.
Either everybody can say it
So-
or nobody can. No, I absolutely don't agree with that take. I think it's borderline racist.
Okay.
Sorry.
Wait. He
boy.
gets borderline racist. I get outright racist. Okay.
So,
all
Vivian,
right.
I didn't say you were- Wait, no, Vaush, I didn't say you were outright racist. I said it was racist for you to use the fucking N-word on stream. That's what
I'm feeling a bit of a squad W moment right here.
So
I'm
okay.
feeling it.
So hold on. So first of all, okay, hold on. This is what I wanted to say before. All right, look. And maybe now it's even better now that Destiny is here, because we had no, because we want
Time for the secret topic.
No. Look, and we don't have to do this now. This is what I'm saying. Is that because Vivian has had a problem of, as she's just stated, has a problem of how I do my platforming, right? And she says Vaush and then Destiny as well, right? This is a big issue.
I have a problem with how Destiny does his stuff.
Yes, I know. Oh my God.
One who gets
Shut up. So I was wondering if we could actually have a conversation on this, right? And it doesn't have to be now.
Let's do it.
Oh, no.
It doesn't
Brian
have-
uses this platform in horrible ways. What the fuck is DemonMama doing here for so long?
Oh, dude, you are so. Oh my God, you have such a weird complex about
do
it.
not
It's one
call
of
me
the funniest
dude.
things ever.
Do not call me dude.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm very sorry
My
about
NB
that.
friend, with my NB friend Destiny, right? We could have an actual conversation on this on another date. Have an actual conversation on this because I really want to get to this. Because am I doing wrong? Am I doing this wrong? Is it wrong for me to let some other people in? I refuse to abandon people. I hate abandoning people, right? So people have told me that there are certain members of my community, right? Big members of my community who've been problematic, right? And I've kept them around because one, I want to see hear their ideas. And I want to see if people can change, right? If there's something that we can actually tackle, let's tackle that. If it's just a matter of the ideas, well then, whatever, right? But then I've got endless. I mean, this from the fucking beginning since I started doing fucking panel shows. It's been this endless fucking struggle, right? I've lost friends over this, and so I'd like to have a conversation. And so we have Vaush and we have Destiny. Apparently, all people were problematic, right? We're all problematic.
DemonMama, the most problematic damager of the internet.
You know, wait. I don't think we need a conversation. I think we need an ultimatum. Destiny, say it.
Right now?
Say it. PrimeCayes will say it too. Both of you can say it.
Prime, you give me permission?
Oh, fuck.
We need a test.
No,
we need a
bridge. No, you don't have to test that on my. You don't have to test that part of my channel. No, fuck that shit. No.
It's just not strong enough. Right?
No. I cannot give you permission to break Twitch TOS.
You did say you would die on the hill.
Inconsistent principles right here.
No.
I assume if you're willing to die on the hill, you'd be willing to take
Twitch.
the
I know you're
Twitch
watching.
channels on
I know
it,
you're fucking watching, and I did not give anyone permission to say the N-word here. I know one at all.
I'm a good Christian white boy. I'm not saying nothing, okay?
Yeah.
I didn't even think it.
But okay, so
unless we're listening to it in a rap song.
Okay, all right. So we can have the N-word debate. If you want to talk about the N-word thing right now, we can. But I actually would like to have a larger conversation on platforming, because I think it'd be really good. So I'm going to ask you. All right. So Viv, would you be down for that later on?
Sure.
All right. Destiny.
Sure.
Okay.
I love platforming. Yeah, I'll have
Vaush,
it. Okay? But I can't say the N-word during it. Okay, I'm on probation.
I don't know. No.
Right, this feels like a platform. We might as well if we're going to talk about platforming, I think we should also hit up other topics that aren't talked about much. So, for instance, cancel culture, whether or not Twitch fairly applies its terms of service, whether or not there are double standards for men and women in society.
Everybody
we could talk about booby streamers too.
We should talk about.
Hey, I talked about that. Hey, I talked about that yesterday.
Are trans athletes okay? That's another one that no one ever talks about.
Hey, Prime,
what other esoteric topics are there out there?
Prime, I didn't hear my invite.
Okay.
You can't. You can't fucking spring this shit on me after today and not invite me.
Wait a minute.
Who have you irresponsibly platformed, do you think?
Yeah.
Well, I still didn't hear it.
Oh no! Have you ever irresponsibly platformed anyone?
No, I
that's
didn't
the
hear
point.
it. I
That's
want
why
my
I
invite.
invited those two. That's why I invited
Wait,
both of those
actually,
two.
you know what? I'll cop up to it. I have irresponsibly platformed someone, okay? Recently, I platformed a goddamn tanky, okay? Because I wanted peace with the community, but they were a motherfucking genocide denier, and I feel bad because now there are people in my community who think he's more reasonable than he is.
You
Okay?
need to stop
I'm
getting
owning up
duped
to
by
it.
them.
That was my reasonable, my most recent bad
Hey, talking
platforming.
about Hakeem, he always comes off as way more reasonable than you, and that fucking pains me because I'm pretty anti-Marxist Leninist.
Yeah, well, he came off pretty reasonable in
I
his
want my
conversation.
invite, Prime. I got stuff to say on this.
I got a lot to say on this.
Even if you're the most fucking like Chomskyite fucking anarcho-syndicalist anarchist, you're still like ostensibly a fucking anarchist. So like, it pains me to see Hakeem like just dunk on you.
Maybe you just have some
constantly.
really strong underlying authoritarian tendencies that lead you to sympathize with his talking points.
I think everybody who's been watching me for any amount of time knows that ain't true.
Hey, Destiny, if you want to have the N-word conversation, I mean, as a black guy, I'd like to have that one.
I'm not having that conversation.
Fanatic, we can't see you on stream. Like your camera's completely blacked out.
I'll fix it. I'll fix it.
But yeah, I'm gonna send you guys invites for this. DemonMama, yeah, you haven't actually platformed anyone problematic. I know you had something to say.
Well, I got a lot of shit. No, wait, I was just accused of being one of the problematic people to be platformed. You're not gonna bring me on.
You always have something to say.
Come on.
We'll talk.
Too problematic for PrimeCayes. You heard it here, folks.
Wait, hold on. Is it true that DemonMama has platformed Vaush?
Oh.
Yes, it's true. I have.
Not Vaush.
Okay, all right. So
it was like putting a fucking a fucking ladder on top of like a tiny block. That's the platform that I put you on.
If Destiny,
you started my career.
Can I get confirmation?
True.
Is using your real name, is that doxing you?
It can be if it's trying to be hidden, but
like I'm just saying, like your real name's pretty public knowledge, right?
Wait, mine?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, my name's public knowledge.
Yeah. So if I use your real name to refer to you at some point in another conversation, like that's not like me trying to dox you, right?
That is perfectly fine. You can call me Fatty. That's a big
just
one.
because I got banned from somebody else's channel like a couple of days ago for using your real name, and they were like, "You're trying to dox Vaush," and I was like, "I'm fucking."
Okay,
what?
yeah, no, that's unreasonable. People call me Fatty all the time.
Okay, so
we all gotta go by our like what everyone thinks we are, right? So Steven is like Steven Cuban N-word in private guy, right? And then Vaush is the sexual harasser, racist, pedophile, like 100 other things, right?
So,
like it's just like
hold on, let's
in lefty communities they don't even call him Steven, they just call him Gusano. So maybe that's
the reason Fanatic came in here is because Destiny wanted to do the thing, right? And everyone, if you don't want to be here for this, then you should exit now.
Wait, I was just half memeing. What is this?
You were half memeing. Okay, never mind. If you were memeing, then you don't have to do
hold
it.
on. It's 1:30 a.m. and I'm
we don't have
I'm down to have a conversation down the line about responsible platforming.
No. Yeah, that's the platform thing. That's some other time. No. Fanatic came in because Destiny talked about the N-word. That's what you wanted to fight there. If you want to fight now, then we can do that.
Wait, can we do that? I can get so many virtue signaling points right now if I take the anti-N-word side. I could really boost my left reputation.
Yeah.
Hold on, Vaush. Are you talking about black people can't say it either?
Oh, boy.
I am.
Well,
I'm
no,
saying that it should be. That's a
position.
word for everyone or a word for nobody. That's my point of view.
It's the worst
That's
take
not-
ever.
It's the best take in the world.
Destiny, you have no idea how many times I've debated this in BGG with like just inside of like just a random whatever chat in there. And those people are like, first off, they were getting angry because I was using it, and then like they were like threatening to ban me, and then you had to give them permission for black people to be able to use it.
Well, the
and
problem is that, here's the problem: is if I say in my Discord, I think we have a blanket ban, because if I say black people okay to use it, then like we're in this weird world where you have to like send in a fucking driver's license of yourself. It's like, well, look, I'm black, so I can say the N-word in Discord, and then we don't know if somebody gets like their friend's driver's license. Like, then we only have literal N-word passes. Like, bro, like I want to drop N-bombs in DGG server. Can you go ahead and like lend me your ID so I can ship it to one of the mods real quick? Like, I don't know, that's a weird world, my dude.
Because we don't like the N-word in our Discord, and people have been like, why are you preventing people of color from being able to use the N-word? That's their word. And I'm like, the fuck do you want a picture of their hands? Do we need a fucking race ID channel? Everyone submit their fucking 23andMe results to determine whether or not they can? What's the line there?
Look, we need a race checkpoint every time someone goes into a Discord. You gotta,
Also, let's be real. It's Discord.
in.
How comfortable are you going to be submitting yourself to a racial database? I don't know about that one.
I mean,
Yeah,
I wouldn't
especially
be a
since
racial
I'm a
dating.
racist
I mean,
and
it's just
radical.
sometimes
What if white
you just
people
know.
can
You
say
can
it,
tell
but
by
it
the way
gets
people
tattooed in their
speak.
forehead so everyone knows? They're marked, like in Inglorious Bastards.
You can tell
I don't
people
know.
type if it's their race.
Oh no, not typing. It was just inside of the actual voice chat, like the way we were voice chatting.
are
And like some
already,
people
like,
have gotten really good at imitating it. Haven't you heard
You
Steven
can't
Crowder's like
tell
recent
people
imitation? It was like spot on.
Okay,
You
listen. I
absolutely
just
can't
heard.
tell race by their voice. Come off it.
Yeah, hold on. We just had there was like a 3-hour conversation here about there's no difference between men and women, and I don't think you're gonna sell me too much on that.
That is
I think you're gonna
exactly
sell me
what the
too much
conversation was
on the
about.
race voice thing. Okay.
100%.
Oh Christ!
Did you
What
know that
is
it
the
actually?
artifact,
Hold on,
though?
Mr. Phonetic. Okay, you probably don't know this, but did you know that if you increase the resonance of your vocal cords, you can actually sound blacker, and if you decrease the pitch, wait, what? How did this go again? Where's Alice at?
All right there.
Get your scalp forensics tools out and decide.
I'm just fucking with you. That was all semantics. Don't worry.
By the way, I
Okay.
just want to say, by the way, I'm not saying we should or that it's good, but if you could actually sell N-word passes, I think that like might single-handedly pump up the us
economy.
back from the
Yeah,
economic recession.
like the Catholic Church with indulgences. Sure.
Why is it that it's always fucking white dudes on the internet going like, oh, we should be able to say the N-word in this situation or that?
Well, I don't actually.
Because in
why is it
newsflash,
not?
95% of political spaces online are fucking white dudes. Okay, that's all you're gonna find here.
But also, there's
think-
nothing
why
stopping white
even have
dudes
that
from saying the
conversation?
N-word.
There's
Surely
plenty
isn't.
stopping white
Well,
people from
we aren't
saying
even having the
N-word.
real
What?
conversation
Maybe
yet.
we just shouldn't say slurs. Maybe we just shouldn't. Like, I don't think I should say slurs. Like,
Vaush, Vaush.
It's not a slur, but
hold on.
people
Vaush,
use
Vaush.
it.
The only horse that I have in this race is I really don't like essentializing character traits from behavior. So even if you don't believe that white people should say the N-word, I don't think that you can then say like, they said it, racist. I think it can be indicative. I think you can infer, but I think that's lazy thinking. The reason I talk about this, the main reason I give this example is because I actually grew up with, there was a high school friend of mine who was white. He grew up in a really, really, really black, really low income community. He spoke in AAVE. He said the N-word. Nobody minded because the way he said it, it was really, really clear he was not doing this in like an edgy white boy N-word sort of way. That was just how he talked. So sometimes when I hear people essentialize it, I just think back to that guy whose name that I will not share, and I just wonder how he's doing. You know, that's my only horse.
It depends. I can tell you, Vaush, how he's doing. Listen, if he stayed within that specific neighborhood and continued to use that word, he's probably doing perfectly fine. If he migrated outside of that area and then decided to use it around other niggas, chances are he's not doing particularly fine. I'm not. I'm throwing away
But
here
like,
with that.
the bottom line is that white dudes can say the N-word. They just don't want the negative consequences that go along with it.
Okay, when we say, let's be a little bit generous with the language. When we say people want to say the N-word, what they're saying is they want to say it without getting their lives destroyed. That's what they mean. Like, it's kind of like if you, this is like the game that we play where you're like, can I go to the bathroom? And she's like, don't you mean may you go to the bathroom? It's like, well, no, technically I mean, may I have your permission to use the restroom free of repercussion in this particular period? Like, yeah, there's like a whole bunch of subtext of language. Okay, obviously when people say, can I do something? They mean, can they do something without getting in a fuck ton of trouble? Like, that's like asking your like wife, like, can I go cheat on you? And she's like, yeah, of course you can. And then you do it. And she's like, oh, well, I'm divorced. And you're like, what? You said I could. It's like, you didn't ask me if I'd be okay with it, though. You didn't ask me to break some consequences.
For Kobe in chat, who has this fucking nose permanently up my fucking asshole, by the way, like, I didn't call you a slur earlier. I called you a straggot. Straggot is not a slur. Fuck you. I will die on that hill.
Wait, what is straggot mean?
Depending on how well you
we're
are.
doing the straggot discourse now.
Wait, what does straggot mean? Hold on, what is straggot?
Oh boy.
Straight word for like the F slur.
Slur.
It's a
What, this
it's
sound?
like a person
We
with
know
no-
what that's allowed to be said.
Twitch because I sleep with men. Am I allowed?
No, you're not. No, you can't. I
Okay,
promise.
I'm unironically asking. I'm used to YouTube TOS.
No.
YouTube TOS is the Wild West, baby.
The
All right,
reason
guys.
white people shouldn't be able
I'm
to say
bowing
slurs
out.
that don't
See
belong
ya.
to them
Bye.
because it makes
Good
me feel
night.
powerful.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
And I'm
Be well.
sorry.
Everyone, go follow
This is-
Riverboat
this-
Jack.
This is giving me cancer. I need to leave. Bye.
Go follow Riverboat Jack.
I'm gonna reiterate.
Yes.
The reason I don't want white people saying slurs is because it makes me feel powerful that I can say things that they can't say. All right, it's the same thing with being gay. I can call them the F slur, but if they say it to me, homophobic. right?
White genocide.
Exactly.
I think
That's the
the
goal.
good measure of whether or not you can actually say a slur is basically like, has it been used against you to denigrate you for something that you are? So not if you're just like a straight boy who's been called the F slur, right? Because everybody's like, gay bad, you're gay, haha, right? But like if you've actually been called it to denigrate you because of some immutable characteristic that you have, you can use it to like refer to yourself. I think that's fine.
I
That's my
actually
opinion.
think the strongest argument for the whole white people can't use the N-word thing is actually the same reason we encourage table manners. When you set standards, even if they're arbitrary to people, the degree to which they're willing to follow it usually signals their willingness to act in good faith in other types of discourse. So even if we acknowledge that saying the N-word itself, and I just mean saying it, like the vocal expression, the noise coming from your mouth, doesn't hurt anyone, unless I guess you do it really loud in their face or something, you could argue that accommodating that type of behavior and normalizing it would make it harder for us to detect actual racists. So in that case, it's more of a utility argument about being able to distinguish between people willing to follow those social standards and those not willing to follow them. At least that's how I understand it.
And you don't even have to go into all that.
It's gonna be right like that the magical spell clip, right? Tomorrow morning, you're gonna see this on Twitter again, right? They're gonna give you shit.
Yep,
Right,
in the context of me saying you shouldn't say the N-word, I'm probably going to get canceled for this.
We've had an 8-hour fucking panel here, and the only thing that's going to be on Twitter in the morning is Destiny coming in and saying like, "Oh, I think either everybody should be able to use the N-word or like nobody."
Oh, for sure.
That's a good ass take.
It's not though. Look. Here's the reason why it's not. Because like, so when we've had this conversation in the past, right? Like, I mean, I'm pretty. I know you know this. Like the whole idea about like making a word into a euphemism such that it loses its power is like absolutely like an insanely necessary thing, right? When we recognize, like, so me growing up, there was a point in time where I knew, and most Black people have known this, if a white person called you that word, it was like licensed to go absolutely ham, and it gave them an like extraordinary amount of power, such that like someone could talk about your mom, you know, you might want to go there with them, whatever. But if that word came out, like it was like for sure pandemonium. And I think removing that word and not letting it be so powerful, I think that was a thing. And we've seen some attenuance from it, right? Like,
Okay, here's where I'm gonna just this whole thing.
euphemism.
Okay, this is just here's the thing. Okay, I think that I just want you to know
Everyone
I
get
want to
down.
video game myself every time I say N-word on your stream page. Okay, just that expression just triggers the fuck out of me. But okay, listen. Okay, we have
down.
reached a point where Black culture is ubiquitously like some of the most popular culture, and at very least the Western world. Okay, where rap and hip hop are like the most popular forms of music. Most people know how to use the N-word in like a I don't know if I would say brotherly or in a friendly manner. It's usually pretty obvious or easy to pick out when somebody's doing it. Like I have a hard time believing that like somebody, you know, like says it to somebody and you're like, wait a second, was that guy calling me a racial slur? Or are these like people just like talking or joking around with each other? And like, I don't agree with the argument where it's like, oh, well, we take it back when we use it in a friendly way. Because there are even examples of like Black people using it like in an offensive manner to each other, but somehow like that's okay and doesn't like cause any like problems either. So like, I don't know. Like, it's just like, I just think it's such a silly dumb, like if you hear like two white dudes and they're like a Black friend and they're talking to each other and they're calling each other like N-word as or whatever, like the idea that somebody would look at that and be like, no, this is fucking horrible. Oh my God, that was, it's like, dude, these guys don't give a fuck. Obviously they don't give a fuck. I don't know if this is really contributing to like more racism in society. Like who the fuck cares?
But that's not true. Look, first off, even when we're using it, like, so like we do use it as a euphemism, like meaning something positive, like you my nigga, right? But then we also can use it like as like sort of like an expletive, but not meant to dehumanize, right? It has an entirely different meaning. Like even if I'm like, I hate this stupid nigga, right? Like that's not me thinking he's like a dehumanized person. It's not me trying to speak negatively, or I'm not trying to dehumanize him or devalue him as a person with this word. It's more of like this is just a random expletive. I could have like replaced it with any word, right? But it's not meant to say thing. Whereas in the past, the way that word was used specifically against us was something particularly vitriolic. And then also you have this whole thing where it's like you do give someone a pass where you can reasonably expect, because of the shared oppression, because of the idea that somebody's been in this case, that you know, like the likelihood that they're meaning it in that specific way is kind of nil, right? Like for example, my brothers and we make mama jokes, right? Like he might say something to me and I might say your mama back to him. When I'm saying that to him, he knows that he has all of these.
Dude, I am fucking on board. You're making my private language argument right now. Like, yeah, with some people, you know, 100%.
No. What I'm saying is because of the fact that we have the same mother, and he knows that I love my mother, then he knows there's no possible way that I could possibly be meaning it in any negative way. When it comes to you and the N-word, I can't make that same assumption because you don't have that same impression.
Sure, but
so
I don't know how.
But
here's like two counterexamples where I feel like we might intellectualize this argument, but it's not how it plays out. So one, now
I don't care if you tell me it's not the truth. It is the truth. Other minorities in the U.S. can use the N-word and they can get away with it. Like gangsterly Asian people could do it and Hispanic people could do it and they can get away with it and they're fine. They'll do it and nobody's going to like, you can't. What?
Mileage may vary.
Mileage may vary depending on the type of person you are, but you can definitely get away with it way more than I'm pretty sure even in fucking I want to say even in Training Day. I think some of the Hispanic people that do it. I might be wrong, but I'm like almost positive that I've like seen it even like on TV and people are just like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. But then also
Korean dudes in LA are just like honestly more than black people.
Sorry,
African people.
Sorry,
I'm pretty sure African people who do not have.
I'm gonna say this. My Asian and Hispanic brothers and sisters don't say the N-word around me. Like I don't give you that pass.
Right.
So you can say that, but like I'm not sure if that's actually the case. But go ahead.
There was like a crazy backlash over Jennifer Lopez using it. Remember, there was like literal pandemonium on the internet because she used the word in her song with Ja Rule. It was a humongous deal.
This idea that other people of color don't get shit for like using the N-word, it's like it's a huge part of like the intra like people of color discourse, especially in LA and New York. Like there's entire like people, all they talk about when they talk about like 6ix9ine is can he say it? Right?
Yeah,
like,
or Lil Pump. Yeah, of course, yeah. But I mean, like, I think that just goes to show like how silly and convoluted the discourse is. Like, we're actually like we're almost in like this land of simulacra where we don't even know like what the fuck a slur is anymore. We're arguing this. We're like, well, hold on, can this person like actually say this word? Does that make them racist? Like, we're not actually even asking like, is the person racist? Is this a racist? We're asking like in the societal standards that we built, like how do you even determine who could say a certain word without all of us getting upset over it? It just seems like such a stupid fucking waste of time to me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, pretty much any language decorum is going to be highly arbitrary.
No, wait, hold on. You do this a lot. You do this really weird analysis where you deconstruct everything and then try to make everything sound equally vapid. That is not true. There are plenty of conventional language things that do make a lot of sense, and they're not all arbitrary. But I'm saying that in the term where we have a word that literally means like friend or brother or homie or whatever, that like this word, like I'm not saying that all language convention is thrown out or no insults mean anything or everything is arbitrary. I'm just saying that with this particular word, it is like in so much of the popular lexicon that I have a hard time believing that like most people hear it and it's like, oh, that was used as a discriminatory, like angry, insulting manner. That's all I'm saying.
Well, but
yeah, sure, but
like,
wait, I just want to say
respond to that, and then I got Fanatic to go in. Okay, Vaush respond, and then Fanatic.
Okay, I just want to say that from a practical perspective, the problem is that there's literally no way to ameliorate this without making life easier for racist people. I mean, you can argue like there are obviously contextual ways in which the N-word is not being used in a racist way, and I agree with that. Contextually, it's actually pretty easy to determine whether or not the N-word is being used in a racist way. You can tell. But we have a pretty blanket standard on this sort of thing, in large part because, and we have historical precedent to demonstrate this, if you give any leeway on that, or if you even hint at leeway on that, usually going to be used in bad faith by people who are not looking to use it in the brotherly context.
But where does this happen? Are we going to see Lauren Southern use the N-word and we're like, oh shit, oh no, now we have to debate if she meant it like as an insult. Also,
no,
white people have a N-word.
I'm not saying that. So that's something that you do, Destiny. So you say dumb shit. I'm not saying that, okay?
No, you're saying that we're going to give racist people leeway. Can you give me an example, a single example of like where we're all of a sudden a race person that would have just said like thug or some other dog whistle for black person now uses the N-word and everybody's like, oh no, it's so confusing now.
Yeah, so the main reason that that's an issue is the abandonment of the dog whistle. There was somebody who wrote some paper on this, and I'm sure it would be great if I could remember their name. But usually racists or any other kind of bigot being forced to euphemize is generally effective for the anti-racist or the anti-bigot because the euphemization indicates the development of a social trend that they have to tiptoe around. Whereas if you abandon the euphemism, Trump did this in many ways. You know, Trump went from pretty open white nationalist rhetoric at some points. And the abandonment of the euphemism usually means that there's like a broader movement being built, that they're being empowered. Squashing those movements may involve arbitrary and often confusing and unfun social standards with regards to decorum and language use. But I think, and this is just my opinion, that if there's any discussion to be had on this with any meaningful practical change to the real world, it should probably be done when there's less of an implicit threat of it being misused by actual racists.
Okay,
you know?
I just don't see that ever.
Fanatic.
really quick, I was just going to say, look, first off, like, it's crazy because I love it. Black people use this phrase all the time. I don't know how familiar you guys are with it, where we say that they love us to hate us, or everybody wants to be black, but nobody wants to be black. Like, both of those things refer to the fact that, yes, you're right. Blackness is all around the lexicon, right? And like, it's like, obviously hip hop is one of the largest, most consumed medias, like whatever, right? But then just the simple act of trying to get people to actually identify with some of the struggles that we face, like all of a sudden there's crazy backlash. You want to start talking about things that are like super popular amongst African Americans, like reparations, and then you got white folks that are like, hell no, hell to the no, right? Like less than like 30% of them will get behind that, but then they want to get behind the words like the N-word, or they want to start appropriating things of our culture that are popular or fun that they've used for like entertainment, like rap or whatever, right? They'll use everything that we do, our style, our clothes, our music, our cultural influence, but literally not identify with a single aspect of any of the oppression or any of the struggle, or identify with how they relate to that struggle. So then it's like, yo, I don't want somebody to feel like, well, look, you guys are really cool, you guys are really popular. Let me just go ahead and share this thing with you guys that we used to use to completely dehumanize you guys, but let's go ahead, let me use that because right now it seems kind of cool and it's the end thing to do, while literally not identifying with any of the things that actually have came with that oppression.
Can I ask
that
an
we
honest
had
question, like super
that we
quick?
had to choose to euphemize.
This just doesn't make any sense. Like, I understand that there are issues with people not identifying with like actual struggles, of course, but like this idea that you're upset that a population of people like won't identify with more like fundamental struggles of the Black community, which I acknowledge, of course, is definitely a thing that exists in the Black community. Now, that's not to say that no struggles have ever been overcome in the Black community. There's been, at least over the past 250 years in the United States, significant progress in that front. Obviously, everything hasn't been solved, okay? But to say that like, like, oh, well, you guys don't identify 100% with this, so we're not comfortable with that. But then you still use that language in popular media to make millions or billions of dollars off of like white audiences, and then to expose them to that, and then to turn around and get upset when people start emulating it. It's just like, that's really weird. Like, we want you to buy our clothes, we want you to buy our shoes, we want you to buy our songs, but like, don't like use, like, I feel like the perfect like microcosm of this was that poor fucking white girl that Kendrick dragged up on stage to sing his fucking song with him, who had no idea if she was supposed to rap the N-word or not, and did it. And even Kendrick got confused, where he didn't care. And then the audience started booing, and then Kendrick's like, okay, wait, hold on. I don't think you can do that.
So I do want to say though really quickly, because there's actually something important here. Hold on. So you said they want you to consume your culture, buy your shoes, what have you. Just to be clear, while Black people may be up and about doing the music and saying the N-word, the people behind the merchandising and publication of these cultural trends are generally speaking not that sympathetic to Black
boring
struggles.
and not relevant to the slightest. Don't come at okay, hold on.
I got it.
Time. Okay.
I can't my whole argument get reframed as the white man.
Hold on, Prime. I don't know. So that was an oddly defensive response, but
yeah, because
you said
it's like
in a
it's
blanket
the most obvious.
sense. I think there's a pretty critical distinction there.
It's not, the distinction is irrelevant. The people that are in movies, the people that are part of pop media, the people that are playing sports, all of these people want to sell products and have people buy their performances. Now, at the end of the day, might there be...
Hold on.
Nobody's saying. I know what you're saying. I don't need you to walk me through.
Nobody.
No. Stop. One at a time, because we're not going to get to this. All right. So
okay. I understand that at the end of the day, the head of a lot of these companies may or may not be white people. I know there are more Black people that own record labels and products and whatnot today than before.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Dre, Jay-Z are examples of people that have founded record labels.
I just want to finish my point.
None of that changes anything, because Lucian Grange still signs all their checks, like as Kanye West.
And I'm sorry, at the end of the day,
Wait, please. So the reason why that matters is because very often using the blanket "they" there can imply or infer the implication that there's some deliberate double standard going on, or moreover that like the Black community is trying to have their cake and eat it, which is generally not the case. So you reacted very strongly to that. I apologize.
Because it's a distinction that looks really good but means absolutely nothing.
So hold on. This is a problem that I have with you. You're so sensitive to rhetorical tricks that you unironically pull the debate tactics bullshit people whine about with you, and anytime I make a salient point that you feel might have looked good, you call me out as though the only reason I could have possibly made it was for optic points, rather than to actually
because the distinction is irrelevant. Because the point that I'm making is at the end. No, it's not. The point that I'm making is that at the end of the day,
absolutely relevant.
Black figures in pop culture that are selling products, whether they have at the end of the line a white guy that's like signing their checks or a white guy that like runs a fucking factory, at the end of the day, they are making conscious choices to include certain language inside of the pop media that they sell, and they want to sell that product to white audiences. Okay, if you go to a fucking Kendrick Lamar concert or a Kanye West concert, it's not all fucking Black people in the audience. It's like fucking 90% fucking white people. Okay, so you can't. We can't. I understand. Wait, let me finish.
Finish. Yes. Stop, Viv. Stop it.
Okay, I'm almost done. Jesus. Okay. So now there might be like a white guy at the end that's making money off it, but it's not like they're forcing all of these black people to put the N-word in their media and only to sell it. So when I say they want that, I do mean black people in entertainment that engage in that type of entertainment. That's all I'm saying. So I don't think the distinction matters there, that there might be a white guy signing their check at the end, because the desires are the same. They want white consumption of that media that contains the N-word in it.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. Fanatic respond, right? And then I'll let Vaush respond, then I'll let Vivian respond, okay?
Yeah. Okay, really quickly. So look, it's like you're doing this weird conflation thing where it's like, man, people are selling products, and then you're like equating that with the N-word. Those are two different things, number one. And then number two,
product is the N-word sometimes.
No, who is selling the N-word? Who is
rappers that
selling
use the N-word in it's part of their art? What do you mean?
No, okay, listen. It's one thing to say, like, this is like like, this is just part of the verbiage, right? Like, you wouldn't say that a black person is selling the word the because they use the word the in their music, right? Like, the fact that they're using the N-word in their music, this isn't part of their brand. They're not selling the N-word. It just so happens to be part of their vernacular. What they're selling is themselves. They're selling their own image. They're selling just an entire package. Typically, that comes with like, music videos that comes with an entire image. But the N-word is not a significant part, a significant distinguishing portion of their image, such that they would be selling that thing. Furthermore, you mentioned the thing about like, oh man, they want to use their clothes, their you mentioned their shoes or their whatever. Like the fact that we don't own any of that stuff in the vast majority of cases. Now you might have Kanye with his Yeezys, right? But in reality, the vast majority of like. Yeah, but I don't even remember Jay-Z having a shoe line. I remember him having specifically Fat Farm, or was that P. Diddy, right? Like the fact is, yes, these people do end up selling like clothing lines and stuff. But if you remember, one of the major clothing lines that they made was FUBU, which was really intended for us by us. It wasn't really intended for white people to be wearing, but they went ahead and did that anyway. So a lot of this media is actually aimed specifically at black people. It's just that white people can't help but consume it because it happens to be particularly beautiful. And regarding that thing with Kendrick Lamar, that girl in that situation, it was very easy for her to quote those lyrics without saying the N-word. I played in a country band for about 3 years. We played a song called Redneck Woman. I never ever sang that song when I would be when we were on stage. I would sing every other lyric besides that one because I would be playing to largely a white audience, and I didn't know how offended they might have been by it. So I would always just stop at that line. It's not that hard. Or it's the same way how like parents, or it's the same way how like children, when they're singing a song that might have raunchy lyrics, will stop at the specific lyric in question and not say that specific thing in front of their parents. It's not that difficult. It's not that hard. Shouldn't be part of your vocabulary. Vernacular. It's really, really, really simple. Just abstain from saying that word. We do it all the time. When you, for example, say in a video game, or when you talk about when you wouldn't say the F or you find a substitute, right? Like there's plenty of times where we do this. Why is it so hard for someone to be expected to do that with the music when we know that this is the word that happens to be dehumanizing, that large amounts of people are really offended by, as demonstrated by that concert?
If it's so horrible, then why the fuck is it in the song so much? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like the
idea. It's only horrible when she does it.
Okay. No, sorry.
How is it when she's reciting your lyrics? She's reciting your lyrics.
Okay.
How is it horrible?
Okay. All right. So I'll let Vaush back, and then Vivian, and then DemonMama. So all right, go ahead.
Vaush. Okay. So first of all, Destiny, saying something misleading and then getting mad at me because it's rhetorically effective to point out your mistake is actually a debate tactic. I'd calm down with that if I were you, because it's getting super tiring, all right? The fact of the matter is that black culture has been commodified in ways that have absolutely led to the dissemination of their values and cultural exports being spread in ways that they didn't have direct control over. The fact that individual black artists want their music to sell well does not mean that there is not often a significant cultural difference between the broader will of the music industry, of the culture industry, and the artists who are a part of it. Second of all, no, wait, you actually got to the second of all part when y'all were talking. Third of all, well, like I don't even I don't even understand like what the issue at hand here is. We're not going to change our standards right now on the N-word. If anything, it's only gotten more strict with time. If we want to which is probably a good thing. At least it's indicative of broader positive social trends. It's interesting then that we're so critical of like the specific semantical influences of the N-word and how we use it and how we can use it and why it's wrong or bad or unacceptable if we're white. But the fact that it's become more acceptable is generally indicating a positive social trend. So if anything, why don't we talk about something a little bit more productive? Why don't we talk about like, are there any specific contexts where it can be used due to cultural influence or just a spur of the moment decision where a person wouldn't be considered racist? Are we too hard on people who use these moments in the spur of the moment? This broader conversation on whether or not this ridiculous talking point, whether or not if the word is bad, why do black artists use it? I mean, we're probably regressing into conservative discourse here.
All right, you can respond, Destiny, if you want. Then I'm going to go to Vivian and then DemonMama.
For Mr. Finake, okay, listen, if you literally have somebody, okay, you create a piece of art and it is a song, people sing to your songs, okay, and you show a person, yo, listen to my song, like, don't you like my song? You're like, oh yeah, and one of the things you do when you listen to songs, you sing along with it. How weird is it that in the context of your song, you're including words that if they were to repeat them while singing along with your song, become dehumanizing? That entire like cultural exchange there, it's just mind-blowing to me. It seems so crazy.
Okay, all right.
It's
No, finish your point.
Just really quick. It's
Okay.
really quick. It's not particularly crazy. We do this kind of thing all the time. We make distinctions for certain people, right? For example, like maybe you have a sibling and you might joke around with your sibling, and you can say all that you want to and talk trash about that sibling. But the second someone else does it, it's not considered the same, because you don't have the automatic presumption that it's meant from a place of love. In the same sense, like where I can call my brother and I can talk bad about my brother, and it's automatically assumed from the very beginning he knows I love him. So there's this presumption of love that he's going to say, okay, yeah, I don't know, he doesn't mean it that way. Some random nigga from the street says it, then all of a sudden it's a very big different thing. I can fight with my brother, and it's fine. We can be literally throwing blows, right? But the second somebody else wants to jump in and start fighting my brother, now me and my brother are going to unite against that person, right? So there's plenty of times where we make clear distinctions because of the fact that we have this already automatic presumption because of some sort of kindredness that we would make a distinction for. So just because of the fact that I happen to make a piece of art, and I'm not going to white people specifically and saying, hey, white people, I want you to consume my art. That's not even what's happening. It's just I'm releasing this music to the world. White people happen to consume it, and white people decide that, oh, all of a sudden I want to use this thing that you're using that's really specifically for you, that we've already made a very clear distinction. I don't think that's weird at all. It's really, really simple. Don't do
Vivian.
Okay, cool. Yeah, white people buying black music shouldn't say the N-word. And the reason they shouldn't fucking say the N-word is because of what Fnatic was talking about earlier with like understanding struggle. If you're gonna enjoy culture that comes out of like a group that's separate from your own, you should have some sort of respect for them. And in the United States, that definitely means having respect for the struggle of black people. And this goes to the shit that I say all the fucking time about the quote unquote universal shared struggle, and more importantly, letting other people lead in their own struggles, right? And dictating the terms of their liberation. And one of the things that black people in the United States have decided, right, is that like white people probably shouldn't be using the N-word, right? And when you engage with another struggle and they say, this is the way that we want to achieve our liberation, it's perfectly reasonable for you to say, well, no, that's too much, or that's immoral, or whatever. If they were just, if you were engaging with a black person and they said, oh, I just want to kill all white people, perfectly reasonable for you to step back and go, actually, I think that's really fucked up and we shouldn't do that. But like when it's something as like benign and effortless as just like, don't say this one word, right? You choosing not to take that tiny step signifies that you're not willing to engage with the black struggle. You're not willing to let them lead in their own liberation. Right, and so that's to me is why I don't say the N-word, because basically
you platform this guy,
people have told
Vivian.
me
Pretty problematic of you.
Okay, so the brothers example I think is
that problematic for me?
So, hold on, no, don't do it. Destiny, you can respond, then we'll go to DemonMama.
Okay, I think the brothers example is a really good example that you bring up, because that's an idea of like a type of humor that you're using with another person that you wouldn't be okay with a third party coming into. So for instance, if I was with my fiance and I'm giving her shit for being a woman and she's giving me shit for being a dumb man or whatever, if some outside party came in and started shitting on her for being a woman, or one of her friends came in and started shitting me for being a man, right? This would be like, okay, wait, hold on, this is fucked up. Or like there's a million other types of those types of jokes. They're like, well, hold on, wait a second. Like, I don't know how you mean it when you say it. I agree with you that those types of interactions can happen on a personal level where you know the other person, and it's that type of humor is different because you don't have to second guess the underlying motive. But I feel like that type of bond to some extent is being created when you share art with another person. At the very least, when you invite that person on stage to perform your fucking art with you, I feel like that's gotta be like a similar type of connection. Unless you honest to God believe that there might be a fucking card carrying KKK member that snuck into a Kendrick Lamar concert and wanted to come up on stage and knew the lyrics to your fucking song just so that they could say the N-word with the A in front of the audience. Like that like I understand like when you talk about how certain people can be like part of a community, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like music communities or art communities that listen to things can also be those types of communities. And like, if we're going to take this like broader stance that like, oh, well, white people just should never say the N-word, blah, 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 white, blah, blah, blah. Then like, if that is really our stance, then I will say this, okay? Here's my Jordan Peterson quote. Black rappers have probably made more white people say the N-word more times than any other person in fucking history, because all the fucking white people that rap along to songs in their fucking car or rap along to songs they're listening to and say the lyrics are probably saying the N-word with it. Like,
and my opinion. So here's my opinion on that. Because on that specific issue, you're harping on this specific issue with Kendrick Lamar and the person, right? So I remember this happening, and in my opinion, it shouldn't have been a big deal. I don't think it was a big deal. I'm not. It's not like I'm giving white people the N-word pass or anything, right? But like, look, it was in the moment, right? And she said the word, right? And it's no big deal. Like no one needs to be canceled. No one needs to be hounded. No one needs to be harassed the way she was. I think though, I get the urge to say it within the context of a song, having that shared experience, right? And that's what you're going for. Yeah, sure, right? But beyond that, why? Right?
Wait,
There's not
can
like
I-
why
shared-
sing the words to any
why?
song you listen to?
No,
What do you
no.
mean?
I said beyond that.
Can I
Beyond.
expand the-
No, please. So beyond. But beyond that, I'm talking about in especially in social context, right? In our one-to-one context, there's no reason, Destiny, that you never need to say that word to me, right? There's no reason, right?
Probably not. You sound like you get super mad. There's probably a lot of things I wouldn't say to you, though.
Exactly. But like this urge, I saw it in college. With white guys, right? And always white guys. In fact, I don't ever remember a white woman asking me, right? But always white men specifically coming to me asking to say this one particular word, that they had to say it, right? That this wasn't in their lexicon, right? And they didn't talk about not even other racial slurs, right? And there's more than one, right? Of course, there's more than one than just the N-word, right? To black people. So more than one black people, not that, right? It's just this one word that, like, because of the taboo of it all, it has to be in their mouths. No, it doesn't have to be in your mouth. You can just let this go. There were anti-Asian slurs, right?
Say that.
There were
That's not
anti-Asian
legitimate.
slurs. There were anti-Asian slurs that I will never say, right? Anti-Jewish slurs that I will never say. I don't know their struggle, right? I stand by my Asian brothers and sisters. I stand by my Jewish brothers and sisters, but I don't know their struggle, right? I'm not a part of their oppression, and so I'm not going to use that.
That's because Asians aren't out there popularizing Asian slurs.
So you think it's
not a big part of Asian media to be out here like popularizing a ton of Asian slurs,
I've been
right?
waiting so long.
Yeah, you can wait longer.
You got so much to contribute, DemonMama.
Same thing with Hispanic people. There are a bunch of Hispanic people that are popularizing Hispanic slurs, right?
No, but
so that's why people don't say those slurs. They're arguing to say those slurs.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make?
Because you made it sound like you want to say the N-word because it's just so taboo. That's the only reason to say it. That's not the reason why they say it. They want to say it because it's part of the most popular fucking cultural fucking movement across the fucking world, like hip hop and rap. That's why people want to say it.
No. They'd be asking to say it within the song then. If that was all it was, right? Oh, I want to be part of the culture, right? And the culture, right? This culture that I'm involved in, the hip hop world, right? Well, they're saying it there, right? Why can't I, within the context of the song, just say that, right? Why can't that would be one thing? But it's not asking for that. They want to use it all the time. In any situation, right? Why? That's not, black people aren't popularizing
that sounds
it.
really weird to me.
Yes.
Some white people like that.
White,
But, I mean,
yes,
I'm sure it's possible.
lots of fucking, and again, white men specifically.
My prior argument still stands, though. It's because that word has been brought and is so insanely part of the popular like lexicon, and then combined with the taboo of it, and combined with the fact that it's used in like the most popular forms of media today. Like, yeah, I mean, of course, I'm just saying that like you can't compare that word to like bad words for Asian people or Hispanic because they're not popularizing those words in the same way.
So, all right, well then DemonMama, and then we'll go to Vaush because he wants to respond. And then we'll go to Joe Lewis, okay?
Destiny said like 3 things to me that I didn't get to address yet.
Yeah, I know.
I've been waiting. And listen, between every step on the way to me, both Vaush and Destiny got a response, and you got a response too, Phonetic. So I guess I want to say one thing. Okay, first of all, there's something we've been ignoring in this entire conversation, which is that who fucking cares what a handful of famous musicians put in their song? That doesn't represent the desires of an entire group of people who have been systemically oppressed in this country. I'm white. I can only draw parallels to my experience as a trans person with trans slurs, and that's a little bit different. And there's a totally different history there. But I think we can acknowledge that like the idea that like, oh, like you use this broad Destiny uses this broad term like they like are popularizing or whatever. No, they're really not. This is them expressing themselves. And as somebody who, I tend to believe in the reclamation of slurs. The reclamation of slurs is an act that it isn't super clean. It's an act of saying, hey, no, like I want to be able to take this thing that is used against me and use it myself in art to express myself in a way that I couldn't. I don't think that's popularizing it. I don't think that's, I think I agree with what Fanatic said before, which is like, just because the word is in there doesn't mean that it's intrinsic to the art itself. It might be a part of the whole piece, but we also can't overlook the fact that, like, hey, look, even if it is intrinsic to the piece of art, all of the artists in the world who use slurs are never are never going to represent the entirety of the vast majority of the people who have been impacted by this shit. They don't get to determine that as a whole. And if a lot of people don't feel okay with it because of the obvious and blatant, and I hope that everyone agrees on this, historical context of the use of that word, I think it's kind of ridiculous to try and find a way to desperately get yourself at like an N-word pass by saying, well, the artists want to make money off it, so I want to be able to say it too. Like I don't know, it just does that make sense? Like, I feel like we're arguing like 15 different points and there's a whole bunch of random assumptions that are being made. And half of this argument is pivoted around whether it's wrong for some random person to sing it in the lyric, when I don't think anybody really cares that much about that. We're probably talking about actual racists getting away with using it, and or the really, really, really awkward way in which some white people go and push so hard to be able to use a word that obviously fucking bother people.
And I disagree with the point that you said previously, Destiny, about like, oh, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that like when people are using if people are using the N-word in a positive manner, right? Like, is this so obvious? People, I have fucking fights here all the goddamn time, right, with conservatives about like the dog whistling words that people use here, the conservatives use, that Trump used, right? Like endless fucking battles with them to get them to recognize obvious dog signals, right? And so like if you say the N-word is now normalized for everyone else to use, right? Then racism doesn't exist, right, for them, right? Like, okay, we've achieved.
Talking about like normalizing the N-word, like you're gonna just call everybody the hard R now, and now they've got all this covered. Like, what? I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand this. I don't understand this. What?
The one are you talking about?
No, that has been this whole conversation. Like it is about normalizing.
Yeah, wait, hold on, wait. Do you think I'm talking about we should be able to call other people the hard R in society?
You said everyone or no one. You said everyone or no one. Yes,
That's
you did actually argue for that.
Prime. Wait, no, I'm talking about like using it as like it like.
You're
making me say N-word so much.
And you will continue to say
I'm talking about like when I'm talking about people. Yeah, when people call each other the soft A is what I'm not saying that we should call each other the hard R all the time.
Okay.
What do you mean?
What happened to dying on the hill with the musket?
Prime, do you really believe this? Wait, Prime, do you think that I'm saying that we should just be able to walk around calling everybody the hard R? Maybe that's the source of all our discrimination.
First of all, no. It doesn't even matter. First of all, okay, it doesn't change.
That's a pretty important
It doesn't change the conversation at all. No, actually, not this part. It doesn't change this part.
You don't think there's a difference between hearing somebody say like, "Oh, I don't like that guy."
No. I get that. I get what you're saying. I get what you're trying to say, right? That black people are using the soft A in a familiar fashion, right? And so
the familial fashion.
Yes. But as we all know, right? Like you can turn fucking any word into an insult, right? If you say it in the wrong way.
That's just an argument against like protecting this one word. Then, like any word,
thug
or homie or
we can do that.
gangster.
We can do that. Not
just
just this one
it's
word.
part of our
No.
healing.
It's like no. Let me get.
No, it's not part of your healing. Bullshit. I don't buy that.
Oh my god, it's absolutely part of our healing process.
Hey, everyone, shut up.
No.
Everyone, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. I'm sorry. Muting every single one of you.
Me.
I'm gonna finish my fucking words here. Holy shit. All right. Now look. So. Like saying it, I get what you're trying to say, right? Saying that like there's a familiar way of using the word with A, right? But if we just simply normalize that, that anyone can say this, right? Then yes, they absolutely will. Racists will start dog whistling with that, and they'll say, "Oh no, I meant it in a friendly way, right? Like I'm doing it in a friendly, you're doing it in a friendly way, I'm doing it in a friendly way," and that they will use that to hide by. Why even bother with any dog whistles, right? Will you have this word? This word is now available to everyone else. No. These slurs and these transformationist slurs. No. The K word for Jews. If there was a transformation for that, I wouldn't use that either, right? Like it's not something I have to be a part of, right? That's something for my Jewish brothers and sisters to enjoy. If that's what they want to do, but I don't have to be a part of that. But white people, particularly white men, just desperately need to be a part of this. Desperately need to have this in their mouth, and they don't. They absolutely don't fucking do. All right, so Vaush, go.
Okay. So, I just want to say the reason why it's been popularized through culture, so if they didn't want it to be used, why popularize it through culture argument doesn't sit right with me, is in large part because black people really haven't had much control over how their culture got popularized. Initially, I mean, you had the Harlem days, right, where you had all those clubs and the culture that was produced there, whether you're talking like the musical or the dance, was generally kept within those communities, and usually white folk would come on by to Harlem to spectate because they thought that black people, being more animalistic, are better at having a good time. So these cultural trends got appropriated. And I mean, even really today, there are plenty of black artists who deviate from what we expect to see on the radio. But what sells is usually what sells best to white suburban kids. And what that means is that the industry will prioritize a select few voices, usually the ones that provide the most spectacle and the greatest amount of interest to their largely white audience. So to say that's representative of broader black interest strikes me as odd. It would be saying like if there were a bunch of Milo Yiannopoulos type, like you can call me the F slur because I'm cool with it, I'm a degenerate, type of gay people, that it would then be okay to start, just casually dropping the F slur on gay people. And likewise, there are some, though this is to a lesser extent, there are some like trans content creators I know who in private amongst themselves use like the T slur with each other, or they call themselves all sorts of horrible things you probably shouldn't call trans people, but they do it in good humor. And, just the usage of these terms I don't think is itself enough of a justification for broader use, because the context there is important. The context is important. I do think we can agree, I hope we can all agree on this, that the N-word, along with every other word, is not a magic word that inherently does anything. It all lies in social interpretation, and that culturally and contextually, there are instances where it's more or less harmful. It's pretty easy for me to imagine. I provided earlier an example of the white kid from my school who grew up among black people and spoke in AAVE. To think of examples where white people using the N-word is absolutely not racist. I think that it's a really tricky social environment to navigate. I don't know if there's a hard solution. I don't know why we're having the conversation we're having right now, since nothing's going to change in this respect, and it seems like this conversation is inevitably going to get co-opted by bad faith actors if it ever spread wide enough.
So Joe has not been able to chance to speak. Joe, please go ahead.
Oh, all right.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, I saw Fnatic was kind of having a rough patch, so glad to be here. Glad to see you, Fnatic. So I'm just gonna say something kind of a little bit broader, right? So because there's a lot of just dumb shit, so I'm gonna try to plow through as much as I can. So though, right, hip hop is now consumed by mainstream audiences, it's traditionally made for and by working class black youth, right? And that the sort of social survival within that in-group is based on your fluent use of AAVE, right? If we go going on the hip-hop line for black MCs, right, that word was generally used as a substitute for things like guy, and for more like a modern case of like friend, and then even it later evolved into more gender-neutral usage, right? More so, black youth, on one hand, have a level of solidarity and identity with the use of that word within their in-group. And something that Fnatic, I think, is trying to allude to here, which I agree with him here, is that despite the fact that people outside of this in-group are using the word, that word is not acceptable in these out-groups. And finally, I guess, because I guess it's like something that people aren't understanding with rap, right? So when people talk about there's like Latin American people who are using it, there's Asian people who are using it, it's part of their cultural survival within those communities. That's why you see gang members who are outside of the racial categorization of the majority of that gang still use the N-word, but it doesn't have sort of this multi-applicable usage across these different outgroups. But within the in-group, which is predominantly black, in a vast majority of them, it's still part of that. And the N-word is part of this in-group within the black community. And also, it's the same reason why Eminem doesn't use it, right? And if Eminem, the perennial sort of top level when it comes to white rappers, doesn't use it within their music, then I feel like it doesn't seem too far of a stretch for just non-black people to just not use it in their vernacular. But
So this whole conversation could just be one that's like had in the Black community, like the should white people use the N-word or not conversation.
We've already had it. We've had this
But if
conversation
you-
a bunch of times. Like
Yeah,
this
I
is
know,
the part.
I know.
Because, like,
Yeah, and it will probably be an ongoing conversation at some point in the future. But most people have decided no, you can't, right? And if you're gonna like indulge in Black culture, if you're gonna buy fucking CDs by Black musicians or fucking wear clothes made by Black people or whatever, you can show them the tiniest amount of fucking solidarity by meeting the very, very least, the most insignificant of their demands in their, for their fight for liberatory struggle, and just not fucking say the N-word, right? Like it's not a big thing. It doesn't fucking hurt you in any kind of major way. Just like let them, even if you yourself don't fucking know why you shouldn't say it, it doesn't really fucking matter because it doesn't affect you all that much. You probably should try and work out.
Hold on, no. I haven't been able to speak in a while. Let me say a few things, because Destiny said a few things. And Prime said something, which I wholly disagree with, right? For one of the things that Prime, you said that it's no big deal, like when a girl was on the stage and saying that, right? And for you, maybe it is no big deal, but we obviously saw the vitriolic reaction from all of that audience. It was clearly a big deal for all those people. I would also like to point out something. My dad doesn't like me to use the N-word with him. I know we've had this conversation before, so I might use the N-word as frequently as I freaking want to, except for when I'm around my dad. So the fact that we have an entire generation of Black people that don't even like other Black people to use the N-word, it's really wild to me to be like, no, it's not that big of a deal. That like some white person was saying it in front of Black people, and a bunch of Black people recognize, like, no, we don't want this normalized. We're not okay with this. This is not something that we're okay with. Oh, then secondly, this thing that you're talking about, like, well, man, they're putting it in their art, blah, 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 blah. This sort of thing right there, if we're going to take that to its end, you're basically denying Black people the ability to use some of their basic vernacular and some of their basic habits and express that into their art, right? Because Black people use these words on a regular basis amongst each other. The fact that we would go ahead and make artwork, and our artwork would be a reflective of how we typically speak. The fact that we would be able to do that is absolutely, it makes all the sense in the freaking world. But then you're now making this excuse that, well, since you guys are expressing yourself the way you express yourself in your art, once white people consume this art that you made for yourself to express yourself amongst yourself, now all of a sudden you're giving them an invitation to use the art. That sounds absolutely ridiculous. Then finally, there was one more point I wanted to make. It's really, really wild to me because, like, I'm really, really struggling to get some words in edgewise here. You guys were having a trans conversation earlier. I recognize, even though I got plenty of opinions on this subject, I recognize it's not my freaking place while you guys are having this topic, so I shut the hell up and back the hell up. But right now, we're having a conversation with two white guys talking about the N-word, and then everyone else wants to jump in and really insist and insert themselves, and sometimes not really even contributing to the conversation, basically just saying the same thing that we've already said. Like, it is somewhat frustrating to me, considering I recognize I had the introspection and the self-awareness to recognize this ain't my conversation, this ain't my place to speak. Even if you guys are debating with Vaush, and I might have some points there, it's not my time. Like, let the niggas speak. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Destiny or Vaush, you want to respond to that? You can.
Yeah, I have a real question, okay? When I was in high school and my Black friends offered me the N-word pass as a show of solidarity, what was I supposed to do?
Okay, wait.
Do I turn them down? Do you just politely say thank you, but I refuse because I have an ethical obligation? How do I let them down easy, you know?
Okay, I want to respond to something Mr. Fanatic said. Okay,
no answer.
So
that's what I thought.
For the idea that like it was a big deal around those people, I don't think it was a big deal. One, because when you listen to the people in the audience, there was some confusion. They weren't immediately awestruck by it because they didn't even know. And then two, I'm pretty sure there's a white person on right before her that rapped the N-word, and I don't think they cared that much there either, which probably contributed to her confusion. So the idea that, and even as you said, even in the Black community, it's not like a settled question, and even if Black people should say the N-word. Now, I don't have a fuck ton of Black friends. I grew up with a lot of Black friends, but all of their fathers were really fucking conservative, and those households were really fucking conservative, and they did not say the N-word in any of those households. Holy shit. It was just not done. So like the idea that like, so the idea that it's like a big deal or anybody, like there, even in the Black community, my understanding is that this is like a very divisive issue. Number one. Number two, the idea that, I'm uncomfortable with this characterization that like Black people just can't help themselves but use the N-word in all their songs as part of their culture, as part of their language. There are a lot of really talented writers out there, okay? Kendrick Lamar is a really fucking smart dude. I don't think that guy needs to use the N-word in a verse, okay? I think you can find a fuck ton of other words to use besides that one. I don't know. I don't know if I would. This take is literally. Hold on, wait. This take was literally. Well, okay, I'm almost done. The third point. This take is literally response like Black people have to use it. It's part of their vocabulary. They have to use it, okay? And
no one said that.
Okay, I wrote it
That's
down
a
as notes.
complete misrepresentation.
Okay,
what
maybe
I said
you
was,
wait. Okay, you can counter. I'm just gonna do
I'm finished.
Okay, yeah, and then I'm just gonna do the third one. You can counter that, okay? Because maybe I misunderstand you. That's fine, and then you respond to that. Okay. The third one is the idea that like you made it for yourself to express for yourself, like to your own people. Bullshit. Death of the artist. You're not just making songs to give to your friends, to rap to your friends. These are things that are being released on major labels that are being sold all over the fucking world. Other people are going to take your art and they're going to consume it in their own way. If you truly believe that this N-word is so fucking harmful that white people should never fucking say it, then using it in media where you know the major consumer is white people is incredibly fucking irresponsible. Just stop using the word.
Okay, so it's really, really simple. Number one, nigga, the word nigga comes out of my mouth all the time, nigga, whenever I decide to do it, nigga. So the idea that this word comes out of my mouth on a regular basis means that when a nigga decides to make some music, a nigga gonna put the word nigga in his music because that's part of my art. That's part of my whatever. No one ever made such a ridiculous statement that he has to put the word in his music. It's something you would want to do. If you would want your music to reflect your culture. So if a nigga's using the word nigga on a regular basis, then a nigga's gonna put the word nigga in his music because it's gonna reflect his culture. It's going to reflect his vernacular. So then that's something that most people would be able to identify with. If this is a word that we use on a regular basis, it's not about having to, it's about choosing to. You could choose to do anything. Like maybe he likes rock, right? And he could choose to do that. You choose to make your art a reflection of yourself. So the fact that he decided to put the N-word in there, it's not a lack of talent. It's not a lack of ability. It's not a matter of necessity. It's a matter of choice. That's what art is. It's a choice always, or else it's not art. So the fact that he decided to do something is perfectly normal and it's perfectly valid. The fact that other large audience decided to consume that does not mean that all of a sudden it's an invitation, and nor does it mean that he should have to temper whatever the frick he wants to do specifically because of the fact that, well, white people are going to consume it and I don't want them to get it. It's already known you don't got a freaking pass. Furthermore, you also mentioned that you've seen how conservative households really are uncomfortable with the N-word. Well, I mean, as I'm sure you're very well aware, lots of niggas are pretty freaking conservative, like my parents, which is why they don't like us using the N-word. So all you're doing is just really parroting what I'm saying. So if black people got a problem with other black people using the N-word, what makes you think that black people aren't gonna have a huge problem with white people using the N-word who have used it historically so freaking harmfully? That's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, I don't disagree. No, okay. Half of what you just said, I agree with. People choose to put it in their songs, maybe because they feel like it represents like some culture they come from. They could choose not to. If you are truly worried about other people saying it, if you truly think it's such a harmful word, if there's even a division in the black community over it, then maybe taking it and putting it to some of the most sold and most white consumption-friendly media of all fucking time is kind of irresponsible. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna cite like the black, if you're gonna cite the black conservative father there as saying like, oh well, look, they wouldn't be happy with white people using it. Yeah, they're probably not happy with black rappers using it either. Just don't use it at all. Then, if it's that fucking harmful, that if some white guy driving down the fucking street rapping along with fucking Kendrick Lamar is causing the collapse of black society, then maybe nobody should have it in their music at all, or at least not music available for public consumption.
Wait, but you're calling it, you just called hip hop the most white consumption friendly music of all time, when we absolutely recognize that it's like hard body black. Just the fact that we're a minority in the community and the music is literally made for us. Of course, we're so freaking attractive that white folks can't keep their freaking hands off. That doesn't change the fact that it's typically made for black people. That's where it originated. The fact that rich niggas like Lucian Grange got their hands on it, and really big record labels got their hands on it and started distributing it to white neighborhoods and making it part of pop culture, doesn't change the fact that its original inception and the typical usage is specifically aimed at black people. It's specifically talking about black culture. It was largely influenced by black culture. It specifically has in-jokes specifically about black culture. It very much is a representation of black culture. So
who are the mass consumers of it? Who consumes it the most, though? White people.
So the fact that white people outnumber us, like in this country, they're over 50% of the freaking population. We're only 13%. So the fact that they're the largest consumption of it doesn't mean anything. If we want to look at demographics, if we want to look at proportions, let's look at proportionally who consumes more hip hop. Proportionally, more black people consume hip hop than white people. Proportionally. So the fact is, it's still a music designed for black people, but because we're such a minority in this community, of course, white people are consuming it. That's not a point against it. Like, come on.
What? Let's say that you were. Okay, crazy hypothetical now. Let's say that you lived in post-World War II Germany and you were part of a group of like Jewish people that were putting out like Jewish, I don't even know what the fuck Jewish music is called, but some Jewish music that includes like a lot of like very derogatory in jokes about other Jewish people references in your songs, okay? And then you sold that, and let's say like 80% of Jews listen to it and they like it, and then let's say that like 50% of let's say height of World War II, okay, like German Nazi people listen to it, right? Would you say, well, hold on, now I understand that they listen to it, but they're just a bigger percentage of the population, but like the fact is that it's made for our community. Like, never mind the fact that it's being massively consumed by them. Never mind the fact that they might take a lot of that humor, a lot of those jokes, and use it in negative ways. Never mind the fact that like we're making money off of all of that harm that we could potentially cause. Like, at the end of the day, I'm just going to use the excuse and say, well, it's meant for my people. I don't really care who consumes it at the end of the day, when everybody knows what's going on. You know that when you're Kanye West, you know that when you're any of these like really famous rap people, that when you release any of these famous rappers, when you release an album, it's going out to mostly white people. That's who you're going to be a major customer. So like, I don't think you can use the excuse like, well, it's meant for us. It's supposed to be in our community. It's like, okay, come on, bullshit. You know who's going to fucking buy it. Why would you include the N-word in it? Just get rid of it completely. Why do you need to say the N-word in the music? Like,
so you're
sure, I can understand why you have such a bad position, right? It's really easy to have this really horrible position when if you don't understand how the music how the music actually started being consumed. Most of the time, these rappers actually start as like literally in artists before they're picked up by a record label. Most of the time they're really distributing within their immediate neighborhood. They're not even like largely distributing their music for white people. They're literally just distributing within their community. Then like, I mean, plenty of them started with mixtapes that they were literally selling out of the trunk of their garage. I mean, out of the trunk of their freaking cars. So typically this music is literally intended for people to be consumed within their communities, not largely intended to be consumed by large white audience. It's just normally the money comes with white audiences. So after that, then once white people start picking it up, so are you now making the argument so you can make the music the way you intend to for large consumption by black folks, but the second you get on a record label, you can no longer make your music intended for your community because now there's going to be more white people consuming it? Or how do we?
Yeah, 100%. This is called having a public platform, being responsible with your messaging. Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
It's not irresponsible for me to share my art and my music.
If we were talking about literally any other topic besides the N-word, any other topic, every single person on this panel would be in unanimous, enthusiastic agreement that like, oh, of course, when you market some piece of art to a wider audience, of course you have to be more sensitive about what your messaging is. Of course you have to understand that people are going to take your art and use it in a different way. For any other topic besides this, everybody would be in unanimous agreement. But because we're talking about this one specific word that people get so fucking weird about, then it's all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, hold on. Black artists actually have zero fucking social responsibility whatsoever because the N-word is just part of their culture. So they have to have it in all of their rap songs and in all of their lyrics. They just have to. It's just part of their culture. And they have no responsibility for any further harm caused by that.
So okay, that's an interesting point. We're gonna go to Joe Lewis, and then we're gonna go to Vaush. He got his hand up as well. And too quickly to you, Vaush, to answer your question before, because I thought that wasn't meant for me. But yeah, that I would just say to my friends if they gave me a pass for some other slur, right? That no. This is what I've literally done. You can say, no, I don't feel comfortable doing that. If they insist, no, thank you, right? And you know what? They'll move on with their fucking lives. But I'm not sure if that question was directed towards me. But anyway.
No, I appreciate it. I was good in high school, though, so I was following the path back then.
Okay,
so.
Joe Lewis and then Vaush.
Yeah, help me out with this hypothetical, Destiny, because you asked the hypothetical, and then it looks like you went off of it. So you're saying, like, could you repeat your hypothetical again if you remember it?
So let's say in concentration camp Jews release popular hit music making fun of Jewish people, and they intend for it to only be listened to by other Jewish people, but they know that when they release it in Nazi Germany, most of the people buying it are going to be Nazis. Is it responsible for them to include all of those like cultural in references, knowing that they signed on with a Nazi label that's publishing out to Nazi stores and selling to Nazis? And then at the end of the day, like if they hear a Nazi say one of their jokes, go, hold on, wait a second. That was our music. That was intended for our community. It's not cool that you're saying that. And then the Nazi response, well, hold on. Like, you guys are selling it in stores for us to listen to and repeat. Like, what did you think was going to happen?
This is a really bizarre hypothetical.
What part of that is bizarre? And I will make it a one-to-one analogy for you. If there's some part you don't understand, I can it's absolutely one-to-one. So
I'm not necessarily sure if the Nazi situation holds up, especially considering Nazis were pretty hell-bent on eliminating Jewish culture. So help me out here. Like, are you saying in a hypothetical situation where
so let's say we have two populated.
So like, let me finish. You're saying if the Jewish people at the peak of World War II somehow were allowed in Nazi Germany to create music that was derogatory towards themselves, but in a way of self-empowerment, and somehow they made it to a situation where they were brought on by a Nazi label. And then
Yep, 100%. And then we're sold to Nazis in Germany. Would that be okay?
I what? That the reason why I think the reason why that hypothetical is so bizarre to me is that you have to go through so many gymnastics just to rationalize the use of the N word if we're bringing it over to the N word conversation.
I'll just make
right?
it a general thing then. The analogy is 1-to-1. So the idea is, let's say that you have
It's
two
not one
populations.
to one.
It's 1-to-1.
Because if Jewish people are doing that, it's a stake for not cancel culture, excuse me, for counterculture, and rap is counterculture. So
no, rap today, my friend, is not counterculture.
Rap
okay?
is counterculture.
Rap
is counterculture.
No,
Rap is counterculture.
Sorry.
Despite the fact,
absolutely not true.
I understand that this is like a weak part of your argument right now, but it's not. And I'm like, I can be very gentle about it, but fanatic will go down your throat. So I'm telling you, like, to not die on this hill. Why is it counterculture?
I don't understand. Why is it counterculture? Because it is very popular, right?
Yes, but are black Americans part of the dominant in group of society?
That doesn't determine whether or not a piece of media is counterculture or not. I don't think you can call something that has been so assimilated into and so heavily commodified countercultural anymore. Rap and hip hop is literally the most popular culture across most entertainment mediums in the world. To say that's counterculture, it absolutely does not make sense.
Despite the fact that it's consumed by mainstream audiences, it's still traditionally made for and by working class black youth.
And no. And rap is rap is mostly consumed by black youth too. Like, I want to point out something to you really quickly, right? Like, yes, there are super mainstream artists, right? But for every one mainstream artist, there's like 30 underground artists, and those 30 underground artists are completely the white population is largely oblivious to those artists. Those things are underground. Those things aren't mainstream. Those things aren't being consumed by white folks. So hip hop is still, for the most part, still black. And even these mainstream artists that you know, Kendrick Lamar, being in Compton, was already releasing songs long before he started becoming really popular, long before Grammys.
We're not talking about those songs. We're not talking about underground rappers.
No, what I'm pointing out to you, I get you don't want to talk about underground rappers.
We can talk about them. They might be
no. What I'm pointing out to you is that rap is not just the mainstream drivel that you get to witness, right? For every one mainstream song that charts, that white people largely consume, there are like 200 underground, or no, not even underground, just 200 non-chart toppers that white people are largely ignorant
You're describing
about.
this is every art in the world, of course.
Right. So then, rap music is largely consumed mostly by black people who are listening to all of rap music, not just the stuff that's mainstream and pop-based.
I don't think that's true, but I obviously can't prove that. I know you can't prove it. You're telling me that every black person is like an underground rap listening, like
not every. It's not in everything. It's not every. It's this that rap music is mostly consumed within people's neighborhoods. You can agree with this statement. For every mainstream artist, they normally have large amounts of music and a large amount of discography, long before they ever get a record deal, which is largely consumed by mass media, right? Or consumed by the masses, right?
Sure.
We all start off underground. We all start off making our music on the low. We all start off within our communities, and that stuff is predominantly black.
That's not what
originally.
I'm talking about, though.
No, I know it's not. It's what I'm talking about. I'm making the point.
No, that's not what you're talking about.
I'm making the point. Rap. I'm not making the point that rap is underground.
I agree with you. Okay, let's just cut to the issue. I agree with you. If you're going to say underground rap is counterculture, I agree with you. But don't say rap is counterculture.
I'm not talking about counterculture. I'm just saying that rap is largely consumed mostly by black people. It's not mostly largely consumed by white people.
Like the largest consumers are white people. Now,
it might be for mainstream rap. Yes.
For mainstream, maybe even for underground, because I'm pretty sure a lot of underground shows, there's a lot of fucking white people too.
Now, I don't know. I think we're getting lost in this stuff. We're getting lost.
We're not getting lost. I don't think we're getting lost.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap because I gotta get a vac shot.
I love you, Joe.
Okay, great. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
Hi, Joe. Go ahead, Vaush. You want to say something?
Yeah, okay. I honestly think that this topic is a complete red herring. So, Destiny earlier talked about Jews in Germany and the promotion of anti-Semitic language through Jewish media that was popularized in Nazi Germany. And I think that would be analogous were it not for the fact that we're talking about the soft A here. I think that the N-word soft A is unique, at least to my knowledge, it's unique, in that it's pretty much the only slur that has been selectively reclaimed. You know, maybe not amongst all groups, but there's definitely a unique relationship between black people and that word. It's not like the K slur with Jewish people. Don't think they're just like casually calling themselves that in private. They could be. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they are. So the problem with that is that because it's a word, the soft A, that black people use amongst themselves sometimes, but don't feel others can use, that means that inevitably, as long as that dichotomy stands, it will remain a fact that the use of that word will be popularized in the kinds of media that black people produce. Because the kinds of media that gets picked up by record labels will be the kind that is the most intensely fascinating to a broader audience, and that will usually be ones which best reflect characteristics that are endemic in the black community. This has been happening for a century. I mean, all the way back to horror, even before then too, with like gospel hymns and shit. I mean, it's always been the blackest culture, or at least characteristics that are simultaneously foreign but still palatable to a white audience. Those are the ones that get promoted. So it's a fact. As long as black people use the soft A with each other casually, it will get popularized in public media. So this whole question about responsibility on the part of producers of media is honestly a red herring. This is inevitably going to happen. The real question is, what do we do with the world as it exists now? Do we try to depopularize the use of the N-word amongst black people?
Yes.
Thus they do it. Hold on. Thus, they produce it less in broader media. Thus, it gets normalized less. Thus, everyone uses it less. Do we acknowledge that the system we have going right now is flawed, but somewhat stable? Or do we all just try to normalize the word as much as possible and push for everyone to use it? Now, personally, I think there would be severe consequences to the first and third options for a wide variety of reasons. I think the best option that we have right now is to try to rectify and refine the system that we have presently, which is in certain respects arbitrary. I'm not going to deny that. And sometimes I do think white people get shafted a bit. I feel for that white girl at that Kendrick Lamar concert. I really do. She looked really confused up there. But I feel like instances like those are largely an outlier and an exception to what is broadly an okay system we have going on that generally does an okay job of discouraging overt racism while allowing black people the freedom to reject the roots of their oppression linguistically. So I don't know if there's a hard solution to that. It's not like there's some policy you can just
or at least a
stamp
soft
on this.
solution.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
All
yeah,
right.
you know, I'm a reformist. You know, I'm just trying to take those incremental.
So let's go to our relevant then, DemonMama and Red.
Wait, I just want to say thank you. It's getting pretty late. I think I'm gonna go. I had a wonderful time. Good luck with the rest of the convo. I need some food before I go to sleep. Okay.
Bye. Thank you,
Good night,
Vaush.
All right, good night.
I just wanted to. I didn't want to say anything except that I was gonna say that I'm gonna hop out.
Bye.
For the record, my position is I don't think white people should say the N-word, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. Good night, guys.
Very great. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay. All right. Relevant.
All right. So I think kind of a core aspect of this conversation isn't necessarily what Vaush was getting at. Vaush seemed to get at like kind of like what we ought to do necessarily as a result, like pragmatically inside of society. That, to my knowledge, isn't what could be talked about, and I think is more important, which is whether or not it can be wrong for a lot of black artists to be able to put the N-word inside of their music in the capacity that they have, or what have you. Whether or not they continue doing it, it's like they're gonna continue doing it, regardless of like almost anything. It's just gonna happen. So I don't necessarily think the pragmatic argument of like, well, are they actually gonna do it? I feel like that's kind of separate. And I also, I really wish he was here because I feel bad about addressing his points when he left, but he was talking about how it will just happen. I never liked this argument. I mean, we could say that us as political streamers can use the F word because it's going to get popularized anyways. It's going to happen. So why would it matter if we use it? I don't like the argument of it's just going to happen, because then it obfuscates any reason for us to actually have any moral culpability towards our actions. But just to address a point specifically, and I kind of want to address this to the room, if we had evidence to believe that, you know, these hip hop artists using the N-word inside of their media cause a disproportionate, or excuse me, a massive audience of white people to use the N-word and want to use the N-word in public, and that was the explicit reason why, is because these black artists were putting the N-word inside of their lyrics, would it be justified even if they are using it, which I agree with the idea, they're primarily using it because it's to speak to their experience. Would it be morally permissible under that system or that criteria?
Sure. So to answer your question, yeah, I think it absolutely would still be morally permissible for them to continue to use the word. I think it's really, really insane to me that we're even going down this path of the conversation. Like I feel like it's really, really simple, right? Someone said it in my chat, and I thought it was really, really poignant. He said white people who want to be allies to black people should recognize that a lot of black people don't like it when white people say the N-word. So you can respect that and just stop, because it invokes racism. Secondly, white people who don't care about the feelings of black people cannot recognize that, and they invoke racism for some black people, and they don't care. Lastly, black people should not have their culture censored to make white people who don't care about the feelings of black people stop saying the N-word. They don't care, and if they did, they just wouldn't say it. It's really freaking clear. It's a bad word when coming out of white people's mouths. I don't feel particularly bad for that girl in the Kendrick Lamar concert. I think it was pretty obvious to most people there. I don't know how you saw the reaction and saw that black people were confused. It seemed pretty clear the very first time they recognized that she said the word, they immediately started reacting. It is a concert. Sometimes it is very hard to understand the lyrics that are coming out of people's mouths. But the second it became clear and people recognized what was happening, there was a pretty solid response from pretty much everyone. They were just like, whoa, 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 whoa. You could hear a literal thunderous reply there. Nobody was comfortable with that. It was very well known that she shouldn't did it. Obviously, we know Eminem knows that he shouldn't say it. You have all of these other white people that know that they don't use it. We've had literal outcry over Jennifer Lopez using it. I don't know how she escaped all of that and somehow was confused that, well, I just figured because it was the lyrics in a song that it was okay. Like no one should have been confused about that. Nobody in the audience really sounded confused. It's really, really painfully simple.
I want you to answer a relevance prompt. Let's say that we could say demonstrably, let's say that we know to be true, and I would even assume it to be true. I think you have to, unless you're being incredibly dishonest. There would be way less usage today of the N-word with the soft A in all of society, especially by white people, if black artists didn't use that word in their music. Do you think that makes it like, shouldn't they just not say it then?
No, because as I said, the final part of it probably was too long-winded, so you missed it. Black people should not have their culture centered to make white people who don't to make white people to control the actions of white people. So no, we should not be censoring ourselves and our art and our self-expression just because of the fact that some white people might start doing things inappropriately that they shouldn't.
Okay, so then you just accept that a lot more white people are just going to be using the N-word because for whatever reason, it's such an integral part of black culture that you have to say the N-word while you rap, and that's just an important part of the black experience. And then that's just an acceptable collateral damage.
I completely reject the notion that we have to do anything, as I feel that it's a complete mischaracterization. Secondly, I absolutely recognize that that I can't control the actions of other people, but I will not censor my action and my art and my expression amongst my culture, specifically for the benefit of hoping that I can curtail the actions of people who are doing things that are negative. Like, that's not my responsibility. My art and my responsibility is to express my art and be as true to myself as possible and do things that are more identifiable amongst my community and amongst my culture. So the idea that I'm going to restrict myself from behavior specifically because white people might take license based off of watching me do something that I'm allowed to do sounds a little bit absurd.
And then just to be clear, my final question, and then let me go off for it. You acknowledge that you would never ever make this argument for any other form of art to ever have existed in all of human history.
Sure, I would. So there's plenty of times where we recognize certain things have been like normalized, right? For example, the Q in LGBTQ. Not too long ago, during my lifetime, that word was
Wait, no, hold on, no. What I'm saying is, let's say somebody has some action that is seen as incredibly disgusting and offensive and horrible in broader society. Okay, let's say it's, I don't want to use a kid.
I don't know. I think the Q is analogous.
No. Let's say that somebody has some piece of art that's just wholly disgusting and horrible, and it's something that we condemn in society, and it's gross. And somebody decides like, well, I'm going to release this art for everybody because it's part of my community and it's part of my culture, and fuck you, I'm not going to censor myself for it. You would be okay with any other like cultural movement or cultural group making that argument to preserve their art in the public medium?
Well, I don't know. I'm having a hard time following your analogy because I can't think of another piece of thing where something is wholly disgusting by an entire group of people, but then normalized by a group of people and used and made as a euphemism specifically to aid in their healing process and then consumed in their
I reject it. I don't buy that. It might sound like an asshole, but I reject this idea that it's part of the healing process that we have to have the N-word in our fucking lyrics.
That's why you can't use the word. I know you reject it. I get you. I
Totally,
get you.
1,000,000%.
I
1
understand
million
that you
percent, not
reject it.
even.
I believe you, and I believe it. A 10 billion percent. I understand that you reject it. That's part of the reason why a lot of people would be really offended with you using the word. Because if you can't understand part of the reason and the methodology behind it, deciding to make this word a euphemism,
Not just me, but also like half of the black community.
I get it.
Right? Not just me, but also
I
a
don't know
lot
about
of
half of the black community.
Okay.
Let me just reply that last part.
Let's finish your point, and then I want DemonMama in because she has
Okay,
moving
so
forever.
even though there's plenty of people in the black community who choose not to do it and choose to abstain from doing it, I think all of them are pretty much aware of the reason why some people are choosing to. Now, they might disagree with it and might say, even still, I think it's more harmful than whatever, like my dad does. He knows the argument. We understand why people are making it a euphemism. It's just whether they choose to engage in that themselves or think that it's wholly beneficial. So, yes, the fact that you can't understand that is a very clear distinction between you and most black people.
Okay, DemonMama, Vivian, and then Relevant.
Okay. So, 1 second here. Okay. So, God, like, first off, I feel like somehow we're missing the like a really, really important historical context of the difference, between a white person saying a slur and a black person saying a slur. There is a historical context that adds meaning to these words that is important for us to recognize. Secondly, for some reason, and I don't think the data exists on this, but for some reason, I really do not believe that there are more white people now saying the N-word in any form than there were in the 60s. Just knowing my own racist relatives, I have a feeling that that is actually not true. I feel like that's a presupposition. And yeah, and third, every single marginalized group does reclaim slurs. And I can speak to this for, I only as a parallel. I am not black, obviously, but I am trans. And a lot of trans musicians do use slurs in their own music, and it speaks sometimes in a very healing manner to a lot of people, because the context of a openly queer person or an openly trans person using a slur to describe their experiences via art is a very and obviously different context than some person who is not that, who has not had any of those experiences, using it for whatever reason they want to, because they want to feel edgy or they want to feel like they're the most rational person on a panel or whatever reason that you want to come up with. These are obvious contextual differences. And I feel like this entire panel has been like, I don't know, like, it's like, are we just really not going to acknowledge that there's a massive contextual difference in the meaning of these words depending on who is saying it and why they're saying it? If I was to write a song about my experience being trans and I was to talk about the slur being used about me very, very brutally in a song, and obviously, I believe that everyone, besides perhaps the most calloused and socially incapable individuals, would be able to understand that me talking about my experience reclaiming a slur that was used about me is very different than other people using my art as justification to say that they should be able to use that slur to further harm people. I think that like the position Destiny is taking on this seems to me to be just totally off the wall and ignoring of all historical context, all actual context to language, and it's flattening it out as if the word is the same and the exact same in every single usage, and we all know it's not. And also, I really doubt the actual facts of the N-word usage going up as a result of hip hop and rap versus, I don't know, that we've actually had major progressive change in this country. I don't think that we live in a time where the N-word is used more than it used to be. Sorry, I just don't think that's the case. If you can find the data, I'm open to change my opinion on that, but I don't think it's true.
Okay, Vivian, and then Relevant.
So, Vaush said something earlier about like the N-word being like one of the only words you can think of where this is like happened to such a degree. And I caught myself thinking about like the word queer, and I think Fanatic bringing it up is perfectly fine. I think it's like really close to analogous, not completely analogous. But like, I definitely still wouldn't feel super comfortable seeing the word queer come out of like a cishet dude's mouth. Some queer people, some LGBT people are perfectly okay with hearing the word queer come out of a straight person's mouth. Me personally, I'm not, because I got called it a lot as a kid. And I do think that shit. You just fuck. I lost the end of that. Whatever. It was a good fucking analogy. And also, I'd like to reclaim the T-slur as well. But so many trans people tell me I'm not allowed to, and it makes me sad.
Relevant.
You're allowed to.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Thanks.
I just want to get a kind of a gauge of the individuals here that agree with Fanatic's argument. And correct me if I'm mischaracterizing your argument, Fanatic, that the basis with which you believe that the Black people should be able to use the N-word, even if it is proven that it causes more white people to be able to use this word in a harmful fashion, or at all, which seems like is a harmful fashion to the general consensus of the room, that it doesn't matter because of they're speaking to a cultural or a lived experience with the word. How many people here agree with that idea, that it's okay for them to say, even if it's proven that more white people use that word?
You're missing a big part of the conversation that happened before you were here. Specifically, it's not just the fact that it's part of their cultural experience. It's that typically the music was originally made and is still particularly aimed at African Americans. It's specifically a reference.
Sure.
It's embodiment of our culture.
Sure.
So because of the fact that it's a part, yeah.
Sure.
So yeah, because of that, that's why Black people should be able to do it. Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean,
is there?
I would say that, like, I don't think that that just because like a racist society like decides to utilize art against the people they're racist against, that's a justification for them to not do it. Like, there are all kinds of things that sometimes have, that sometimes could have bad outcomes. And again, we have not determined that that's the case, but if it were, there are all kinds of things that can have bad outcomes that we nonetheless say this is not this is not the responsibility of like an artist or the people who are the victims of that to stop doing, that they need to be further restricted. Like, we should address still in this circumstance the fact that white people would be using it in a racial manner. And I do recognize that, like, if such data were to exist, I guess that you would be contributing to giving them more ammunition with which to be racist. But isn't the problem regardless still the problem? Isn't the problem still there, the fact that they're being racist, not the use of the
We'll
word?
get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. I just want to gauge this one specific question.
Yeah.
We don't need to validate. We don't need to quantify it. Just make your point, please. Like, we don't have to quantify.
Okay, the reason why I like to get people's statements on a given issue is because I think it's about to change. So let's say Jesse Lee Peterson comes out and he's now a musician and he uses the N-word religiously instead of his music towards his audience. Do you think that you would argue against Jesse Lee Peterson's use of the N-word as his audience is really? So you would think that. Wait,
He's
so
Black.
is it okay? So that's enough. Even if they're using it towards an audience that directly it instigates racism, and for an individual that propagates racist narratives, like I'm sorry, I'm Black and slow and things like that, it doesn't matter for him because just because he's Black, it doesn't matter.
No. So listen,
I want you on record.
Wait. Did we?
This is absolutely so absurd.
No,
I thought this.
Let Fanatic respond.
I have a clarifying question. Just
go for it.
Just quick clarifying question. Did we not already say that, like, none of this conversation was like based off of like targeting people directly, like that we were already ruling that out as like not what we're talking about? Like, for example, I do believe that like trans people have the right to reclaim the T-slur. But that doesn't mean that I think that it's an okay thing for like Blair White to call people the T-slur. Like, we ruled out that like using it as a hate, like,
I understand,
is
as
different.
a pejorative towards other, and I don't
Right.
disagree with that.
So would that not be what you're talking about here?
Yeah, no. It's just, let's say he's using it in a generalized sense and just saying things like I'm Black and slow, that like not using it necessarily as a pejorative, but just using it as with a negative. You would say whatever to that?
I mean,
no. So
like
we would have a we would have a problem with his overall message in that situation. It
Yeah,
wouldn't be
that's
necessarily.
yeah,
It wouldn't
like
be
see,
just specifically
Hold
the
on, hold
N-word.
on.
It would be
Hold on.
specifically that the overall message that he's
Okay.
sounding like it's something like that's harmful towards Black, like Candace Owens, right? So then it wouldn't be a matter of just specifically that word, and it wouldn't be an issue with that word. It would be an issue with the overall message.
So is the negative utility generated by Jesse Lee Peterson's statements in that, let's say he comes out with the, you know, those his albums, he drops them, is the negative utility generated larger as a result of him using the N-word in that given context?
I don't know, not necessarily. Like I don't think
Really?
I don't think him using the soft A would make it like something worse than like whatever the overall message is in the word. I don't think that the N-word is some
Hold
sort
on.
of multiplier
Why?
or
Hold
amplifier.
on. Okay, great. Why?
I just answered it. I don't think that the N-word is a multiplier or an amplifier of an individual message.
Yeah, why? Why?
Why don't I think that the N-word is an amplifier or a multiplier?
Correct. Because it tends to be.
I don't know. Why
And
would
so
you like? You're asking to prove a negative.
because it tends to work that way. If a white person
Does it?
says, if I hate you, Black person, that's not going to take as much negative connotation as I hate you, N-word. No, it's usually a force multiplier because we take it as one of the most harsh things yet. Wait, yes.
No.
Wait, hold
So
on.
if a white person,
can I get you on record? Can I get you on record?
Get me on record. So if a white person was to make this statement, like I think all Black people are less than human and they're animals. I don't think it would be significantly. I don't think it would be like a reduction from. I think N-words are animals. Like I don't think are less than human.
I don't think that's
animals.
what relevant is saying though. Relevant. I think please correct me if I'm wrong. I'll go right back to you. I think he's talking about not like simply for an overt statement. That one, it's like saying Black people are animals is you're getting your point across, right? There's not much to multiply there, but it's talking about like within any other statement, with any other context, right? A negative context.
I need an example.
Give me one. It's like I hate Black people music, right? And then you say like I hate N-word music. Like that's on a different level, right? Like, or
wait, with the hard R or the soft A, just so
it doesn't matter.
Hey, I wanted to point out really quickly, Destiny. I just wanted to point out
I agree with that, Prime.
I wanted to point out something really quickly. So even within Black people, a lot of Black people don't know a lot of local artists, right? So I've had this experience myself. So I was raised in obviously Los Angeles area, and there was an artist named DJ Quick. He was literally on all the radio stations. He literally completely ran this area down here. He was on all the promos for 92.3 The Beat and all the other major radio stations for hip hop in the IE and LA area, right? He was particularly well known. I was completely shocked when I talked to all of my East Coast friends and they've literally never heard the name. It's because he was a local artist. But consequently, they were also doing the exact same thing to me. And they were telling me about all of the big hip hop artists in New York that were in that scene that I was not particularly familiar with at all. Because at the end of the day, the vast majority of hip hop consumption is local artists, specifically aimed at specific local communities within that.
I don't deny that might be possible. I don't have the sample. I understand. I'm sure a lot of white people consume music too. I know that like in Chicago, fucking No Name she was underground before she started to get picked up a little more. And she almost fucking quit making music entirely because she said all of her audiences were fucking white people. Like, and she was so fucking sick of it. So like, I don't know. I can't say honestly because I don't go to any fucking concerts. I hate concerts. But like, it wouldn't surprise me that if I went to like a lot of local hip hop artists, unless you're talking about people that literally play shows for like 10 people in somebody's garage, probably going to be some white people. That would be my guess. Maybe even a lot of white people, depending on how big the local artist is.
Okay, go ahead,
I'm a little lost as to the hypothetical.
Yeah, relevant.
Yeah, we are. It's going so far, man. It's going so far. Like, so what's your point exactly? Can you say it succinctly?
Okay, so I just want to touch on a point that I constantly hear brought up, and then we'll bring it right back to my original point. So the constant point that's brought up about the local artists and hip hop being made, the vast majority of songs in hip hop and rap being made towards Black communities does not really get to the point being made here. It's primarily at that if that was enough of the argument and we could leave it there, then we would say, well, when they blow up, when these Black artists blow up, why do they constantly use the N-word in that way when it's a much larger white audience? That's more of the question. So you can't say, well, yes, a bulk of it is made for local audiences, and so therefore, right, it's primarily targeted towards Black audiences. No, when it distributes to the greater wide world, Drake's and what have you, that have literally a global reach to people that have never seen a Black person in their entire life, then you can't really give an excuse for that, because at that point he's no longer catering it specifically towards the Black audience, and you would have to say, okay, so let's take a look at his work. I don't really like the. So
let him finish.
Just get back. Well, so I'm about to get back to my original point. So if I don't know, Prime, if you want.
No, please, no, go. No.
Okay, all right. So my original point of bringing up the discussion in regards to whether or not Jesse Lee Peterson and the force amplifier or the multiplier for the N-word or what have you is because if you don't believe the N-word is a multiplier in multiple XYZs of the situation, why are we even upset about it? If you're upset, the reason why I'm personally upset about the N-word is because it is a force amplifier, because it has a unique force amplification whenever it's put inside of a situation. If it meant something no different than I don't like Black people, I would consider it the same level of condemnation as I don't like Black people. But you know that there is a unique vitriol when it comes to the N-word. So I don't think you can simultaneously hold the statement that the N-word is not a force amplifier and have this whole discussion in the first place, because we don't have this
isn't that but that's contextual, and again that's going back to what we already discussed before you joined the panel, right? Like we already agreed that like using it directed at an individual is no matter.
I'm not even talking about that.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily always a force amplifier. Like, for example, I've been thinking right now of like, okay, look, I got a lot of problems with like Blair White and stuff, but if Blair White released an album in which she drops the T slur, like just like, I'm a whatever, like, T slur, and like, that's not going to force amplify anything at all from Blair White, because she is, and she has experienced that, even if I think she's shit as fuck. Like, but now, of course, this, of course, context would change if she was using it against somebody else, and she has, and I would agree that, as we all already agreed before you came on the panel, that using it directly is a unique circumstance because it is being used to direct animus directly at somebody. I don't think that in and of itself it's always a force amplifier. I just don't. Like I think maybe to some degree, but not necessarily to the same degree. I think
it's like swear words. Like the word fuck is like generally a force amplifier. There might be ways when you don't use it, but basically any statement where you use that in addition to whatever you're saying, usually you're like upping the severity of the statement in general. We could probably imagine ways where that doesn't happen, but I think in general, that's usually how these types of words are used.
True, but I mean, but we're talking about different degrees. Remember that the original conversation we were talking about is white people using the N-word, or in this case, or if we're going to talk about my situation, because you asked me for if there was a similar for me, a non-trans person using the T slur. I mean, I can actually think of some examples in which this happened. And like God, like I don't know, like the whole fact of the matter is that like there is a context difference when you don't come from that community, when you don't have that history, when you're not identified with that group. We recognize this, right? Like I feel like we all would normally recognize that this is the case. And then like for this conversation, we've suspended that, but we acknowledge that it is different when a white person says a word that is deeply, deeply associated with white oppression.
So irrelevant, then go to Fanatic, because I want Fanatic to really answer this.
So if the argument is that because it stems from my lived experience or some negative repercussions out of my given lived experience, and that therefore I can throw kind of negative utility to the wind, meaning that if there is a greater body of people that are consuming whatever it is, the media that I'm distributing, and using that as carte blanche to be able to use the word or whatever phrase that I'm talking about, and that's fine. Let's just on the word, like that's fine because it's my given lived experience. Then I'm just genuinely curious, like what basis do we have? Because this was my argument, or the foundation of my argument for responsible platforming when it comes to politics. So if I, as a Black person, have, because of my lived experience, essentially a green card to be able to just say whatever I want in regards to my lived experience, regardless of worrying about my rhetoric, I find it pretty interesting. And I genuinely think I could find a couple people's tweets inside of this chat room where in which they criticize certain people for the way that they speak about their lived experiences in XYZ category, Blair White or Jesse Lee Peterson, Candace Owens, or something like that. I'm sure I could find some statements from some of you that criticize their rhetoric in regards to their lived experience. and how they portray it, or the types of terms that they use in portraying. Because otherwise, if your statement is genuinely that I can use the N-word regardless of, on the basis of my lived experience, regardless of the negative effect that it may cause the general public, I mean, how could you criticize my rhetoric in regards to my own lived experience?
I think this is
No,
not the same
stop,
argument. And I can explain
stop, no, Fanatic.
Let me respond. Thank you. So, like, if we take you guys' arguments to its end, basically what you're saying is, once Black music starts getting consumed by a larger audience, it has to become more inauthentic, so as to be able to be consumed by other audiences, and then that would alienate them from their fans and alienate their artwork. It would water down their artwork to where it no longer represents them. And I think that's probably really harmful. The idea that that now we have to curtail our artwork and make sure that now we're no longer making the art that speaks to us and our lived experience and our culture and our in groups and our community and all those things, specifically because, well, now that white people are starting to consume it, you guys got to just stop, because otherwise then they're going to start being harmful for that. I think that's a little bit ridiculous. Furthermore, I don't think no one ever said that Black people can just say whatever the freak they want whenever it's in their lived experience. I think that's a bit hyperbolic. This conversation has been really confined and constricted to just the N-word. So taking it to all of these other extremes does nothing to the actual argument. That just sounds absolutely ridiculous, and that's complete.
If I could respond to that real quick.
No.
We're not. I'm not going to say it. When we're talking about Candace Owens and her speaking her lived experience and stuff, it's not about like her speaking her lived experience. It's that a large portion of her lived experience is directly empowering to the white experience and directly in contradiction to what the average Black person would say about the living experience. I know Black people are not a monolith. I know we're not a monolith, but we do have pretty things that we're all pretty common about, that we all understand that racism is still real for the vast majority of us. Now, you do have your Jesse Lee Petersons and those Hodge twins or whatever those niggas' names are, or Candace Owens. You have those different people, but in general, what she's saying, the general messages that that she speaks are typically what we consider to be harmful. It's not individual things that she's saying, or it's not just that, oh, well, you're speaking your lived experience. It's that you're speaking something incredibly harmful that largely deviates what we believe is her lived experience, as clearly represented by the fact that she was really willing to sue niggas for racism in high school, but then still saying, I never experienced racism because I just never cared about it. So yeah, it's about the direct contradiction of her lived experience to what she's actually trying to represent, and what it sounds like is her tokenization and empowering the voice of whites and saying all of the white things that white people wanted to, that some of the more racist white people want to say, and using that in her platform and platforming those things. That's what we're complaining about. It's not specifically just because she has a lived experience.
How do you feel about Lil Peep? There is a lot of controversy. So, especially in emo rap, I hate that I know this because I hung out with some people that listen to a lot of this horrible fucking music. But so in a lot of emo rap, and then Lil Peep especially, a lot of that rap is talking about his lived experience. And a lot of that lived experience includes a lot of drug usage, a lot of really bad drug usage. And this guy literally OD'd on, I think it was benzos and like fentanyl. Or he had like a Xanny that was like cut batter with fentanyl. He killed himself by overdosing. A lot of people point to the fact that like this type of music is literally like encouraging like a reinterest in things like benzos for people to abuse. Do you think that him talking about his lived experience and glorifying like that type of abuse of like benzos and shit is that's like an okay message for him to put at his fans because it's his lived experience? Does he have like no responsibility for that? Or I'm just curious.
Wait, is this directed at me or no? Because I feel like I was asked a question.
But that's fine. Go ahead. I would imagine Destiny's talking to the Black guy and asking this question specifically.
Yeah, I'm just curious if it's the same as how you feel for like stuff related to like the N-word.
Go ahead, Fanatic.
Yeah, so I think there's a very big distinction there. But yes, I would agree with you that that sort of messaging would probably be a little bit irresponsible, and that it would cause large amounts of harm, and that like obviously youth are like particularly impressionable and like all of those things, right? And so yeah, in general, I would say that there is something that is something to be said for being responsible about what your message is and what your and the way your music is going to be consumed. But I do think that when you have things that are particularly polarizing and are really, really understood within culture to be something very, very different, depending on the mouth that it's coming from, such as the N-word, that you're no longer having to be responsible in the same sense of trying to protect these people from this word, because it's already well known and understood that these people shouldn't be using those words. Whereas when it comes to something, yeah.
Because it feels like we still argue about it all the time.
So I need to stop you. Are you literally trying to make the argument that white people don't know that it's not acceptable to say the
Yeah, I'm saying that the rules around all of that, like when Obama said it, people lost their fucking minds. Like, I'm just saying that, like, I don't think it's fair to say, like, oh, well, it's clear cut, like, what's going on. Like, it seems like there's a lot of people, like, we talked about the girl that went on Kendrick's show. Like, I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of, like, argument or debate or confusion over, whereas there's not around, like, other words. Like, nobody's arguing they should be able to use, like, Asian slurs or Hispanic slurs. Like, nobody says anything about that, right? It seems like this word is, like, particularly polarizing or particularly confusing in terms of, like, what the rules are around its usage.
Wait,
especially because, well, God.
Wait,
I mean,
so it sounds like you're really trying to push some like really smarmy narrative here, and I know
don't call that smarmy. I'm not being smarmy. I think everything I'm saying is pretty on point. I don't. Now I could
not on point. Definitely. So if we were to poll the average person, you're going to tell me the average person doesn't know. Okay, let's ask you this: do you think that the average person would feel comfortable using the N-word, like the average white person would feel comfortable using the N-words around Black people that they don't know? Do you think the average person would feel comfortable using the N-word around Black people they don't know? Really simply, yes or no?
No.
The average. Okay, so then it's not really contested.
That's not what we're talking about, though. That's not what we're talking about, though. How about this? If we were to poll somebody, do you think it's possible to use the N-word in an endearing way more so than like the G word for Asian people or the wetback word for Hispanic people or any other slur or the T slur for trans people or the F slur for gay people? How many more people do you think would be like, oh, well, the N-word is probably more acceptable there than any of those other slurs? Most people probably say, oh my God.
Disagree.
Okay,
I
can't.
Let me respond.
I don't think you're actually engaging with the conversation. I don't believe that you actually can respond that way.
Hold on. You can't tell me I'm not actively engaging in the question if I'm literally responding to the words you're saying and I'm able to understand you fully. I think you just don't like my argument. You just don't like my answer. But it's okay. Like you said that you like this conversation or whatever. Here's a Black guy to actually explain to you the way most Black people think. We're not a monolith, but just based off of conversations that I've had with people in my community and within my culture, this is something that's reasonable. So don't shirk away from the conversation. But it's really simple. I do not. I don't believe that the average person is going to look at the N-word and say that it's less harmful, or I'm sorry, that the N-word is less harmful than all of these other words. Now, I do recognize that most people would understand that the N-word can be used for a euphemism amongst Black people, sure, but I don't think that most people would look at the N-word as less harmful than all of the other slurs.
I'm not talking about like the N-word. I'm not talking about in terms of less harmful. I'm just talking about in words that have been reappropriated. One of the things that people keep talking about here, which is very interesting to me, and I fully admit it could just be different lived experiences. People oftentimes throw around this term like slur reclamation. People will talk about this. I honest to God think that like when you talk about the N-word, it is way more this word than any other word. Now, it might be possible that different communities act in different ways, but like I have a lot of personal trans friends that will never say the T slur. That is not a part of their normal vocabulary, even amongst other trans people. They're not calling each other T slur all the time. I've known a few gay people that use the F slur a lot, generally when I was younger and I was in very conservative communities. I don't know if that's like an internalized thing or if they just generally liked it, but like I don't think that gay people walk around calling each other the F slur as much, or trans people call each other the T slur as much as Black people use the N slur, like or the soft N, soft A, or whatever. I think that the status that these words have, or Asian people call each other the G slur, whatever, or any group of people. I think that the N word, in terms of like slur reclamation, has a very unique place in society compared to any other slur for any other group of people.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I want to give Relevant a chance to speak. Go ahead, Relevant.
All right. So when it comes to specifically the slur reclamation and previous points and stuff like that, because there were some things I hadn't addressed, but like I want to address the rhetoric point yet again a little bit. Just touch on it just a touch. If I don't have to worry about because I have a lived experience, we'll stick specifically with the N-word. I don't have to worry about the negative messaging that I portray based on my use of the N-word. And regardless of negative utility, then like I don't understand how we could hold this position yet again with our positions on responsible platforming as political streamers. Because I, as a political streamer, my basis with which I make my argument for responsible platforming of specific words is that specific words are, when tailoring towards a given audience, may not understand the full body of context with which the word might be used. If your argument, Fanatic, is that all white people know that not to use the word, then why would using the word negatively impact anybody at all, regardless of whether or not they were Black or white? Why would that negatively impact the utility of broadcasting that message? Meaning,
what do you mean?
That,
I'm missing your question. I'm sorry.
Right. Right. So let's say a white person uses the N-word on screen, what have you, right?
Okay.
And everybody knows, by your argument, everybody knows not to use it anyway. A white person uses it on screen, right? Versus a black person using it on screen. What is the difference?
Well, so simply because most people know not to do something doesn't mean that people don't do taboo things, and doesn't mean that some people don't decide to be edgy or decide to do things inappropriately.
Correct.
Like people know they're not supposed to cheat on their wife, but people do it. It doesn't make it any less of a problem. So the fact
I
that
agree. That's my point.
So the fact
That's
that the word is
point.
taboo. So the fact that the word is taboo, and that most white people, I think the vast majority of white people, know that they shouldn't be using the word, simply pointing out to the fact that why does occasionally some white people do it? I don't know, how does that detract from the idea that most white people know that they shouldn't, and that it is still harmful when those individual white people that make the decision to do this thing that we know is taboo, like why would that
why
be
is
any
it why is it not harmful when black people use it then? By the
Because,
same argumentation.
We've really gone through this argument very, very much, and I don't want to get circular here. I'm pretty sure Destiny has heard this argument enough to be able to understand the idea of shared oppression and the automatic presumption of not meaning it in a harmful way. But I get you weren't here for that conversation. If you need me to go back through it, I will.
I know that conversation. I was literally listening for an hour before I came on.
Oh, okay. So then, if you want to be asking the question to the
reason why is because I want to hear you say it, because again, you're going to contradict your previous statement, in my opinion, or at least the general public will feel like you're about to contradict your previous opinion. So if you specifically are making the argument that, hey, just because, like, I as a person, let's say I'm a white person, taking in the fact that a black person has a lived experience with the word, as you said, correct? One of the reasons why it's more palatable is because that black person has a lived experience. Do you believe that me as a white person could look at somebody like Jesse Lee Peterson using the N-word inside of a song or what have you and say, this is a black person with a lived experience of using the N-word, and the context that he is using it is not in a good light or a negative light of the black community, and that could reinforce my position of being able to use the N-word in a unique way that a white person could not fulfill? Do you believe that that could be the case?
I am so terribly sorry. I'm having a hard time following.
Okay, I can restate. Yeah, it was a little bit long-winded. So a white person using the N-word, by your own statement, does not have a lived experience with the N-word, correct?
Right.
So therefore, right, sure, yeah, correct. So you're saying it's wrong for them to say it. That's fine. Let's say a black person, now Jesse Lee Peterson, goes on to make a bunch of albums and use the N-word in negative connotations, not necessarily pejorative, but like dog whistly, like replacing with like thug and things like that, what have you, in those given contexts. Do you think that a white person consuming both of those types of media could take away different results? One where in which they look at the white person using the N-word and be like, yeah, that's not the best thing in the world. Clearly they're white. But they could also look at the black person and say, this black person, like you said, has a lived experience with the N-word and is still using it in this context. Surely that must mean that it is okay or somewhat permissible to be able to use it in a similar context. Do you believe that a white person could take away with that?
This is so convoluted, but it sounds to me like, let me make sure I'm understanding your question. So if a white person heard Jesse Lee P using the freaking N-word in a really negative way, right? Yeah. Would the white person look at Jesse Lee's usage of the N-word and say that it's not okay, and therefore think that they could say it?
I don't know, and think that it is more okay to say because a black person is saying it.
He's asking about tokenism, like Milo Yiannopoulos saying gay people or Blair White hurting transgender people. Like, yeah.
Okay,
I gotta get out of here. Like, this is starting to get to the point where I'm actually hating this conversation. It was very interesting earlier, but this is fucking ridiculous. Like, it makes no sense to me. This is so circular. Here's all that I'm gonna say, okay? And y'all can keep arguing or whatever. Like, I don't have all of the input. I only can speak for my own personal experience. By and large, by the way, I agree with you, Fanatic, just for the record, for almost every point. There is to restate my earlier point, I think there is an obvious contextual difference between a person of a historically oppressed group using a slur that has been used against them for their own purposes, taking control of that, and some random other person who doesn't belong to that group further using that to further reinforce that hatred on them. I think there's an obvious contextual difference there that we've just been ignoring. Now, the other part of that is that we're not talking about not being able to criticize any person who's a member of a minority group. Like, I don't know how we got to this. The fact of the matter is, I think that there is a negative utility, you can call it that, whatever you want, from saying as a rule that that people can't reclaim slurs that are used against them. And there are lots of communities, by the way. I don't know exactly how it compares to the N-word, but there are all kinds of slurs that get repurposed. And I have a lot of, I'm a trans woman with a lot of trans people in my life and a lot of gay people in my life. And there's a lot of slurs thrown around lovingly to one another in totally, quiet, personal, whatever. So what I'm trying to say is that, like, I think there's obviously a contextual difference here. We're not saying you can't criticize anybody, but there is a negative utility in restricting people from being able to reclaim those things for themselves, especially when it is initially used as a tool of oppression in the first place. And I don't really think that whether JLP or whatever uses it in a song has, especially given that we're not talking about using it directly against somebody, really matters all that much. So that's my final word on this. My name's DemonMama. Thanks for having me on the panel, Prime.
Go to
and I'll see you soon.
DemonMama.com. Go to DemonMama.com. Thank you.
You got it.
Yeah.
See ya.
Okay.
Okay. So
As a dumbass white person, I would probably look at Jesse Lee Peterson in that song, and I'd be like, "That's probably a worse use of the N-word than the white dude saying it." But like, mainly because I think that the white dude saying it is like, that's something trivial that they should probably give up. But I don't think it's like, whereas like Jesse Lee Peterson is a literal fucking white supremacist, as I told him when we spoke, and yeah, so he would be pushing it in a much more harmful way than just a white dude saying the N-word in a song and not meaning it in any kind of like detrimental way. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, listen. I don't think that a white person would look at Jesse Lee Peterson using the N-word and then in any way, shape, or form think, well, it's okay because Jesse Lee Peterson uses this word, which we know pretty largely. Or let's look at it this way: if a white person already had the realization that there was a word like such as the N-word that was pretty much generally accepted to be okay, if ever permissible, only amongst Black people. I don't think that that they would see Jesse Lee Peterson using the word in a pejorative way and then come away and say, well, since he used it in a negative way, now that excludes me. Like they're going to look at it.
Yeah, this is how slurs are empowered all the time. This is why I stopped using the F slur back in 2013. Is because when I was in Poland and I was staying in a fucking gamer house and I heard somebody call somebody else an F slur and that guy was actually homophobic. And I didn't realize until I heard him say it. I was like, whoa, shit. So I stopped saying that word because I know that I had a lot of fans that will say things just because I say them. And I'm like, okay, well, hold on. Fuck, I don't know. Some of you guys are fucking homophobic. I don't want to say this word because there's going to be some of you out there that are going to hear me say it. You're going to think it's cool. You're going to think it's funny. And worse than that, there's going to be some people out there that are homophobic that are going to hear me say it. And then they're going to be like, he's fucking in on it. And we're going to be empowered by that as well. And I think you can make similar arguments for like certain people. Especially using them.
That's the opposite of a relevance point. A relevance point was asking if a white person encountering Jesse Lee Peterson using the word in a pejorative would then feel okay for them to use the word.
Exactly. No. I was given an example. I'm saying that I know that's a reality. That's why I stopped doing it. Because people like Jesse Lee, like there are people that this is why token figures are so powerful and why they exist. There are people that shit on trans people so much more because Blair White empowers them to do so. There are people that shit on gay people so much more because Milo Yiannopoulos empowers them to do so. And there are people that shit on Black people so much more because people like Candace Owens and people like Jesse Lee Peterson allow them to do so. They are the microphone for all the negative Black stereotypes.
I agree. I understand how tokenization works. That's why I hate Candace Owens with my soul, almost as much as Kamala Harris. But the idea is, at the end of the day, like that these people, like it wouldn't eradicate or it wouldn't invalidate their understanding of the usage of the N-word. Simply hearing Jesse Lee Peterson use the N-word in a negative way wouldn't then give them the right to be able to like, well, now I'm allowed to say the N-word. Now it might reinforce some of their stereotypes, especially if it's backed up by the other parts of his music. But no, I don't think it's gonna make them think, you know what, now that this guy said it, I can say it. No, that's if you already have the general rule and understanding that this is a word that Black people can say and you can't say it. A Black person saying it is not going to give you the idea that now I can say it too. I don't understand. Like
then we just
but,
disagree on descriptive reality.
But here's another thing too. You mentioned. Hold on, really quick. I'll keep going. Destiny, you mentioned that you said that there was no one has reclaimed. you're talking about like no one else uses the N word. I mean, it uses other words in the way that the N word is being used and so on and so forth. And I do agree with you, but I don't think that there's any one-to-one comparisons. I don't think that there's ever been a word that is as vitriolic or as harmful or dehumanizing as the N word. Now, there are other words that are absolutely harmful. There are other words that whatever, but I don't think any word has ever had as much weight and power and investment behind it. The N word historically, so much whatever. And hold on. And considering that there's never been a word that's ever been used as harmfully or as ubiquitously in a pejorative way as the N word, I don't think there's ever been a word that's ever been so there's never can be anything to go from one extreme to the other to literally mean something positive. So I don't think you will ever find a one-to-one comparison.
I understand everything you're saying, and there are really great arguments why Black people should stop using the word.
What? No, I think the very opposite. I think that Black people my argument from jump, and this isn't something related to this discussion. I've been known on my platform for saying this for quite some time. Like when I was sponsored in the fighting game community, I used that word on a regular basis, and that was the one word that like I spoke to the lawyer, to my freaking sponsor, and was like, hey, you can't stop me from using this word. That is akin to oppression. And like as I broke it down to him about the power of a euphemism, the power of naming this word, the power of making sure that it doesn't have so much power over us anymore. Like when I got into all of that, then they backed off. Now they absolutely told me if you ever use the F slur again, because that's what got us into that conversation. They absolutely told me if you ever use the F slur again, you will be fired. You will. This is a direct violation. Right, and I haven't used it since publicly ever. But back then, I was like, hey, you're not going to stop me from saying the N word. This is part of my absolute platform. This is actually part of my goal. I do want this word to become less powerful. I don't want this word to continue to have the same weight it does. And they did back off of that. So I think it does absolutely have a healing property. I get that you don't use it that way or you don't understand it, but I absolutely do think that using it in a soft day does have so much of a healing thing. It does not mean so much, such that now if I encounter the hard R, it doesn't mean as much to me, not even a little bit. It's like, okay, yeah, you're using whatever the freak you're doing. Like that's whatever. But I'm not gonna feel any type of way.
I wonder I have with Destiny's narrative in general, and I've listened for a lot because I want to like give Fnatic the space to speak, but it does feel like we're sort of on a like fucking like almost like 3v1 at the moment. The problem I have with Destiny's argument is it feels to me like kind of fucking victim blamey, right? Where it's sort of like, Fnatic saying why people shouldn't do this thing, right? Because it like harms Black people in some fashion. And Destiny's saying, well, why do you encourage them to do it by like putting it in your media and your art and all that sort of stuff, right? And I think this is very much like, yeah, like I said, it feels to me like a victim blame narrative. I don't need to give fucking analogies or anything. Everybody understands what I mean by that.
It's something that's very interesting to me is I don't know where the schism is, but it seems like people that do like stand up, a lot of Black stand up people seem to have realized that like certain types of humor are not really responsible because of the amount of white audiences they have. There might be Black musicians or rappers that realize that. I don't know why, but like I know that Richard Pryor is on record, a lot of strong statements about not saying the Black word. I know that Dave Chappelle was really uncomfortable with a lot of his racial humor. He went on Oprah and talked about it. And I know that Chris Rock has a lot of regrets over a really famous skit that he did because he felt like it empowered people. I wish I knew more.
I agree.
I wish I knew more like comedians or more, but like I don't know. It feels like in the world of Black comedy, it feels like a lot of those guys realize that like, okay, well, this is funny and I get my laughs, but like, damn, at the end of the day, what kind of message am I putting out to the rest of society that all these white people are consuming? I don't know how I feel about this, and it's like super fucked up.
Let me respond, Vivian. Please. Wait, Vivian, let me respond to this. Okay, so look, I understand that there's a lot of Black people that have absolutely regretted it. I absolutely remember Dave Chappelle with his humor. I remember Chris Rock with his skit. I remember all of these things, and I remember it wasn't like Dave Chappelle only came to this realization brand new. There was a big thing, but from Oprah and Bill Cosby and all of these different people that were like speaking very, very harshly about Dave Chappelle and feeling like it was irresponsible. And I understand how Black people can come to a realization that sometimes maybe some of their messaging is going to be empowering over. Or empowering specific white narratives and people that would then use that stuff against them. Ask me, of all of those examples you just gave, how many of them niggas have felt any regret whatsoever of using the N-word? None. You know why? Because that's not the same thing. I don't know how you're equating these two. This is a completely extraneous point.
Okay, yes, Richard Pryor.
N-word is not. No, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Richard Pryor specifically had a problem with the N-word, or I don't even know that he had it because he used it all the time. But the thing is, I understand with Richard Pryor's generation, which is he's the same generation as my dad. That generation specifically had a different proximity to the N-word. It was not word as euphemistically as it was. It wasn't as ubiquitous during their era as it was when in the 90s and the late 80s and the early 90s and henceforth, right? So they do have a different usage of the word. They had the word where it was used against them regularly, and it wasn't nearly as demonized during their lives. Whereas for us, it was something that was significantly more like there was already like a really, really huge movement that was clearly against it. So they have a different proximity to the word. So they have a different understanding and a different culture and a different whatever. That's why my dad, I don't use that word with my dad. I do not know a single one of my peers, anyone my age or within 5 years of my age, that has ever complained to me ever about the N-word. Prime, could you say the same thing? Do you know anyone in your age group that has ever complained about it? It's a generational thing.
Okay, I'm gonna say
I know people within my age group who have complained about it and told me not to use it because they don't use it. I do know. But
this might be a very white thing of me to say, but like my guess is going to be that people like Pryor probably encountered way more loaded negative use of the N-word as like somebody born in the year 2000 in American society.
That's
and
exactly
Pryor was Pryor was on record as saying that he regretted ever uttering the word on or off stage, privately or publicly. And Chris Rock's regret of that skit was literally, it might not have been over the N-word, but it was about that specific skit.
But it wasn't the N-word. The skit was, I know exactly what skit you're talking about. It wasn't specifically about the word usage. It was about the message. There's a distinction between Black people, and it's an overall messaging problem. And just like Dave Chappelle, when Dave Chappelle was talking, when Dave Chappelle had that fairy, right? Like, the shoulder fairy, whatever. I can't remember. The pixie.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't about specifically the word being used. I'm not even sure that he used the N-word in there. It was specifically about the messaging and like how he recognized that someone was laughing, but they weren't laughing with him.
Let's go to Relly, please.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious as far as like you're concerned. Would you consider your father to be incorrect, to have an incorrect position on the N-word in regards to what? Why?
Because for all of the reasons that I've stated thus far.
Okay, so you believe that, just correct me if I'm wrong, that that your lived experience is, because you're stating that it stems from their given lived experience, that their given lived experience is incorrect because, like, I agree with Destiny there. I think their lived experience probably comes from it being used as a pejorative more towards them, and that their lived experience of it being, how is it that, do you believe that perhaps your lived experience being maybe, I cannot speak to a complete accuracy, being less having it used as a pejorative to you, and or them taking it as more of a pejorative towards them, stems from more of a product of the environment changing than it is like the word or the given like material condition of the reality kind of changing is mainly what. Allow me to be more precise. I'm being unclear. Do you think?
Yeah, I think that they work hand in hand. I think that ubiquitous use of the N-word amongst Blacks, I think, is part of the reason why it was like why it was is part of the reason why it's become significantly less. And I think that both. I think also the environment changing dramatically decreased the usage of the N-word in and of itself as well. And I absolutely totally agree with you that my dad's lived experience is probably what makes him significantly more sensitive to the N-word. So that's why he holds what he does. But it doesn't invalidate the fact that by us using the word in the way that we have and reclaiming the word in the way that we have, that it does remove some of the sting away from that word, and that it does that it makes that word have less power. And I think all those two things are simultaneous. His point is, I just don't like it because I don't like the idea of like the man that was hung. This is the thing that he always claims, the man that was hung, and that was the last word that he heard. And it's like, sure, I just want no more people to be hung like that. And I don't want that word to have that power. And I think that's why we should be using it as in a healing way. So yeah, I think he's wrong in saying that he thinks it's harmful, because I think it's actually more helpful than harmful. But I understand his lived experiences. The man drank from a Blacks only fountain. Like, I mean, that's my parents, my
right.
my
So this is kind of, I guess, getting to the root of it. I feel like we just disagree on material reality. When, you know, we were talking about tokenism previously, I think that's a massive problem, even when it comes to just simply saying the N-word, even just without any context. Jesse Lee Peterson, literally knowing who he is and just saying the N-word, encourages these people to do these things intrinsically by the nature of him existing as a person. And you seem to disagree with this to the point where in which you would make the claim that it's, you know, all right to say because on the merits of him being black, he should be able to say it. I disagree with this wholeheartedly. I think
let me finish, please.
I believe in a prescriptive or more a prescription to be able to say the N-word on the basis of not only understanding the contextual background, i.e. not just necessarily a lived experience, but understanding how this the general Black community has been affected by the word or that lived experience through the word in that context. And not only that, but also a understanding of how to apply it in material reality, in conversation, and especially in public speech. It needs to be very, very like, I couldn't agree more with Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, and I forget the third individual that was mentioned.
Richard Pryor.
When it comes to Richard Pryor, that specifically like say that in certain contexts it's just not allowed, because I think that that is what I would consider to be the standard we should hold all people to be able to use the N-word. So this is just going to be a prescriptive difference. I don't think, and this is a separate conversation, I'm not sure if we had this, about like how Black you need to be able to have to use the N-word and things like that, because that's where I just completely go away from it. Because if you say Black people can use the N-word, what if Destiny's 1% Black? Can you drop it? Like, does it only count for passing Black people? And this is why I just goes to bullshit arbitrarity, and I default onto the Chris Rock, Richard Pryor, Dave Chappelle method, which is understanding. Okay, I disagree, and we can have a discussion about this where I default on the idea. Hold on. I default on the idea of the understanding of the context and the prescription or the context and or the application and negative and positive utility that the word can bring in and of itself, rather than just you're Black.
I just want to understand one clarifying point before Fanatic gets in. Is it your position that, like you said, like about people being fucking Black enough or whatever? Is it your position that like Jesse Lee Peterson, by embracing white supremacy, has like sort of taken on a more white role and is like somehow less Black, and that means he can't use?
No, I was primarily referring to the criteria that individuals judge Blackness. It could be passing or percentage African, or like like when we say that a Black person, what do we mean? That's what I'm talking about. Not like Jesse Lee Peterson is less Black. I would say Jesse Lee Peterson shouldn't use the word on the basis of his clear misunderstanding of how the word actually like materially, positively, or negatively impacts society. And so I would say he should not use it.
Fanatic.
Okay, so really quickly,
one. Oh, wait, real quick. I love you guys. I need to go sleep.
Bye.
Okay. Stay safe.
Good night.
Look, so I would say Jesse Lee Peterson can say the word based on the Jesse Lee Peterson can say the word based on like just on the basis alone of him being Black. But he's still responsible for his messaging, and I would have a problem with the messaging in whatever he's doing, not necessarily the word that he's using. Like as a Black person, I think that gives you enough permission to go down that. Now, if we want to have a conversation about purity testing for what Blackness is, that's a whole nother conversation, and we can go have that on another day, on another time. But that takes this conversation down a whole another freaking rabbit hole. But at the end of the day, as a Black person, I would say that he has the ability to say that, but he's absolutely responsible for his messaging. Furthermore, you are not agreeing with Dave Chappelle or Chris Rock or the only person who I think ever went on record specifically about saying the N-word, as we clarified, was Richard Pryor. None of the other ones had a problem with them using the N-word. Just both Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, they still all use that word rather regularly. They don't have a problem with that. So you're not agreeing with them. That is a complete mischaracterization of their words. What they both said, what Dave Chappelle said was he had a problem with the skits and the messaging that he was doing. In the Pixie skit that he had a problem with, he didn't even use the N-word. With Chris Rock, it was specifically that he used the N-word. It was specifically the message that he gave that almost seemed like it might have been painting blacks in a very bad light. They're not the same thing. You're not agreeing with them because that's not what they said. They did not have a problem with the N-word. They don't have a problem with the N-word. They've never publicly mentioned that they had a problem with the N-word.
So
I'm gonna head off because
Okay.
this, like I said earlier, this is like, I think this is just a conversation for black folks, and white people should just like respect how black people want to like actualize their liberation and meet the fucking you know, the very basic demand of just don't fucking say the N-word, because it's not a problem and it shows some fucking solidarity. So as long as Destiny's gone and isn't fucking arguing against that shit, like I don't really need to be here anymore either. So I'm gonna chip, but thank you very much.
So okay.
For a fucking long ass night.
My question is, Ms. Vivian, if you felt that this was a conversation for black people to have, then why did you insist on being in here all of this time so long?
Because I felt that you were like super fucking outnumbered, and I thought Destiny was making some dumb points which like weren't necessarily being addressed. What I mean is, like, should white people say the N-word? I think is like literally just a conversation that black people have. They can communicate their fucking desires to us, and we should probably seek to understand it, which is another good reason why I should be here and why I haven't really said a lot, right? Because I am trying to understand it better from your point of view. Yeah, as long as Destiny was here arguing against it, I just felt like, yeah, the kind of outnumbering or whatever. Yeah.
Part of it being insist. Okay, I appreciate the intent.
But you know, if at any point you're like, fuck, this ain't no conversation for white people, only I should be speaking on this, like, you could, you know, you're quite welcome to say something like that.
Hey, Vivian, there's another British person in the waiting room that wants to talk to you. Her name is Nell. She really wants to say something to you. So go talk to her.
Wait, that can't get off stream.
Huh? No, look.
Please record it.
Yeah, sure. But okay. So I want Relly to be able to get. But thank you, MxVivianWulf. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, friends.
Relly, finish saving your piece. But before you do that, before everyone leaves, hey, everyone, if you've enjoyed this conversation, if you've enjoyed everything that's happened here, the craziness that happened, this fucking 10, almost 11-hour stream, right? Well, that happens only on this channel, right? These big streamers popping in, and like you really never know where the conversation will take us. We were talking about trans issues, and we ended up on the N-word debate. A long series of events led to that. But if that interests you right now, do it. Hit the follow button right this moment. Hit the follow button, hit the notification bell so you know I'm going live. I have these conversations all the time. These crazy moments on my stream happen all the time, right? But you can only be a part of it if you're following. So hit the follow button, hit the notification bell right now. Don't forget. Also, I have you. If you missed parts of this conversation, well, here's something for you. We have a YouTube channel. We have a YouTube channel right here. Don't worry, Fanatic, I'm gonna get you. Don't worry, I'm gonna definitely get you. We have a YouTube channel. Click that link. We will all be uploading VODs of all this there, and we'll be uploading highlights and all that. So hit that the YouTube link right now. Join the YouTube. We're trying to expand that platform. We need your help to do it, okay? So subscribe to the YouTube, hit the follow button, hit the notification bell, and okay, while you're here, sub to the channel. Sub to this channel, right? This is how we keep this channel alive, right? With individuals who are kind enough to donate $5 to keep this channel alive. I cannot do it without you. I cannot keep this alive without you. We've had some kind individuals previously. We always need more help. So sub to the channel right now. Sub to this channel and donate bits if you can. But we need your help to keep all this content alive. Please, please, please help us out. Thank you so much. All right, Relevant, I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, so I just kind of wanted to touch specifically on again the tokenism with the N-word thing, because I think that's the point of contention here, right? Whether or not a black person can enhance negative utility through the systems of tokenism for white people, or more specifically non-black people, to be able to feel encouraged to use the N-word. And because that feels like the biggest point of contention, because if Fanatic agrees with that, then he'd have to agree to negative utility being generated, and even if he agrees with negative utility being generated and still stays on the position that that negative utility doesn't supersede the cultural demand or his perceiving your perception of them speaking of their lived experiences, we'll just disagree on that, because I simply believe that negative utility being generated just because it's your lived experience isn't a good reason to do it. So I just want to kind of steer it that way.
That wasn't my point. It wasn't just
Okay,
because-
right. So we'll get to it. I'll just ask you a couple questions and then you can clarify. So the first question, right, is do you believe that, once just clarified, do you believe that a token Black person, right, meaning a Black person like JLP who uses the N-word for the express purpose of normalizing it amongst white supremacists or alt-right viewers or people to feel emboldened, or even conservatives as well, we've seen in there, to feel emboldened to use the word and that it isn't that bad and things like that? Do you think that his uses of the word in conjunction with the messaging makes his give the given idea that he's propagating like worse for the Black community?
So it wouldn't be, again, I thought that we'd kind of gone over this, but yeah, so you're what you're doing is you're combining these two things, and it's hard for me to divorce these things from each other. So I would feel like him using the word, because you went very specific here, him using the word specifically with the intention of expanding its usage amongst white people, then I would have a problem with his intent there. And it wouldn't be a problem with him specifically using the word. It would be behind his intent of using the word. So if you load on his usage of the words with bad messaging and the intent of specifically expanding its usage amongst white people, that's where the problem will be, not in the word in and of itself.
So here's the issue: is a lot of people in the political sphere tend to not really care about intent, or sorry, I shouldn't speak on behalf. There's at least the circles I run in tend to not care about intent because it's not something you can prove. So what we do is we use surrounding evidence to be able to provide the argument of whether or not they intend that given idea. I would say it's very reasonable for somebody like JLP, when he uses the N-word, to be using it so that way white people, or expanding it in a way so that way white people find it comedic and funny and okay to laugh at or to find in jest, right? Would you say that's a reasonable assumption to make?
Sure. So again, like, I'm not making the argument about what his actual intent is. I was just giving your hypothetical as you presented it. I would have a problem with that because of the intent. So in any case, if I feel like I can reasonably presume his intent based off of whatever context I have, then I'm going to attack the intent. And the intent I would probably derive from his poor messaging and so on and so forth, such that the poor messaging and the rest of all of the things surrounding it would be the problem, but not specifically the usage of the N-word. I would say that, yeah. So it's always going to be, I would be having a problem with Jesse Lee Peterson because of his intent, not specifically because of his usage of the N-word. It'd be his intent and his messaging.
Will his messaging, or the negative utility generated by his intent, gets enhanced by using the N-word? No? Or do you believe that it doesn't change anything if Jesse Lee Peterson uses the N-word? That no white people, or sorry, excuse me, no non-Black people look at Jesse Lee Peterson's use of the N-word and thinks anything about it. It's just might as well be, I don't like Black people. The N-word has no unique history or context wherein which the non-Black people might find it somewhat emboldening to be able to use that word or listen to that word, and they're given ideas that they might have towards Black people. There's no enhanced negative utility there whatsoever.
It's a really difficult thing that you're asking me to do. You're asking me to imagine the N-word through the usage of a specific vacuum in which all context is completely erased from the word. So we don't have the positive context of Black people using it as a euphemism, but we have to imagine Jesse Peterson using it, even though using it as a soft A, not as a euphemism, as a pejorative. Like, so I'm supposed to be imagining.
No. Even as a, let's just say he drops it randomly. He's just
Like,
dropping it.
like
At the start of his show, he just says the N-word.
Like, without any controversial reason?
Just says the N-word. Do you think that would have a positive or negative effect on society?
I don't know. It would be really hard for me to divorce that specifically from the rest of Jesse Lee Peterson's messaging and who he has been. Again,
Sure.
And I've explained already, I genuinely probably wouldn't have a problem with him specifically just using the N-word. It would probably be what I would say would be his intent, probably the context around where he's using it, and probably the general messaging of the person.
So that's what I'm talking about. So a Black person, by your own argument, can, given contextual, surrounding contextual evidence, can use the N-word and have it result in negative utility, even if not used as a pejorative, even if he just drops it.
It would not be the word that was the negative utility. It was specifically the context and the messaging.
Again, let me ask you something and be very clear.
I thought I have been so far.
No. Because what you're saying is it's not the word, it's the messaging. So if Jesse Lee Peterson does his normal show, but then decides to use the N-word at the start of his show, like just drops it like 30 seconds or 30 minutes before he starts his show, just says the soft A, and then at the end of his show, 30 minutes after like the last word is said, and drops the soft A, would that generate positive or negative utility in your eyes?
I don't think that him using the soft A would probably generate any kind of utility, but I would think that the overall messaging contained in the general body of his show would probably be the issue the thing that I have an issue with.
So you think Jesse Lee Peterson, the individual that is followed by white supremacists and conservatives going down the alt-right pipeline, would cause no unique negative utility with using such a morally loaded word, given who he is as a person and his audience, that him just simply dropping the word has no extra negative consequences whatsoever?
It's really interesting to me that you're like literally boring down into this rabbit hole specifically about Jesse Lee Peterson, and you can easily understand why Jesse Lee Peterson could have some negative utility, because you're asking these questions, which obviously it's like you're assuming the sale. Like, I guess in your opinion, you clearly do think that he could have some negative whatever because of that. But great. So you can understand that with Jesse Lee Peterson, but you can't understand why there would be a distinction between white people. You can make the distinction between Jesse Lee Peterson and other black people.
I can
between white people and other black people.
No, I can make a distinction, but I don't think it accounts for all white people. Okay, allow me to hold on. Allow me to put it this way. Which one do you think will generate more negative utility? Bernie Sanders using the N-word and with the soft A in private, or Jesse Lee Peterson using the soft A in private? Which one do you think is going to generate more negative utility?
Probably Bernie Sanders.
Why?
Because Bernie Sanders is white.
How would that generate more negative utility intrinsically?
Because obviously we recognize that typically the usage of the N-word only has the neutral or positive utility when it's used by black people.
So you're using it based off of the assumptions of the individual in the room. Is that correct?
No, but based off of this assumption of the individual that used it.
Wait, Wait, I thought we already established that Jesse Lee Peterson, chances are, would be using it in a pejorative or negative sense, even just done in a vacuum.
Doesn't matter. He's black.
Okay, so I just want it on record that you just don't care about the given context of the person saying it, whether they are vitriolic and genuinely hate black people like Jesse Lee Peterson does. Him dropping the N-word has no consequence as long as it's not within a pejorative statement. Him just saying the N-word has no negatives, no negative utility.
I keep saying this over and over again, and I don't know. I feel like you're either not following it, or maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not explaining it really clearly. Is that yes? It's going to be very hard for me to divorce the context of the individual, right? So when you talk about Jesse Lee Peterson using it, Jesse Lee Peterson comes with a lot of baggage, right? A lot of baggage of just really, really bad messaging, of tokenization, and just general harm towards an adversarial speech towards African American. So those things are what I'm going to be considering, right? And it's not going to be his usage of the N-word. That part is not going to be problematic to me. It's all of the other baggage that comes with Jesse Lee Peterson.
So I think this is the biggest disconnect.
When it comes to Bernie Sanders, then there's just that very basic thing that we've already established, that white people shouldn't be using the N-word. So for Bernie Sanders, completely distinct and not related in any way, shape, or form to Jesse Lee Peterson, I'm going to have a problem with Bernie Sanders using the N-word because he's white.
Right. So the reason why I'm constantly drilling on this is because I think a lot of reasonable people are going to disagree with you. That's why I'm consistently drilling on it, is because I think that generally speaking, a lot of people are going to look at Jesse Lee Peterson and say him simply saying the N-word, just dropping it, even randomly dropping it. A lot of people will look at that person, look at who Jesse Lee Peterson is, and look at the fact that he's using the N-word and know for a fact, like a bunch of white supremacists are going, my man, even out of entirely context. A no context, it's just they're gonna go, my man, KKK all the way. That's all they're gonna say. And that's the context that they're gonna do. That's what is going to be interpreted. And if you disagree with that, Exactly.
I don't think
that's the exactly. That's the disagreement here.
Check your DMs, please. Go ahead. Finish your point, Fanatic.
Do you think Jesse Lee Peterson could use the N-word in a positive way, like the way that typically Black people would use it as a euphemism? Could he?
He absolutely could. But I think the probability
would that, like, if he chose to use it and there was enough context to presume that he was probably using it as a euphemism the way other Black people would.
Oh yeah, for
do you
sure.
Think it,
I think yeah.
Do you think it would generate the same negative utility?
Oh no. I don't think it would be easy to.
And all of the context and messaging do matter.
Yeah, yes, I've been clear on that. My whole position, entirely around the N-word in general, is about its usage and the context of the individual who is using it. I think that there are many Black people that use the N-word in a fashion that I consider unjustifiable, that use it in a way to further white supremacy. And I shouldn't say many, some, right? I don't think there's actually like a large amount.
Can you give me an example of this?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Is he using it? The N-word? I've never heard him.
I haven't heard them in public, but I'm almost certainly they use it in private and amongst their friends or what have you. And when they clearly do not have the given, what I would say, understanding of the positive and negative utility of that word. That's what I would say. And that's what matters to me. I don't care. I'm not.
Wait, so would you assume that so like Candace, you would assume that Candace Owens uses it in front of her white husband. Do you think then that Candace Owens' white husband uses the N-word with her too? Maybe not. But I know one thing for a fact is that Candace Owens' white husband is definitely going to have is disproportionately not going to have an educated or nuanced view of the N-word, because his wife is saying it in such a pejorative fashion and tacitly, essentially, just literally denies racism. So this is really hard, like, because what you're asking me to do is just presume something that we don't have any evidence for. I asked you for an example of Black people that were using the N-word in a negative way, and then the only example you could give me were two things that you just kind of assumed happened.
Hold on, no. I thought you were talking about specifically people. I can talk about. Yeah, I think actually many of like Dave Chappelle's skits in which he uses the N-word is like pretty unjustifiable. I can't give you specific ones, no, but I'd say a fair amount of them. There's a fair amount of a lot of old Black comedy, I would say, uses the N-word in a pretty unjustified fashion. They use it, in my opinion.
Problem with the messaging in Dave? Is a problem with the N-word or the problem with the messaging in Dave?
Both. Well, hold on. No. I want to make it clear. The N-word enhances the negative utility of the messaging. I have that position. I think it's weird. Hold on. I think it is weird that you are saying that the N-word does not enhance in any way, shape, or form the negative repercussion or the negative utilities generated by somebody's messaging. I think somebody using the N-word and making a comment about how, I don't know, Black people stink, and then they use, instead of Black people, the N-word. Like, that enhances the negative, the vitriol or the level of negative utility that is generated from that message. It is genuinely like an out-of-body experience for me to be talking to a Black. I've never heard this take from a Black person. Besides,
Black people would agree with me here.
No, that it does. Hold on.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah, just to be clear. I never thought I would hear that the N-word is not a force amplifier when it comes towards negative utility towards the Black community. I never thought I would hear this from like somebody that considers themselves educated on Black issues.
Okay.
Like me personally.
Okay. I know you want to respond to that. But hey, this is an 11-hour stream. I don't want to make it a 12-hour stream. We touched on a lot of things here. Holy crap! If you missed,
just get the final
no. So let's listen to what I'm going to say. Okay. All right. I know there's a lot of you out here who've loved what you've seen so far. If you haven't done already, hit the follow button, hit the notification bell. Do it right now before you leave, and then before you miss out on something else, and you'll comment, oh, Destiny's here. Oh, there's something else that I missed. All right. So I'm trying to let you avoid that terrible fate. hit the follow button, hit the notification bell right now. Now is the time to do it, not later. Do it now, okay? We do this all the time. We do this all the time, 6 days a week. We'll be back. Later on today. With our all black everything panel. This will probably be a fucking subject there or something. God. I don't know. Whatever, right? Come back for that. We'll have another panel on Friday. We'll have our primetime morale on Saturday. We'll have our revelry on Monday. We'll have Amazon Lily on Tuesday. And yes, we'll have another panel here on Wednesday, because 6 days a week, we give you this content, and I think we give you a lot of value here. So if you want, now's the time also to sub if you haven't done so already. But yes, help us out. Follow the channel at the very least. Also, of course, we have a YouTube channel, exclamation point YouTube, in the chat to see where we'll place all the VODs and the highlights. Please hit that YouTube button right there. It's right there in the chat. Hit it, exclamation point YouTube, to be able to get to that link. Now, okay, two things. I am going to raid somebody, and it will probably be relevant to me inside the stream. And then these individuals can continue their conversation, right? They can keep yelling at each other. So fanatic, you get to see the final word or something, right? Don't worry, buddy. I got you. I've been thinking about you. So, okay. Relevant starting the stream, so I'm waiting on them to do that. But also, I'm
started.
Okay. So also, I want to make sure, fanatic, but I know there's something more important you have to say, right? More important is what you were going to say, which you have forgotten to say, is about your music, right? The amazing album you dropped, right? The track that you dropped, Aria, right? It's amazing music that you want to be listening to, that you want to relax to after a long conversation about the fucking N-word, right? So my man fanatic, what he's going to do, what he's already done, is drop the link in the chat, right? So all the wonderful individuals here can follow him. It's really good music. Everyone says so. Go ahead and check it out. There it is. The link is in the chat. The Destructo Kid link, the link that Mr. Fanatic dropped into the chat. Go listen to his music. Go buy his music. Go help him out. He's a great artist. You want to support him. He gave you a lot of content just now. I want you to go support him, right? And now, since and relevant, I'm not even gonna give him an outro. He's amazing, right? But I'm about to rate him any which way, so it doesn't matter. But relevant, seriously, thank you for being so kind. I didn't type my chat. Hold on.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, dude. I'm actually a big fan.
Hey, thanks.
I've been a big fan even before and after you crushed me in debate that one time.
Oh yeah, of course. Yes.
So I'm gonna send you off to our relevance. Yeah, please be good to him. Be good to both of these guys, and yes, please be so kind as to help out Fanatic. Go buy his music. Hit my go to my YouTube and do the things. All right. Anyway, off you go. This has been really long, and I want to go to bed.
All right.
You guys.
Fanatic, while I have you, you can get the final word if